be fair, you can die from overdosing on K. K is the chemical symbol for potassium. You would know. I don't know what you were thinking, Moses.
So what we can say is if you had 11.4 bananas every hour for 24 hours a day for 7 years, you'd be in a K-hole.
Exactly.
Yeah, perfect. Well, with all of that said, there is a gym nearby. Pasha has been going, and we know what he says that does to his performance. It's time to see if NIP can stand the wrath of Virtus Pro and Pasha that's found a gym. Two people that have also been hitting the gym. It's our casting squad. Let's jump in.
It's an absolutely ridiculous analyst desk, isn't it? Someone just docked these people just literally minus 10% of their salaries. I mean, it's outrageous, isn't it? All right, we are going to head into the game. It's Virtus Pro and NIP on Nuke. I love it. Do you love it, Samla? You don't like Nuke at all, do you?
You're asking me that question, Anders. It's a loaded question. You know what my answer is going to be. No, I hate Nuke. I hate Nuke.
It's amazing.
I hate it nearly as much as Cobble. But, you know, sometimes you just got to play on a map. And we don't get to choose. It's the players that get to choose. So there you go.
Well, it's odd, isn't it? Because in Vegas, we saw Nuke all the time. In Best of Ones, which I actually thought didn't make sense. And at that point, it just was a weird thing that everyone wanted to play it in Best of Ones. Now we're seeing it. I think it's a pretty good gamble for NIP. I mean, I think on any other map, they're going to get beat up even worse by Virtus Pro.
And you saw the recent head-to-head results there between the two. But unfortunately, that last result, what was it? Pro League? 16-8 win for NIP online.
Yeah. It's not quite the same, is it?
Yeah, this is land.
Doesn't count.
I mean, you know, you can't count on, what was it, going 12-3 versus VP every time?
No.
I
I think this could be an interesting game, but with winning the knife round as well, Freiburg at the end there, you saw him doing a pretty good job versus Pasha was called JJ for a short moment.
It was like this. It was like a samurai battle or something, you know? One strike. It had to be the perfect strike. They waited. They waited. The sun was in Pasha's eyes for a second. Freiburg saw his moment. He struck.
Stabbed him right in the face.
And that was it. It was done.
Look, I mean, I think it's going to make a big difference. They get start CT side, and the Virtus Pro will start on the T side. So we'll see if this is NIP's chance to really upset the situation here. I mean, the skill level right now between these two is pretty massive. And we'll see with Draken as well if he can have the impact that they're looking for on the CT side. We're about to head into the game. So if you're just joining us, then a big welcome here. It's Star Series, and it's NIP versus Virtus Pro. Best of one game. And we still have more coming up in the day. A really, really good game between G2 and SK is coming up later.
Yes!
It's going to be good fun. So definitely stay with us. We'll see how it goes. Already the smoke and the kit being picked up by Draken. And a lot of utility on the VP side. Look at this.
Smoke's already being used. Neo, he just threw his smoke. Pasha's still holding on to his. It's looking like it's going to be action ramp here in a moment, though. Neo trying to make some noise. It's starting to get a little bit confusing for NIP. But Forrest, look at how passively they're holding ramp. He's willing to give it up. He's looking for the shot, and he's not quite going to find it.
And he's just jumping around the corner like that. Forrest not able to get the shot, and now they're down the ramp towards the B bomb site. Freiburg with a great headshot. Going to be able to take down Bialy, and that's a strong start. They're going to be looking for a retake here, so being 5 versus 4 will definitely help them out. Now the bomb is being planted. Freiburg opening the doorway. He's going to go look for it, but that smoke, making sure he couldn't see a thing. That's some really great planning out of VP.
Freiburg looks like he's on point right now. He's moving quick. Snappy movements. Freiburg going for the chance, and he's going to win the fight. 2 kills for Freiburg now, including the knife. No, 3 with the knife. There's a smoke, and the defuse going through, but it's going to get denied by Snacks. Ballsy play by Draken, but they just got cut off.
Yeah, trying to smoke up that bomb. Now they're playing with the doors. Please, will someone end this? Snack's going to get one, and a second one too, but the bomb has been defused inside the smoke. It's NIP. Ninjaing the bomb right in front of Virtus Pro. It couldn't be any more fitting, could it?
I don't even know what to think anymore, Anders. That smoke is like the longest smoke that has ever been used in CSGO. Yes. You know that VP are just like, will it ever clear?
Look, those doors were dangerously close to suffering from just metal fatigue. Just, you know, all the time. It's ridiculous. All right, well, with a bomb plant, instead of saving for AKs the next round, Virtus Pro have lost their minds and have gone for Tech-9s, Mac 10 and what, 2 UMPs here instead, trying to see if they can bring it right back in the face of NIP in the following round. This is, I think, way too much.
Draken's got his scout. It's a risk, high risk, but high reward. You do not want NIP getting that economy built up on Nuke. CT side, if you can put a halt to them early, if you can limit their nades, this is the gamble from VP. Bialy not quite going to spot the man. Unfortunately for him, Forrest is pushed up by Big Red out in the yard. And there's the opening kill to start things off.
Flashbangs in for the ceiling windows. Freiburg couldn't get the lineup, but Existmo certainly will. And the quad kill coming through. 3 UMP kills and 1 USP, and it's done.
Oh, and he just barely missed out on picking up the M4 there at the end. tough break for Exist, but with all the money he just made with that UMP, he's not going to be feeling the pain too much. He's got 5,400 in the bank. Let's go. Jack, you want that op?
You could definitely do that. So the gamble for Virtus.pro not quite working out. Those ceiling flashbangs, by the way, they're very, very difficult to do. So I think in both in Source and 1.6, they were way more effective. And in this version, it's kind of hard to make it work properly. At least no one has figured out sort of the optimal way, it seems. But I still like the attempt from Virtus.pro, and if it had worked, yeah, you're right, they would have done a lot of damage to NIP. Taz in the corner, Freiburg. A bit too adventurous. Gonna end up going down, but he didn't have any guns on him.
He didn't have anything. What was that? He had a USP. Just looking for fights. Boris gonna try and buy some time out in the yard. Gets the goosh headshot down to 1 HP. Snacks. And there we go. That was just enough to give Pasha an edge.
Why NIP? Why is this happening? Even if he just had the USP, I'm still not sure why he would even feel any inclination to go and look for that. They knew what rifles they had last round. They could be almost 100% sure that Virtus.pro wouldn't have anything in this round. So just wait it out. Now, 3 versus 5, and Draken getting shot in the side of the head. Get right, picking up a kill, but... Oh no. Not like this, NIP.
Oh, fantastically amazing would that be. Taz knows that he's close as well. He's waiting for the moment. There's the flash. Runs right in. Could pick up the scout as well. He didn't see the man below. And Exist is now the last man alive here on the A site. 1v3. Can he hold the line with the UMP? He nearly did it. Not going to happen. Too many targets.
I don't know why they just did that.
Well, you're feeling confident. You're feeling pumped up. Exist just wrecked them single-handedly. Now you got to spend all your bank. All of the money. And I'm surprised to see them going for so many rifles when... Exist, he could go for that UMP and get full nades in a kit. Instead, he's going for the M4 Kevlar.
If you really wanted to use Freiburg as sort of a canary in the coal mine, then have him outside with Forrest. And have him be the one who distracts, and then Forrest gets the kills. But just very, very odd decision-making coming out of the Swedish side here. A nice wall, and we see it in even a great camera angle there. It lets Pasha gets all the way back. Yeah, you're right. Not quite 4K yet, but don't think anyone could even receive it, so whatever. 4 men sneaking through the smoke towards ramp, and Draken is there. Gets 1 kill. Now he can fall back. He legs him as well. That's great job here for the Swedish sniper. Pasha's also been taken out. NIP, they might get their revenge in this round. Snacks left, and not really for much longer. Snacks. They've only got the kill on Exist, and this is brilliant. I really think it was a stupid mistake for NiP last round, but if they can bring it back already, then it will make up for, well, maybe even do more than make up for it. Snacks goes down, and now the VP economy is looking really weird. 2 of their players could buy. The other 3 would have to go for Tech9s. Question is, do you want to take that risk?
Yeah, I'm curious if VP weren't expecting the op, if that was the big thing. If they were going to think that Forrest was going to play it passive like he did in the pistol round, right? If you're going to leave ramp open, maybe we can just rush down there, see if we can get close quarters on that B site again. Instead, they just got wrecked by that op, and that's just turned the tide. This is classic NiP kind of hold as well when you have Forrest playing in hell like that. Throwback to the OG days.
They actually go for it. 2 AKs, and the rest with a Tech9, so...
Let's dance.
Yeah, right now VP are just playing a hard game. Is it going to be too much? That's the question. Exist. Bit aggressive here towards the hut, and it's going to pay off. He takes down Taz and smartly backs off right away.
What is this setup going to be here for Virtus.pro? Snacks has got the smoke and flash combo here. 4 players still alive for VP, but no closer to getting onto a bomb site.
Yeah, I suspect this smoke is going to be for main, or mini, if you prefer. It can work really well, so that will at least make sure that Draken can't get in too quick. Yeah. Oh no, it touches the Molotov. That means maybe it's still going to be working. That could be very scary. I think it's meant to go a little bit further, but there doesn't seem to be a gap. Those kind of... variables that you can't really control can make a big difference. It did work out, I think, and they did manage to get down, get right, running in, looking for Neo. The bomb will be planted. And now it's a 4 versus 3 for the retake here. Get right out in the open, isolated, trying to reload. and he will have time for it. Draken shooting stacks in the back. Bialy goes down, and now Neo, 1 versus 3. He gets a headshot on Draken, and he's got the bomb in his position, looking for more. Takes down Forest Sprays, and Neo with a triple, taking down a third in Get Right, and now Exist coming in for the final kill. It's Neo with the ace, shutting down all of NIP. Unbelievable.
Let's go, Neo. That's how it's done. Taz can't even believe it. What a sick play. And the 1v4 at the end makes it look easy. Pure class. Let's watch that again. Yes, please. There's the first, and that's avoidable, but then just a series of duels after that.
Wow. You would have thought maybe NIP had enough time to group everybody up, especially when they had him isolated by the door, you know. A bit too stressed, a bit too panicked, and now NIP are the ones forcing up in. It is almost a slightly crazy force here. 2 M4s, a scout, some 5.7s. I'm not quite sure about this one. Forest lingering around by Volcano, ready to jump up if anything shows, but some long-range smokes here.
I like that a lot. That's very clean.
Impressive.
Not at risk of any aggression as well, being pushed back that far. And so yard control is there for VP. All 5, you can see them milling around, looking for a shot with that AWP as Snacks, but the rest of them pushing towards Secret. I believe that's Forest down below, exactly holding the angle. Decent spot to be holding as well. He can be able to fall back from here.
Those smokes were so far away that by the time they got to them, they were evaporating as they were crossing. If that was an AWP and not a scout, and Draken was in the right position, you can get killed like that. All right, well, still 40 seconds left. They know that they're down Secret, and Virtus Pro, I am not a big fan of them waiting quite this long. I think this could be a bit scary. Forrest's going to be falling back in, but he's definitely called it out. The backup should be coming in. Get Right holding the other angle. That's the bomb down on Neo, and Get Right sprays and gets a double. Pistols out again. He's looking for the headshot on Pasha, but he can't get it. But he may have bought just enough time here, 20 seconds, and this is really bad for Virtus Pro. Get Right with a big round.
He certainly has bought enough time, and in the meantime, Freiburg chimed in as well from the vents, and so they're just doing tremendous damage here. Forrest alive for days as well, because he's got a place to hide back there, and there's just no escape. Perfectly done here for NIP, reading VP like a book.
The madness continues.
Oh, and it looks like we had Snacks drop out. No, Bialy.
Yeah, just a quick disconnect, so it gives us all a bit of time to breathe here. Right now, this is setting up to be a crazy game. Neither of these two teams are willing to take any kind of real eco. Anytime they're close, they just force whatever they can. So we have all this trading going back and forth. Now, if it continues in this pattern, it will be VP coming out on top.
Yes.
But now, they can't even buy an AK. If they buy Tech-9s in this round, I think officially they may have lost their minds.
It's almost a question of whether or not they'd have to match Medic here, because he comes back with 1,400 Bialy, but he might have spent everything in the last round as well, so it wouldn't really matter. This is a double eco scenario for VP regardless. So curious to see, yeah, they're going to go for the force, right? Curious to see if they're going to try and go for the vents play again down to the B site to just get that bomb plant. Just you know, go for one of those older strategies that we've seen in the past, and they can be effective. But I would be surprised to see somebody from NIP holding on that upper site right there at Squeaky Door, trying to deny it.
They would have to double eco. I just not sure about it. Draken's got the AWP outside. They do smoke him off rather nicely, and shot rings through right between all the VP players. But Forrest is there, and with the help of a grenade as well, picking off Bialy. So already they're pretty softened up and trying to make their way down. Freiburg gets a kill on the bomb carrier there. Things aren't looking good for VP, even in terms of putting the bomb down. This could be tricky now. And look at Freiburg, incredibly aggressive and pushing right through. He's got that smoke covering him from behind, and Forrest to take down Snacks. So this is another wonderful round for NIP, with Freiburg getting a triple. And now, no bomb plant. They needed that, Virtus Pro.
They desperately needed a bomb plant in this sort of scenario, because now what kind of a buy you're going to have going into the next round, it's not going to be pretty. Whereas this is where NIP can stabilize. They finally have a chance. Should be a hard eco out of VP. You really want to try and get Exist in a position to shine with that SMG. Try and farm up as much money as possible, because no Kevlar. And really on CT side, look at this. The full buy from NIP. Just everything. So try and minimize your grenade usage in this round, and just try and save every buck you can if you're NIP.
Yeah, how much did they get? Like 2,200 after this? So it's going to be still going to be very minimal what they can buy in the next round. They will at least have AKs. Get Right? Bit of aggressive towards the trophy room. And the spray will be successful eventually. No reason to take any crazy risks. We've already seen what happens.
Yeah, not at all. They do have Pasha exactly out in yard. He has been spotted by Draken. And yeah, Forrest is there to back Draken up as well. Freiburg down in the vents, his customary spot. So now really this is all just about Nip working the map, but more importantly just exactly playing safe angles that you'll be able to fall back from.
Really taking the time, Virtus.pro. Hoping, and maybe for good reason. I mean, they've already seen evidence that NIP would come and look for them and fight them. So I think that's what they're hoping for once again, but luckily the Swedish team managed to stabilize themselves a bit. I think they realize now that Virtus.pro are here to play today. Snacks has gone down. He was the one who had the upgraded pistol. And Bialy, the last to fall. A flawless round for NIP. That's the one thing you don't want to hear if you're on the VP side. The money's starting to look pretty good for the Swedes.
Yep.
And Virtus.pro buying everything they can, but you can really tell it's not quite enough here. They need some of the Molotovs there, just to, especially for the after plants.
Yeah, without that bomb plant in the force buy round, the round before this one, right? They're limited. That's the $800 that's out of their pockets, and so that could have been the difference between Snacks picking up an op or not, or just full nades, like you say, right, with the Molotovs. So now they're somewhat limited. I'm curious if VP are going to try and change the pace, and it does look like it. So far, they're just going barreling towards Squeak Door. They could just try and rush straight down. Freiburg on upper is going to get picked by Taz to start, and Draken, he's up close with the op.
It's almost a 2-for-1. He gets the next kill too on Bialy. Draken really stepping it up here. He can't get the last one, but he's already done enough for us to close the round with a double kill. Draken, I need to see that first shot in slow motion, because that was very, very nearly a double shot. You look at the panic as well. As he's running back from Hut, he has no idea how to play that position, and then he still gets that double kill.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, no one knows how to play that.
Well, I mean, least of all VP. They're not expecting him to be in there with an AWP. What's this? Where did this guy come from? You kill Freiburg, you kill Exist. You're thinking, great, we got it on lock.
Man, that was really well done. 7-2. Now moving into the 10th round here. Things are now starting to look a bit weird for Virtus.pro. It's definitely not done. T-side of Nuke. If they can get 2 more rounds, then things are looking reasonable. But in the past, with the reintroduction of this map, we have seen some teams come up with much more than, 4 or 6 rounds on T-side. We've seen some really T-sided maps as well, so
that's kind of been the theme.
It's possible.
It is possible just for VP to get shut out like this, though. I mean, yesterday when we saw them play SK, they were trying to play aggressive on CT, and it felt like they were getting clobbered every single time. Here on T-side, they're making calls. We're seeing a variety in their strats as well. It's not like they're just rinsing and repeating the same thing over and over. And yet every time, at every turn, they seem to just be running into a wall. Really impressed with Nip's level right now. 7-2 on CT side for Nip. This is a great, great start to the half.
Yeah, it's definitely looking much better at the moment. Exist. Taking a couple of shots through. Just having a bit of a weird duel with Snacks on the other side. They're going to try and see if they can make their way down. The bomb is also down secret, so there could definitely be a bomb plant here. It might even be really difficult for them to stop it. Again, Freiburg, very aggressive, and he gets the 180 turn, taking it down, and Draken making sure there's not going to be a bomb plant. Actually, NIP managed to save that round. And that's Freiburg sacrificing himself to stop the bomb from going down.
Well played. Well worth it as well. And
yes.
There's the timeout. There's a tactical timeout getting called by Virtus.pro. But yeah, that's worth it. Any day of the week, if you're Freiburg, you're going to be like, right, again, stopping them from making that money. And there's plenty of money in the bank for Freiburg to rebuy fully. So no worries there.
Virtus.pro with the timeout. They do have a lot of money. All of them close, hovering right around the $6,000 mark. So they can buy whatever they want for this one. Now, do they have an execute? Do they have something planned that can be a bit better than what we've seen? There are some encouraging signs of your Virtus.pro. For one thing, they seem to consistently be able to get down secret. That not all teams can do that. Some teams don't even get that far. But but they can't get yard control beyond that. They're not pushing towards CT spawn, which is actually a weakness that a lot of teams in this new version of the map have shown, that they only have one player yard on the CT side. And when he gets pushed back or goes down, suddenly the C side controls everything. But NIP are doing a really good job at not doing that. Forrest is playing pretty good when he's out in yard, and they almost always have a backup style. Now it's Drake in there instead, but so Freiburg is instead going to be there to help him out. I like this.
But look, it is this 1-2 combo between Freiburg. Well, Freiburg trying to get back into Secret. That was not good enough. A little bit too slow to pull the trigger there.
I don't think they were expecting Pasha to charge the red container. And that rarely happens, so a bit crazy, but great job on Pasha. It's going to certainly give them the opening they needed here, Virtus.pro. Now, what did Nip do?
The curious part. They've got lobby control here, VP. They're just waiting for these smokes to clear. They have plenty of time to work around them, and Nip no longer have any smokes to use either. This is where the pressure starts to set in for NIP. They're going to come around the corner. You're going to have to hit that shot immediately. So Draken, does he dare go for a peek out into yard? He doesn't know where the op is in play, if there's an op in play, all of that jazz. So got to worry about the risks here.
Door is opened once. They do have a crossfire exist. Waiting on the other side, but making their way through. Forrest is already down and out. Exist going to turn around for the grenade. Now it's going to have to be a bit of a hero moment if they can claim this round back. NIP, it's a good start with Exist taking down Taz with a headshot, but he gets caught. Worst possible timing, Get Right with a spray. Can't connect, but Draken on the other side, though, picking up 2 big kills with the AWP. It's a 1-on-2, and they almost do line up for him. He's going to have to make his way out. That Molotov just a bit too hot to handle. Neo and Snacks, they should be able to play this round to perfection. He's got the AWP. They shouldn't really be letting him out at all from this heaven position. Molotov, not really going to do much to Neo, and now walking in, going to get shot right in the foot. And that will be a 3rd round for Virtus.pro. Very well done.
Yeah, despite Exist's best efforts. And Get Right with the panic spray come close with the M4A1. That's like the worst nightmare position. You're just internally screaming the entire time. But Exist is looking crisp. That was a very nice headshot to start things off. He just couldn't account for Pasha being in main like that. What a nice car. That looks like a, what? We need Sato here, for that sort of thing, like a Volkswagen Golf.
Yeah, I don't think he would call that a nice car, though. I feel like Matt's standards are higher than yours and I's. So I feel like
some would say unreasonable, unreasonably high.
I don't know, man. I watched that video where they were racing down in Germany. I want to try that too.
Dude, it's just I was laughing about Moses, but apparently like Sponge was literally covering his eyes, like curled up in the back seat the entire time.
I'm gonna book a man day with Sadokist at some point and just go there, just chill out. Get driven around. Draken alone out in yard. This is one of those slightly dangerous things to try and do, but we'll see how well he plays it. Staying alive matters just about as much as getting kills when you are in the yard like this, because if you go down, then suddenly the T's have so much control. It looks like Virtus.pro are really, really slow playing this one. NIP still had money to buy even losing that round. If they lose this one, though, it should be eco time, more or less. So Virtus.pro, a lot riding on this. Neo setting up this smoke is going to land towards heaven, and he does it pretty much perfectly. See if they can make it work for this push.
Taz covering the rear. There's 2 players in ramp right now. If VP decides to wrap around, Freiburg catches Neo in the feet. And now you can see the defense set in. Get Right, Forrest, Draken, they're all rotating down to ramp. There's going to be a big fight here in just a moment. Draken misses the shot, though. There was the golden opportunity. But Forrest is there to trade.
And I think Get Right misplayed that. I don't know why he wouldn't wait for his teammates to come in there. Now lining up for Freiburg. He's going to pick up 1. Couldn't get the follow-up headshot. Looked like he had the angle for it now. 13 seconds. No smoke for Bialy. If they go and pick him now, he's done for. But he will get the bomb plant. Snacks is going to be going down. And now nothing left. Bialy drops next to Exist, and the round is over. NIP managed to claim it back, and they only have money on 2 players here, Virtus.pro. This is disastrous.
Yeah, the reset coming through. Just like that. And if you're following the trend, I guess, can we see a force buy here from VP? You got the money to go Tech 9 armor with nades.
I just wouldn't. I would set my sights on 4 rounds here.
Okay.
Give them 10, then, if you're really good, you can win 5, but get the rifles to at least get one more round. Yeah, that was dangerous for a second there, because I think Get Right, I don't know if he was scared that they were going to Molotov him. Maybe that's why he thought, I have to go and peek now. But he had 2 teammates right there, so if they had counted to 3 and gone for it, the crossfire should have been enough to kill the round right there, actually.
Well, again, breaking the windows. This has been fairly common for Neo and for VP, and so not a whole lot for Nip to read into just yet.
saw just last round when Neo puts the smoke to heaven and then they end up going ramp instead. So just a lot of mind games, and it's tricky. It's really difficult when you're the player holding inside of those bomb sites. You're gonna call these small things out. You know, okay, they smoked heaven, and then you hear the footsteps and you wonder, are they actually coming or not? Especially if you're flashed, right? If you make the wrong call for your team at that point in time, really bad things happen. Grenade, not doing anything. No one on that side of the smoke. And Molotov. Still have another one left on Draken, who's outside. Bialy seems to be sneaking in towards Mini. Right around the corner. If Freiburg gets this first kill, he's heard them already going down the ladder. Freiburg, timing is everything right now. Get right, does spot it out. Down to 37 seconds here as Pasha goes down.
Great patience there demonstrated by Get Right as well. Not going for the spray and pray, just taking his time with it. The bomb has been planted, so small success, a big success. In fact, 2 big kills coming in here for VP. Things are getting interesting, although, as I say it, Exist and Draken find their own frags. And it's down to Taz and Snacks. Snacks has the AK, though. Positioning, he's backing up Taz. They're doubled up. But they have a smoke for the defuse here, and IP, they need to be smart about it.
It's already up. Forrest actually on top of the silo there. And Taz right underneath him. Somehow they haven't seen each other. Taz firing furiously into the smoke. Can't see a thing. And he's going to go down now. It's Snacks. Can he get the right angle? Forrest with his back turned. And Draken, there's nothing he can do any longer. And Snacks going to go and fight him. It's a bit aggressive. He gets a triple. And Virtus Pro win the round. Very, very well done. That was a great afterplant for them. 4-9. And moving into the 14th round. And a tactical timeout being called by Virtus Pro. Is it?
It is. Tactical timeout used by Neo. A little bit of time to discuss here with Cuban. Curious to see who's doing any of the talking. Perhaps it is Cuban. This is something that I've heard more and more of, that the coaches are getting more involved with the call of the tactical timeout. That it's not so much the in-game leader in-game, but it's the coach kind of giving him a tap on the shoulder saying, okay, you know, have some information to communicate here.
Right now, NIP have got to be very worried because they're 9-4, and that's looking good. But only really 3 of them can buy. The other 2 would have to go either FAMAS or Pistol. So if they lose this round, suddenly the game could end up 9-6. And then Virtus will just be celebrating everything. Great, this is perfect. UMP, of course, on Get Right instead. But yeah, this is not done yet. Even if NIP have done a good job, Virtus Pro, I mean, like the desk is saying, one of the best teams in the world at playing Nuke.
Yeah, they are monsters on this map, which is why I was wondering for Nip, in Nip's case, that they were going to go ahead and try and face VP here. Draken getting aggressive, though. Taz not quite going to find it. 41 HP left, but he manages to dart back to safety, Draken. And it's still a 5-on-5.
Don't be so distant, don't be so distant, so distant, distant from me, from me. You're so close, and yet so far. So I fight it, and here we are in each other's arms. Take it back, just for one night. Take all the wrongs and pretend that we're alright. Feel the rhythm in our songs, let them entwine. 'Cause you know what you do to me. It's not fair, I don't care. Take you there, make it mine before we're out of time, out of time. Let's synchronize. To the beat, come on, step with me. Let our bodies sing in harmony till the morning light. Synchronize. I got to say. My heart is on display, but I'm not afraid. Yeah, I'm not afraid. Why you been getting crazy? I've been getting dizzy, trying not to keep you in mind. Now I look 35 and suddenly enticing since you came back in my life. I've been waiting for you, been waiting for you, been waiting for you. I've been waiting for you, been waiting for you, been waiting for you. Do what you gotta do, yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do. I've been waiting for you, been waiting for you, been waiting for you. You left without a line. Was it by design? If what you want is time, don't go wasting mine. Don't be wasting mine. When it's starting to get old, I'm not trying to be cold. I just think it's time that you see. Now I can't wait forever. Guess it's now or never. But for you to get with me. I've been waiting for you, been waiting for you, been waiting for you. I've been waiting for you, been waiting for you, been waiting for you. Do what you gotta do, yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do. I've been waiting for you, been waiting for you, been waiting for you. I've been waiting for you, been waiting for you, been waiting for you. I've been waiting for you, been waiting for you, been waiting for you.
Here I am again, floating through the silence in my cold skin. My body is wearing thin. My fears tell me I'll never win. My body is wearing thin. And there's darkness here. The whole world I fear. In my room I seem to drown. ice in my cold skin. My body is wearing thin. My fears tell me I'll never win. My body is wearing thin. And there's darkness here. The whole world I fear. In my room I seem to drown. But I won't let them take me down. I won't let them take me down. I won't let them take me down, down, down. I can't tell you why. All I know is that I know I feel it deep inside. I couldn't shake this even if I tried. I can't tell you how. Something's telling me that if we walk away right now, we may never know what love is all about. Every rooftop talk, every stolen kiss, every late night walk, every secret wish, every second chance, every time we dance underneath the light of the street lamp.
One more day to go for the group stage games, and 2 teams already secured their spot in the playoffs. We'll be playing in front of that crowd here in Kiev, Ukraine. It is the I-League Season 3 finals here, brought to you by StarLadder, and myself, Machine, as your host. We've already lost 2 teams as well. We lost the Chinese rosters, in fact, both of them, Tyloo and 5-Power falling. We still have Asian representation, though, MVP in the mix. Welcome to the desk, Duncan Thorin Shields and Yanko YNK Paunovic. Boys, it is early. We are bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, and bushy-haired. I haven't put my hair gel in yet.
With the bush, Alex.
And my nose is running, so this is going to be fantastic because we don't.
Better buy better stuff.
That's not great.
Press your cough button, Alex.
I would love to, wouldn't I? Okay. Woo, let's get into this. Yanko, yesterday we did get to see 2 teams locked in. That was the kind of the big story of yesterday, and this is, of course, the results we witnessed. Where would you like to pick and start this conversation?
Ooh, there's a couple of interesting topics. I think one probably the most interesting for people who are going to be at the venue here is Navi already securing their way into the playoffs, and they've just continued to be dominant across the board. It's similar. Like the results are similar to what we saw at the E-League Major from them, going 3-0, but the way in which they did it is a bit different. This time, both Guardian and Simple have shown up. Guardian, the highest rated player of the tournament so far, and Petter from HLTV also tweeted out an interesting fact. It's that Guardian has 42 kills with the AWP, while Simple has 0. So that shows you that they've kind of finally set in terms of roles and who's going to do what in the team.
And I suppose that still means they do have a double up to fall back to should they need it, just not necessary at this point in time. Duncan, what about you? I mean, yes, I guess we turn our attention to the French.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was the game of the day on paper, but in the actual server, I mean, it was still a fantastic game to watch, but what you were marveling at was how dominant G2 was. And remember, this is against the SK Gaming, who kind of to turn the tables on them. They'd just done that to VP. They'd absolutely stomped VP the day before, so I think now we finally got like a good test for G2. In fact, if anything, I think G2 is more in the category of what Nanko was saying about Na'Vi at the Major, where they had the blitz through the group stage, but Party is like, can this hold? Because you know if it does, then it could go to the final. You know, they're in this kind of form at the moment, and it's the dream start for the French.
A dream start for the French and for all French fans as well. Certainly any Counter-Strike fan is going to be enjoying what they're seeing in the server. Some good stuff being played out by Na'Vi, and G2 has got them locked in, and we're going to be finding out today. 9 best of 1s, strap yourself in. Your day is pretty much set in stone now. You're going to be hanging out with us talking about Counter-Strike. It's going to be awesome. Now, to talk about Counter-Strike, it's best to see some, and that's what we're going to go ahead and do, and just recap some of those games we've already highlighted, see how those teams locked themselves in, and where Tyloo and 5-Power went home. Let's have a look.
Does face towards the apartments and gets the kill. Lovely shot from him.
Lovely indeed. Zine with another assist now that he's picked up the AK-47. Making it work with the limited weaponry. They've got the man advantage. And Zoking is going to try and push all the way towards CT and cut off rotations. Finds 1, finds 2, sprays down 3. Very well done. Let's just go in. Blinded off on Catwalk. This is a reasonable time to use the split screen because you can see both approaches of the defense. The crossfire that is set. Somebody snaps back well to take out Rinda. Zine and Argent C left alive, excuse me. Zine's done well, but he's in a 1 versus 3, 12 HP, gets it down to just 2. Chances of winning limited. He needs an ace. And like I say, 33 seconds, he may have the bomb. They know where he is.
And he might just have a chance of winning this one. Maybe.
It's pretty good to get to A that quickly. If he can jump on the first shot quickly. Ooh, I thought they were going to confront each other right away. He may do. Thinks about A main. Decides Tetris instead, wants to peek aggressively as well because of the HP, needs to catch them off. If he's predictable, he goes down. They're both going to peek. Needs a headshot, gets 1. Surprisingly, no response, and Zine walks back out. He's got 2 with 12 HP, and that's an ace. Smoke and the flames and a kill. FNX is low. He could have easily capitalized. Lucas goes down. They've opened up the site once more. 5 men in B, Immortals. You're gonna need 2. Double nade from Stevie. Gets 2. Unless they swing wide here and don't get taken down immediately, because then there's nowhere to hide and they're going to double face. But he gets the first kill because they're not expecting it. Line up for the second. Not 7 trying to peek it out and win it. Can't. Bolts. Ooh, does very well, in fact, to find the third. From the CTs, they've rotated over, but most got the first shot on the on the AWP. Had Rain been a step sooner, he may have been taken down by Zeus, but he looked away, and that gave him the jump. It gets 2. As a result, and Mo's locked into sight. Line up for Rain. He's got 4 in the round.
They just didn't bring them anyway. It's not really, doesn't make any sense, does it? Now we're back to pistols. Kusta trying to be very sneaky, but it doesn't really work out. It's taken already quite a while for them to get to this spot, and Zero with a great headshot taking down Ricky Finesse next in line. Zero doing a great job at the moment, a triple kill on him and Cutler, in a lot of trouble as well, and ends up going down. Zero actually coming in for it at the end with a quad kill.
Single P250 picked up here by Vegas. Oh, so much nade damage. MSL down to 3 HP. There's the Molotov too. You're all dead, men.
Oh my god. Carnage. Top banana seized. I think that's 3 kills.
Split onto A, right through main. There's the opening pick. Exist with the entry frag. Drops Bialy immediately, but Taz is able to reply. Not before Exist shoots him in the back. Exist, the beast.
Doing more work. He's going to get the quad kill. Now he's on 1 health, but Neo is the only one to stop them. Get right. Looking at the right angle and sneaking through the fire. There is Neo. He's going to get the headshot, and now Exist on the other side. 1 health to get the ace, and Neo creeping around. Exist going to be going down. Neo to clutch it for his team with a triple kill, saving it and keeping Virtus.pro in this match.
Going to force back up. A couple of AKs, Tech 9s on the board, and looking like they are about to just pick up this pace, but Kenny's rotated, has to fall back, and they're pushing onto his position, getting very quickly. Nice shot from Body, though, and he's going to be picking up 2, 3, and looking for 4. Body with a massive play, and he finishes it with the ace. What they could have got in this round off the back of that. It is a bit of a weird scenario to take. Either way, very aggressive push. Double, make it 3, 4 from Device. It's eco frags, but it's still impressive. Dennis baiting out for that AWP that will be holding the angle. He'll look to try and push, try and take the damage, and he actually gets a couple. Lovely stuff from Glaive. He's going to get 3.
Which leaves us with the remaining teams. 2 in, 2 out. And the rest will be battling it out today. Duke it out in 9 guaranteed maps of Counter-Strike for you to look forward to. And the first one starts right now. They're actually set up on the stage. A crowd has started to form as well. It is open to the public today here in Kiev. Bright and early, and they're already here to watch some of their favorite players play. MVP, though, versus Immortals, where I'll be talking to Thorin and YNK now. And I think we have to start the discussion by remembering that we didn't think we'd see Phoenix.
We didn't. We're definitely not going to. I guarantee we won't see them. We won't see them at all, Alex. I can confirm that to you.
We didn't think we'd see MVP today, did we, guys?
You want to see them so badly.
So badly, like desperate. I don't know where this has come from.
Just say MVP and that's it.
I know. I desperately want to get it right. Okay. Hey, let me try again. Let's rewind.
Yeah.
You guys didn't see that. So, MVP. I mean, you know what, guys? Some of us didn't expect to see them coming into this day, wouldn't you say?
They certainly could have been out. Obviously, it helped that we had actually then play against Tyloo, so one of those teams had to stay in at that point in time. But I mean, if you remember the regional matchup, actually, historically, Tyloo, at least with the other lineups, is fairly dominant against their region. You know, they very rarely ever lose a series. So I think actually, yeah, MVP obviously already could have been out. They're a region where actually Korea has had no impact on CSGO at the moment. Yeah, we know Tyloo's done some things. Obviously, we had the Mongols a while ago, but at the moment, Korea done nothing at all. So people are already writing them off like they're out. This is the last match for them. They're out. But this would be another chance for a massive upset.
A massive it would be. I mean, Immortals, though they may have been, well, struggling in the tournament, they're in the same bracket as MVP, Yanko. There is higher expectations surrounding the Brazilians. I'll let you outline why.
Well, I think the issue is that their level at this tournament has been very underwhelming compared to what we saw at Katowice, right? I mean, you look at the players on the screen, the likes of FNX coming in from SK, you know, the kind of success that he's had, some performances that we've seen from Henny with the AWP. I think Bolts has actually been quietly the star of this team for a very, very long time. He's had amazing individual performances. He was the in-game leader prior to the arrival of Steel as well. Yeah. So on paper, you have a lot of good ingredients to make this team work. But at this particular tournament, as I've said, it's been pretty disappointing from them. They've been struggling, even in the games against Firepower. You know, at times they look like they've been bullied at the beginning of that game. So definitely a wake-up call for them. They did get a bit lucky, has to be said, getting MVP in this draw, meaning that they have a good chance of just needing one more best of one to get to the playoffs, which is something that, you know, looking at their game, you wouldn't think that maybe it's even deserved.
Oh, absolutely, especially Duncan, because we've seen some of the other best of ones go all the way down to the wire. There is still potential for MVP to surprise here. I mean, am I saying that just because I'm kind of hopeful, or is there genuinely from an analytical point of view?
I think it mainly depends on Immortals. Like, here's the thing. If some of the Immortals players show up, we know they can be very explosive, and actually that style of play, in theory, can intimidate the opponent or make you... Like, I think people just get really tilted when Eddie's going off, you know, because he has such a fast style. It's so aggressive, you know. But I have to say, every game we've seen so far, MVP's actually been in it, especially early on. Like at the beginning of the game, they're always trading rounds backwards and forwards. And I think, yeah, based on what we saw against Firepower yesterday, it's not like the Immortals players play flawlessly either and play really disciplined. So I think early on, yeah, there's a chance, but they probably have to get rolling early MVP, because we've seen late in games is when these Asian teams tend to lose, and late in rounds is when they kind of fall apart a little bit.
I mean, also in that game against Firepower, Bolts had 38 kills in less than 30 rounds, so that was a monster performance by him.
Yeah, spectacular stuff from Bolts. I mean, it's kind of crazy when you do look at Immortals and where the players have come from. It does just seem like a point you made yesterday, I think it's worth reiterating this morning, regarding how their fate is almost sealed. If you kind of go to SK in one way, or LG at the time, return, you're never really getting back there, and so all of your energy and drive has to be into making this the best team in South America.
Yeah, I mean, it is literally a fact that every single player in the lineup has been cut by Fallen at some point in CSGO.
Is it really?
Yeah. So normally on the other ones, we're like, I don't know if we can call them the rejects. No, literally, factually, the rejects of Fallen's teams, apparently. But obviously, the key thing is what makes them still an interesting team. Admittedly, they haven't been so good in this tournament. Is that the actual mix of players is a lot more kind of optimistic than it was back when they were Games Academy and they were just like one or two players there. They've actually gotten a decent kind of bunch of players, decent mix now at this point in time. The key to me is, now that FNX has come over, and he's obviously not going to deliver what Phelps used to do, I think we have to see that growth from someone like Henwa. Has to become a more, you know, dominant player, has to become an AWPer that everyone fears every single game, because before he could kind of mess around being like a third player in the team, but I think without Phelps, you really need more firepower from the guys.
Yeah, well, on the hunt for firepower, first we need to give them a map for that firepower to materialize on. There was another word I was looking for, but couldn't quite find it. So when we talk about maps, the fact there are some trends already in the maps that have been played between these two teams in those best of ones. Mirage and Cobblestone, a recurring trend. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if we can bring that veto up. Word on the street is we are almost ready to go, so it'd be foolish not to get that veto done ahead of time. But one map, I'll let you brainstorm, Yenko. I'll let you start kind of brainstorming where this veto could potentially go. I imagine it's quite difficult with MVP, but sure. But I mean, Immortals. What's
I mean,
the
what you just said, Cobble and Mirage are both like very plausible options for both teams. It's the maps that they're most comfortable on. I don't think that if you're Immortals, you need to like vetoed those maps because you saw that MVP likes to play them and you want to put them on an uncomfortable map. You just need to feel confident that you're the better team, that you have the better individuals, and be willing to play them on pretty much any map. So I think we're going to end up on something that's definitely going to be okay for MVP as well. And they've shown some promise. I mean, guys like HSK, for example, even though Zigan is supposed to be the star player of the team, HSK as the primary opper, he's had a lot of like kills with the op, kills per round with the AWP as well. He's just had a good tournament all around.
Plus, we still haven't seen Kale, the 16-year-old player who everyone within the team is saying, like, you know, he could be the best player in the team, so much potential. Even in the games that were close, he hasn't really shown up yet. It seems like, I don't know, LAN jitters, first international experience, something's holding back a bit. So actually, there's still some potential undiscovered, unexplored within the MVP team. And also, I know from talking to Rambo, the coach of the team, he also actually put Cash in the mix as like a map that is one of the ones that they've got a decent kind of record on as well. But if you think about Immortals, those are three maps they absolutely are going to play. I mean, Cash is further down the equation, but thinking where the bans could go, absolutely could end up on Mirage. Cobble's got to be a possibility if you play Immortals.
I think regardless of the map they play, MVP needs to come out with something similar that Firepower did yesterday against Immortals. You know, just play without any fear. If you're gonna go out with a bang. I think that's the only way that they can have a chance against Immortal. Because if you come into the game being scared and thinking maybe we shouldn't like be over aggressive, stuff like that, I think they're just going to get outclassed by Immortals.
You got to go Henry G style. If you're gonna go out for the night, go out with a bang.
Good one.
I like that. All right. And I mean, you know, while we have them on screen, Argency, of course, admittedly, all of our information is coming from their English-speaking coach, Team 3D Rambo, from way back when. But you're talking to him, and he actually says that Argency is the leader still. Well, because of course he can't be calling every round, and there is a bit of a discrepancy between how perhaps Rambo wants to approach the game and Argency. Argency wants to try this very much a loose style, like, oh, it's okay, just go slow, and we'll maybe go for a quick rush somewhere, and he wants very loose on the fly calls. And there's a discussion I want to kind of transfer from what's going on in the MVP camp to on the desk. You know, when you are no doubt an underdog, when you have an opportunity to prepare, when you know your opponent ahead of time, when you have an opportunity to perhaps surprise them, do you not think, Yanko, having a bit of that, you know, hey guys, everyone knows what you're doing if I say strat X? And I feel like that might very well be necessary to kind of stop the jitters.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if you want to be the best team in the world, then you need to have a mixture of both. But for a team that's only breaking out in the scene, I think that's the one thing that's the most difficult to master as an individual player as well. Being able to react on the fly, to realize what's going on the map, basically based on the information you get from your teammates, and play in that. That's why what Fnatic used to do was, you know, an anomaly to an extent. The level at which they were able to play with that style was pretty insane. So especially for a younger and inexperienced player like Kale, whatever, like he would benefit greatly from not having to, you know, think about that and just knowing what he has to do and focus on the crosshair. And even against some of these teams, they're not really used to execute heavy styles, so maybe you can even catch them off guard with a couple of cool executes.
Cool executes, sure. However, there has been a recurring trend lately where some of the best teams in the world, like you said, Yanko, have some of that, sure, but there's also a great deal of walk into the site and just be the better aimers. Even at the world-class Counter-Strike, Duncan, that exists and is a viable strategy.
Sure, but obviously that's an exception, you know. Either it has to be your role that you do that, and even then you're almost like incorporating a little bit of autonomy into the bigger system, or you've just got to be someone who's got so much experience, you know what you're doing, then people can trust you. I mean, one of the reasons why I'm certain MVP heading onwards will be a team that play more and more structured and more like kind of like flowchart CS is that Rambo himself, when he was a player, was someone who was like a guy who always knew every angle that they were going to come from, had a really good sense for the game and how to read it. So I think individually that's always been his philosophy. Like, you've got a very methodical approach to the game. It's all based on practice, etc. So he's probably trying to transfer that to the guys from MVP. It's just, he told me he still has a little bit of a barrier in terms of the language, because he speaks some Korean because of his family, but I don't think he was the most diligent student, put that way.
Sure. Yeah, enough to understand, enough to communicate. And this is our sponsor coming in with the odds. Heavy favor towards Immortals, 1-5. I think that pretty much seems to be nodding heads on the desk as well. That makes a little bit of sense. There is potential, however, as we said, and I think the best way to put it was Duncan just saying, it kind of we look at Immortals to see if MVP have a chance.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, with that said, vetoes will help as well. Now we can do those maps, and the discussion seems very clear with the fact that they've only played 2 maps between the 2 teams. Mirage and Cobble, the only 2 maps played so far in the tournament for both the Koreans and the South American side. But take us on a journey, Duncan, as we try and find that map.
Okay, so we actually get cash tokens straight out immediately. So apparently it was me that got played there by Rambo. So well done. You got me on that one. You made me think that you were going to go cash. You weren't. So Immortals, I mean, I think Nuke could be a fairly obvious one to go. Actually, it's interesting that they never play Train nowadays, seemingly, because, I mean, that was obviously always a map that they were testing in the past lineups and going back to. So they take out Overpass, actually a map where if you go back 7, 8 months, it's sort of a top 3 map for them. They used to play it quite a lot, but for whatever reason, it's gone away for them. Let's see if MVP want to allow Cobble to stay in. They've taken out Train themselves, actually. I think logically Nuke would probably be the next one, I think, for Immortals. I think it's about the time to get it out of the way and then see what remains.
Yeah, if they want to slightly gamble, they can probably get an advantage here by not vetoing, vetoing Nuke and going for Mirage, because MVP probably can't take that risk, you know, of leaving Nuke in. But they do.
I think we're going to end up on Inferno here.
Yeah, Inferno or Nuke.
I mean, it's hard to see why MVP especially. I mean, the bans for Immortals, and Immortals doesn't really play Nuke, you know. They've played the odd game of it, but...
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we don't know as much about MVP. I wouldn't assume they're a team that plays Nuke, but then again, Inferno is also a new map, so, you know, one of the two they would kind of have to.
Yeah, we're going to end up on the Joker map.
Inferno. You know what's crazy as well is that, you know, we just had a best of 1 veto process that got down to the 2 newest additions to the map pool. That doesn't happen very often, does it, really? Well, reintroduction, of course, for Inferno. I don't want to.
Well,
as with Nuke.
This is a good sign for MVP.
Well,
never played Inferno.
What do you say about that one?
I'm not sure if this was a gamble on their side by vetoing Cobble and then expecting Immortals to veto something else.
I think they went too early with the Mirage ban. They should have saved that for the last one, you know.
Yeah.
Because once you've done it, you kind of shown your hand.
Yep. You know what? I am just quadruple checking that, and in the last 3 months, this 5-player team has never played Nuke. Excuse me, Inferno. Or Nuke. How outrageous. Perhaps they've been scrimming it hard. I mean, that's something, right? I mean, if you've been playing at scrims, but there's no real documented evidence of you playing it. We talked about being an underdog and surprising. Playing a map you've never played before, or at least not in the last 3 to 6 months. That's a big statement.
It's a curveball.
Yeah, that's the Badger.
I think it's safe to say. I mean, it's interesting the way they went about the veto process. So I don't know if they were expecting Immortals to in the end go for Nuke. I'm not sure how their stats look like on that map, but definitely something that Immortals wouldn't expect. I have no idea what MVP has in store for them.
And if you think about the fact that Inferno, the old version, obviously wasn't in the map pool for, I mean, about a year almost, like maybe just under a year. In theory, except for scrims on the new version, some of these players might almost have never played Inferno. Maybe they played Matchmake, because remember, some of them weren't even in this team about 6 months ago, 7 months ago. So they might have never competitively played Inferno at all.
I mean, yeah, actually, upon review, it does look like they've got about, in the last 3 months, about 10 documented games with this 5-player roster. So, I mean, the chances are you're not going to be playing too many of those on Inferno. But, I mean, let's turn our attention to Inferno then as a map in general. We've seen an awful lot of it this tournament, and just to get some kind of opening thoughts on how this map has been playing out in your mind. Start with you, Yanko, just to know how you've been. Surely you've got a good feel for how both the bias works, how the pacing is. I mean, are you a fan?
Yeah, it's very interesting how teams approach banana control now. You have the likes of, was it Astralis? In that Astralis North game, like North very aggressive early on, managing to get banana control on the T side, which is something that's proven to be very difficult for teams. Then on the that was a great game to display T side North Astralis, because Astralis had a different style because they were so far behind after the first half. They kind of went for more of a fast-paced style towards the A bomb site early on to force basically North to put more attention to that, and then it was easier for them to get banana control. So a lot of it revolves around banana, not just because it's an important part of the map to control if you want to execute towards B, but also because you deny a lot of information for the CTs and you force them to be honest towards that B bomb so they can't rotate the 4th player towards A. And if that's the case, A can also be difficult to hold when you only have 3 players and if you don't have all the utility.
Okay, perfect. Well, we'll leave it there. It does seem like our desk is expecting to see stuff from the Immortals, and now an Immortal casting duo to kick things off. Let's go ahead and jump straight into MVP Immortals.
Thank you, Alex. Yes, it is Elimination Day here, and we've got MVP taking on Immortals. Koreans versus the Brazilians. I like this Inferno pick. I like it a lot.
But do you like it from Immortals, or do you like it from MVP, who just don't seem to have anything on the map at all?
I know, crazy enough, I like it from MVP. Because we see Oppers struggle on the T side, and if you have someone like Henny who's going to be a massive impact player, putting him on a map where it is a little bit more uncomfortable for Oppers, that's pretty nice stuff. Despite the fact that they've never played it, so that'll be fun.
Yeah, I think the only problem really is, though, yesterday it wasn't Henny who they had to worry about. It was actually Bolts who had an absolutely incredible game. I think just sort of dragging his team through against the other Chinese team that they faced, and or the other Asian team, I should say. But still, it's one of those sort of situations where you can isolate that one player, but the other four are still going to be a big threat and should just be able to outclass MVP, in all honesty.
Well, that's also why the Inferno pick, I think, is so intriguing, just because if you're MVP, you kind of have to do something like that, right? You are so massively outclassed that you do have to kind of take a risk somewhere. Get them on a map that maybe they don't like as much. I mean, yeah, it's not great for you, obviously, but you have to do something to try and even things out. So hopefully Rambo has something prepared for them on Inferno. They've been practicing it, you know, secretly. A lot of faith in Rambo.
Yeah, I do have to say, like, in terms of, like, statistics, I think Machine said towards the end that they actually only have 10 maps listed total. So realistically, if you're going based off stats, MVP are not going to be winning anything in this tournament. It's not going to be that's not what we're looking for, really, in this sort of matchup. We're hoping that just in terms of preparation, I think we know just in general from esports, the Koreans and prep, they go very, very well together. So hopefully they do have something ready for this map.
Yeah, and also one of the cool things, I know Yanko referenced some of the HLTV stats that have been tweeted out by Peter, but one of the other ones was that Immortals actually have like the worst opening kill success rating in the entire tournament. MVP's at about 50% of the rounds. They get the first kill of the round. I believe Immortals, if I remember correctly, was down at like 29 or something like that.
Yeah, I think
right
maybe
around
27.
Right
It was
30.
very, very bad,
yeah,
whatever
it was not good. So, I mean, here's the thing. If they go into this match, especially on a map like Inferno, if you're getting that entry kill consistently, you're going to be able to grind some rounds out on that T side. You're going to be able to make some things happen. So there's some danger there for Immortals, but still. Just, I mean, you said it perfectly when it is a little bit of, even if you neutralize one player on the Immortal side, you think FNX, you think Bolts, you know, these players are going to outclass the MVP guys in terms of experience, in terms of skill probably. So also, I mean, Ken Yang, the manager of MVP, actually came up and even told us before the match that his guy's very, very nervous at the moment. Probably one of the first times they've played on a big stage like this in front of, knowing this is going to be a big event. The crowd's not filled out yet, but it's still gonna give you sweaty palms. So it's going to be, there's a lot of new experiences here for the MVP guys.
Yeah, well, we are going. We're underway. We're into this elimination match. Obviously, one of these teams will be heading off after this match. The other will look to go into that sort of 2-2 face-off later on in the day. And already we look at the investment, and Henny, he's got himself a trusty little D, quite a bit of utility onto Steel. But at the moment, they're just waiting, seeing if the CT side will take their peak.
Henny with the Deagle, so he's going no armor. Steel's got a Molotov, 2 flashbangs as well, so they've got something to do. Very, very passive from both teams. I mean, look, Immortal's not even really taking a whole lot of control. They have gained ult mid, but they haven't pushed in towards apartments. And MVP, Zion is being very, very cautious about how he peeks down Banana.
Yeah, looking like they're making their way further and further up second mid, taking quite a bit of control, clearing angles, seeing if there's any aggressive pushes coming out from MVP at the moment, but they are playing very passively. In fact, the first point of contact is actually likely to be that Arch player, although now they make their way through the apps towards Rinder, who is going to be waiting on the other side, and, well, he's got that CZ. He's got a lot of players to find, gets the first, but has to try and fall back. Using the nade will do a little bit of extra damage onto Henny, but they're now already pushing out towards the site. There's going to be a couple waiting round, looking more like a retake play, but a lovely shot from Lucas will deny any chance back in for now, and the bomb is going to be planted for this T side, and the rotation has to come back around. They're waiting, they're watching to see if there's anybody in behind. Henny with the Deeg is just going to be waiting over towards this pit to try and find anything more, but it's actually HSK, and now with the missed shots, we're starting to lose players left, right, and center. Only FNX remains, and, well, they don't have themselves a kit, but they can just find him pretty quickly. He's stuck in the corner, spamming away, and Zine is going to end his life. An MVP 3 versus 4 retake.
Yeah, what an impressive retake. Great performance from Zion as well, because it looked so dicey when they lost pit like that. Only one player in the balcony to watch for that, no one else in sight. That second kill from Lucas, I thought, would seal it when he picks that player off from pit all the way over towards small pit. Thought that would be the one that kind of, I mean, with light utility, you basically the only option you have is just to hit some incredible shots on the retake. And MVP start things off well. That peek into Halls, like it's 1 kill and also all the information. And Immortals, do they choose to force up here? Do they choose to save for the next round? And I believe they're going to save for the next round. It looks like a no armor, just some upgraded pistols. So the buy will be out in the 3rd round of this half.
Yeah, and actually MVP, well, they are looking at that meta that we've seen quite a bit now for the last few months. It's those trusty UMPs. Now, this could be a bit more risky going into the next round, but it should be perfect to farm up some cash in this. They've gone for a little bit of a boost onto that short control. They have completely abandoned Banana, so the T's are going to get that one for free.
I mean, no real reason to contest it if you're Immortals. If you're MVP. No reason to push out and kind of challenge that. You got to expect that it is going to be a pretty weak buy out of the Immortals side just because they got that plant. So play it passively. Let them come into this crossfire. You have the UMPs. Get some bonus money. You have full utility as well. The tough part is there's no nades on the Immortal side. There's no indication this execute is going to come in. So these Molotovs probably won't have very much to do. Smoke is nice. They're going to have to come through it. How well is this crossfire going to work out?
Already starting off, Kale will be able to get one, but he's going to get overwhelmed. And Zine already dinked up. This could be at least a bomb plant, but he's still doing work, holding them off for now at least. We're going to have a nice little look at the desk. And
well, this is that's the analyst desk. It's empty. No one's there. Yeah, so I'm assuming that is going to be a closeout for MVP.
Just about. They do actually get the bomb down.
Okay.
And take down 3 players. So
yes.
That's not bad at all.
But I think they did lose. Yeah, they lost a lot of players on the MVP side, so that's a bit rough. Which is a little bit of a bummer, and that's kind of how passive that crossfire was. You could see that player from CT Spawn trying to kind of peek in behind that smoke and get the info, but Immortals just walked in. They were expecting some kind of indication that hit was going to come. You could see they were kind of relying on some smoke, some flashbangs streaming over the walls so they would know when to use their own utility, and just didn't happen.
That round also, that was supposed to be a round where they make quite a bit of money. Instead, losing 3 of their players. Bomb going down, and this is going to be a perfect buy coming in from Immortals going into this 3rd with the AWP up against them. They're going to have to rebuy 3 of those weapons, which will be changed into rifles instead, keeping 1 of the UMPs in play once again. But this is the perfect opportunity for Immortals to just go straight in, reset them, and start off their T-side strongly.
The AWP is out in Henny's hands off the benefit of that plant last round, so that's going to help out. Zine and Kale over towards the B bomb site, which would be interesting to note because there's been a lot of discussion. Kale's supposedly the impact player for this MVP team, or one of the players with a lot of potential, and he's had a pretty rough tournament. Very, very young, obviously suffering from some nerves in his first big event. Immortals with control of apartments as well, so they have a staging area for this attack, but they're not really applying pressure anywhere. There's about a minute left in the round. Decent utility left on in terms of MVP project. They just use a Molotov. They've got 3 left, though. So they have plenty that they're going to be able to delay, and it looks like Halls is going to be leading the attack. Lucas already pushed up towards the end.
Now just looking for this pick early on. This time Rinder not playing up close as in the pistol. He's just going to be a little bit further down. Now, he does have to be careful because there are 4 players now building up. The Molotov should be well timed, but they're actually going to be out before at least 1. But he will get the first kill, trying to fall back towards Pit. He has support from Argency and HSK as well. Will bring 1 in, and this is working wonderfully at the moment. FNX will finally trade 1 back with the nade, but there's only 2 players remaining, and the rotation now begins to come in as well from this B site, leaving the players on the site to try and fend for at least a few seconds longer. Only 7 on the clock, but Steel, he's just got 3, picking up every single player other than Zine, who now has to try and retake himself, looking for FNX. He will get that kill as well, and looking for this 1v2, and he does it. Zine saves his team after heroics from Steel, but that was way, way too close.
Yeah, well, I mean, the heroics in the pistol round is one thing, but that is huge. Phenomenal early defense from MVP in that round, and actually it's Steel who's picking everything up, covering the planter so very well. They take over that bomb site with only 8 seconds left. That was a very late execute in the round. That Molotov into Halls was perfectly timed. I thought it might be a little bit late, but it helps that he gets that first kill, obviously, and Zine here Awareness as well. I mean, some of the movement just a little bit unfortunate for Steel and the timing of his peak. 3-0 for MVP, but another plant. They've done good damage as well, so we're going to see the pressure kept. Immortals wanting to break this economy. They don't want to let MVP gain any more money.
Yeah, of course, they are themselves on that sort of reset scenario on the CT side, losing so many players, but the buy is not particularly good from Immortals. They do have a decent amount of utility, but with 3 pistols in play at the moment, the CTs have a chance that if they then win this round, they could be getting themselves on a bit of a run.
It's not the worst thing ever, though, to have the Tech 9 and the CZ, because we've seen actually Immortals on the pistol round and on that third round, the 2 most important rounds that have been played so far. They've wanted to send a mass amount of bodies out halls. And if you have a Tech 9 in that situation, you know, you jumping into the pit through smoke, you can just spam that Tech 9, and it is going to be effective. It is going to be a little bit difficult to handle, so it's not the worst thing in the world if they decide to go back to that. But for the moment, they're adjusting over towards the B bomb site. 2 Molotovs, 2 smokes, 3 flashbangs for the Immortal side. You imagine this can be a pretty deadly B execute. Zion has been the hero so far for MVP, and he might just get tested here again. Again, it's a very similar crossfire to what we saw earlier. That actually wasn't that effective. 1 boosted over towards CT spawn side. 1 at second oranges, and here comes the hit.
Yeah, they've already rotated a 3rd player over, however, so HSK is going to be in the back lines over towards Coffins. Kale waiting around, but it's actually HSK to find that first kill, and this crossfire this time is working much, much better, and the support from Kale is there. Henny left alone, 11 HP, but it looks like HSK has already made this round for his team. The bomb dropped as well, is going to make things so much more difficult, and Henny, well, I feel like he has to die. They'll catch him after the round if he's not careful, and he will go down 4-0. The force buy not going to work, and 3 players this time survive.
Yeah, and also upgrading to the AK-47, so, I mean, not having to reinvest after the UMPs and the FAMAS were out. That's pretty nice for MVP, but a nice hold there. You're right, that cheat, the 3rd player over, it was just the appropriate time. Kale also on that boost, he dropped off. It's a little bit interesting.
He's done that twice.
Yeah, because you can't peer over that smoke, obviously, so it is kind of interesting. He's maybe a little bit nervous when he gets blind. He just wants to get the hell out. But a good start for MVP, especially for a young team. Those starts are so important. And this time, look at the aggression. Peeking down mid, aggression in halls as well. Rinda finding 1, and that's suffocating. Don't even want to let Immortals have any opportunity into this round. Quick sweep up. MVP Project has 5, Immortals has 0.
And that's a confidence booster round. That is one of those rounds where you basically go, okay, we know you're not going to have too much, so we're just going to shut you down in a matter of seconds, not let you have anything.
Yeah, and it's not only that, but it's also a little bit of the psychological warfare in terms of Immortals are going to start feeling like, holy shit, like what can we actually do? We're just getting pushed on from everywhere. MVP isn't giving us any space whatsoever. The peek and the nade down at the same time does great damage.
And only losing 1 player, so extra money built up. It will be the buy back on the other side. HSK going for that timing shot over towards B. 3-pronged defense there for now, but he is just going to take that shot and rotate away. The smoke not really allowing him to get anything done. However, in the meantime, we are seeing Apps control fall quite easily, in fact. I don't think MVP are really looking to challenge that at the moment. They're very happy, content to hold back on towards the site.
Big duel, though. Rinda, again, aggressive in halls, and he gets picked off. That's going to give Steel. And actually, now lane has opened up a little bit. There's Argency with a big win, but it's actually going to be HSK with that AWP. He gets swarmed, and Argency caught out in the open. He's brought down low and can't get away. It should be a save call from the rest of MVP, and yeah, it's already happened. Very, very early. Kale and Zion just fall all the way back to the B bomb site. Rinda's been flirting with that kind of a death for some time in the early stages of this half, and finally it goes through for Steel.
Yeah, well, luckily for them, they did have a reasonably clean round in the last, so money shouldn't be too much of a problem in terms of buying back up. For Immortals, I wouldn't really like to see them go over-aggressive in this sort of scenario. Just keep the weaponry that they have themselves, because they have had problems with economy so far in the game, and you don't want to get yourself losing a couple of players here, broken straight back, and then they're back to square one again at a 6-1 scoreline. That would be a worst-case scenario for them this early on.
Yeah, especially with the AWP in Henny's hands. That'll be interesting to see how they manage that. I mentioned on the T side, AWPing can be a little bit difficult. So we'll have to see how it goes. But the big thing also, I mean, you want to talk about economy. HSK, he's been great with the AWP in this event. We've seen some very, very cool things with him in matches. And right there, that round, he couldn't find any way to be successful with it. Gets picked off, so that's a lot of money just gone to waste. They're going to drop him an AWP over. Rinda had something like $9,000 before buying up, so that's not too bad.
It is costly investment though, so need to see some impact from it. Then again, we haven't seen too much from Henny either. So, as you said, quite difficult to AWP on the T side of Inferno. I feel like a lot of the time it is used as a counter for aggression. Just sort of line himself up. We are going to have quite an aggressive push, and well, FNX starts things off. Zayn is already down. Going to have to throw out a couple of counter nades, and the rotation from HSK is going to be in, but it's looking like Immortals may just want to take this one, try and get further onto the site. Bolts and FNX are going to be making a little bit of a move forward, but counter flashes are going to be holding them back, and in fact, it looks like CTs are rotating back away.
Yeah, I mean, good read. I mean, Immortals there with that opening pick really testing the mettle of MVP. I mean, just throwing flashbangs, bombing, pretending it's going to be an execute, pretending it's going to be a fast play, and almost daring MVP to not rotate a third player over. It looked like they were going to fall for it for a second, but a good call, a good read. The tough part now is they don't have anyone in pit. There's one player in the site and one in library, so essentially that library player is not going to be able to do a whole lot. Rinda has a big job to do. Molotov out, so they now know one's in sight. That's given away his position. On the other side of the map in B, it's Bolts who's kind of going to be a little bit of a distraction as they slowly work their way up lane. HSK's got to hit this shot, and he does. Flashbang out as well. Steals crossed into the site. Rinda just waiting. Biding his time, not picking anything, waiting for someone to come out. Halls, here's Bolts over at B. He gets taken down as well. Rinda can cause mayhem, and he does. He finds Seal pushing forward. That's a missed shot from Eddie. Oh, but he recovers nicely. Mistake there from Rinda. But Immortals have a 2-on-3 post play. And HSK with a stellar shot. He's going to bring MVP. Do a great chance to take this, but it's FNX. Has to be the impact player. Has to be the hero for Immortals. He's going to get the first kill, defending against the bomb into a 1-on-2. They know where he is. He's going to peek back out. He's playing with it. They're sticking this defuse. He's going to find that kill. Can he get the other one at a time? He can. FNX, an incredible play. That's why Immortals have him.
That is just ridiculous. Able to clutch out versus 3 players in that scenario. And up until that point, the retake was absolutely wonderful. The bomb goes down relatively early on from Steel, but the push is instant. And although Henny does get away with 1 kill, he loses his life. But, well, FNX.
Yeah, I mean, he just happened there. Nice 1-on-3 victory for him. Very smartly played as well. I mean, we'll have to keep track of that because remember that stat where it was coming into this MVP project had way more success in the opening kills than Immortals. This is now the last 2 rounds that Immortals have won. They found the opening picks. MVP, we also talked about just outclassed probably in terms of experience, in terms of some of the skills, so they can't be giving up those deficiencies, and again, it's going to happen here, and it's going to happen in a big way. Steel being a monster in these halls recently, even Lucas doing good damage into Argency.
Now things obviously problematic for MVP. This was a last-ditch effort buy, otherwise their economy is going to be sent down to nothing. And while FNX entering, cleaning up onto that A site, there's only 2 players remaining, and they are both over towards B. Now the smoke has fallen, however, the bomb still waiting around that app segment of the map, and it's really going to have to come down to a mistake from Immortals here, just not checking over towards that A site. And I don't think it's going to happen. They already know how many kills they have got in that sort of direction. The only way that there'd be players there is if they completely rotated off, and, well, if Bolts does his job properly, it shouldn't even be possible for them to find anything.
Well, I think Bolts has to have at least heard footsteps from at least one of them. The interesting thing will be he's pretty much pinned them down in this B bomb site at the moment. They're actually coming at it. Okay. So I was thinking they were going to go into A and then just hunt these guns down, but maybe they have a bad read. Maybe Bolts assumed those footsteps were them rotating. There's actually a chance here for the MVP guys. Molotov out back right. That UMP is not going to get the kill. Gets the dink, but can't finish it off. There's the second one. And Exogen or Zayn can't do anything else.
Yeah, the only way they actually could have won that round was in that sort of scenario, but doesn't work out. Both kills go the way, and now the economy has been absolutely wrecked for this CT side. They are going to have to save into this one, maybe upgrading to a couple of pistols, something minor at least. But other than that, not really much they can hope to achieve, and this now leaves a third potential, of course, for a fourth quite high, and Immortals definitely back.
Yeah, an MVP, they're going to have to figure out the adjustment. I mean, it's almost as simple as just saying, let's just sit farther back. Let's stop being the aggressive ones and stop being the peaks, because they've lost every round where they've lost the opening player. When they've been in a 5-on-5 in the late round into the executes, they've done all right. They've done fine. Just have to be very cautious. Steel's had some success over towards Halls. We've seen FNX have an entry over towards the B bomb site, and then Bolt's kind of, he's being that solo player who can kind of duel into the site, not afraid to take those fights. So it's the extremities of the map that are really getting difficult for MVP.
And they really haven't invested much into this round at all. They're just looking to get as much money, as much utility onto the board as possible. And I definitely think that helps, especially if you're looking to sort of take over banana control or something of the sort, like using it towards the site. Now, they've gone for a complete stack. All 5 players over towards this A site. The bomb, in the meantime, slowly pushing up banana. And, well, again, with the scoping out coming in from Bolts, it's definitely possible that they'll just find this clean site and have a nice, easy round.
It almost seems like that'd be impossible for them not to, right? The bomb is there, Bolts is kind of starting his way, but Steel, just like he's been doing the past few rounds, probing into these halls. There's a good stack here at the A bomb site. 2 players in pit right now, you can see him, 1 player hiding in the site. How much is Steel going to commit to finding this out? Bolts is now more aggressively probing into that B bomb, so he's about to find out it's clear. And with Steel falling, it might just be a complete readjustment. The bomb's already over towards B, so no chance of MVP rotating in time to stop that.
Yeah, they will be looking to try and keep, obviously, this rifle into the next round, which is going to be nice for them at least. Completely scoped out now. We will actually see the spot as well, as Henny is seen with the bomb over towards that B side. They know exactly where this is coming in. They may be able to catch one more in the form of Lucas, though, as he's just going to be waiting outside. Could just pounce on all of them, though, in from behind, and can't quite spray down. So that's a second weapon into the hands of MVP, and they're just going to look to save both of these weapons. Now, the remaining P250s may just want to try and take a little bit more on the exits.
Yeah, this is great for MVP. two free AK-47s is going to be so nice. A little bit of a mistake from Immortals. A little bit of that discipline kind of slipping away here in this round. Steals, you can kind of understand. He's probing into the site, trying to find some information. With that second AK-47, I mean, this is a lot of money that MVP doesn't have to spend. That's 6,200. That doesn't have to be put into M4s. They're going to be more than happy for that.
But now we will come back in with the buy. Now, they didn't really invest much into that at all. It was mainly P250s, a CZ, and a couple of nades to boot. So no armor, nothing crazy. And we know that they've now saved a couple of rifles as well. So going into this next round, this is the big chance for MVP to actually look to break back. They've at least made things a little bit costly for Immortals, but they have had a couple of rounds now to sort of build up that cash. Obviously, the round before was sort of a minute, well, not a minute buy, but it was all their money invested, but it wasn't anything particular. And, well, you can see now in this round, AWP back in play, both teams with a full buy.
HSK with that AWP is going to be on the wrap side over towards the A bomb site. Here's Bolts trying to be aggressive. At this time, at the very least, MVP, they have the smoke, they have the nades to slow him down. Steel kind of alternating the pace with which he's taking hauls. Not as aggressive this time. Seems to be a little bit of a stalemate in terms of the default. This is where you want to see HSK with that AWP find some kind of a pick. He's already been forced back a little bit towards the actual arch side. Now cheating back towards CT spawn. It is nice to see, though, MVP, they now have 2 players in pit. So playing a double pit setup, and HSK will be able to rotate over towards site. Here's that boost up again at the B bomb site. But at the moment, it looks like Immortals is going to have a lean towards A.
Actually a different player boosted up as well. It's going to be Zine this time, so clearly not happy with what KL was doing.
He's probably sick of him falling off that boost.
Henny going to go for the pick, but there is HSK waiting with this AWP over towards arch side, but he's actually going to go rotating back away.
This is a misread as well. HSK gave up that angle just for nothing. Yeah, and all of a sudden, Rinda, Argency, they have a massive job to do. They're at a huge disadvantage.
And they're completely surrounded, and while Rinda only just getting the information through that there's going to be players onto his direction. Argency with a bit of an off angle, but he's going to be spotted. And while now they're just out of this round, that one mistake has just completely surrendered any presence they had over towards A. Bolts is in fact going to decimate HSK as he tries to make up for the mistakes that have been made. And while the remaining 2 players just have to duck out of the site, made things nice and easy for Immortals. And so far they haven't lost a single member of the team.
Yeah, that's a disaster. That one small hesitation, that little bit of a rotation from HSK, that was the deciding factor. Just whatever happened over at the B bomb site, I don't think it was much because all 5 players for Immortals were at A. Maybe it was a smoke that was thrown. Not sure what the call might have been a miscommunication, but all you have to do is leave your spot for just a second, and you get into CT spawn, and you come back, and both the choke points are smoked off. And with an AWP, there's no play you could make. Even with an M4, you're massively disadvantaged trying to do something to get back into it, and that really just kind of abandons your A defense in that situation.
With the loss bonus, though, they should be able to get some sort of a buyback on the board. However, it is now a streak of rounds, as we saw at the beginning from MVP. Now, Immortals are doing the same back, building up a lot of money as well on that T side. It's been a couple of cleaner rounds, and this is where things start to get a little bit worrying. They're not even getting into a point where they can just set them back, make them go back to those pistols once again. They're going to have to win a couple in a row to do that.
I mean, this is the struggle that MVP has. All of a sudden, they've lost kind of the tempo of this match. They're not controlling anything. It's been all Immortals, and this could actually be a very dicey one. That's a cool peak, but there's one player in those apartments. If he had come down, a little bit sketchy. Rinda's still playing in the pit again, and Argency's going to join him. Similar setup to what we just had in the last round. Maybe they're just saying, all right, let's do it over, but let's do it properly this time.
It has to be said that MVP, in terms of their actual setups, it has looked a little bit flat. They haven't really taken any sort of control anywhere on the map. They've tried to challenge apps once or twice, but in terms of Banana, it's been completely abandoned every single time.
Well, outside of the very fast-paced round that FNX got an entry over here towards Car, I mean, it hasn't really been that big of a point of attention for Immortals. The big thing is, it's just that, you know, it seems like MVP did kind of say that idea where they're just like, all right, just no one die first, right? Just sit back, don't be the aggressors, don't get picked off. We'll sit back on the side, we'll give them control, and we'll just beat them when they execute. But just some miscues before the executes come in have caused their defenses to collapse.
HSK is in position, though, with the AWP. Looking for that peak. Molotov going to come out. Henny looking to find the pick, but well, it's a missed shot, and HSK just takes a lot of damage from that Molotov in the meantime and has to abandon the same spot anyway. And well, once again, the T's, they don't have much time, but they do have this push in. HSK this time will connect the shot, and it's actually going the way of the CT side. One man left on the site, and it's a missed shot from Henny. They don't have time for these sort of plays, and he's got to push back in, managing to get one, looking for the second, but now there's nothing he can do. He's got absolutely no time. Will be able to take one player with him at least, but now he's got to try and survive, and Zion's not going to let him.
Yeah, it's costly, though. Henny gets a couple kills there at the end, but he is taken out after the timer goes down, so no bonus money for him. But it is good to see MVP finally hold on to that. HSK this time in position, doesn't rotate away. The smokes come in, and he can still take a shot. Being pretty ballsy there in the flames, staying for quite some time, waiting for that peak. That like image of a shoulder just kind of froze him there. But I mean, you could see that defense is so much more effective when the pit player doesn't have players wrapping on him, when he's not getting shot from far away, when Argency isn't at an awkward angle to defend against that. This time it's a switch up. Immortals, heavy players at the base of Banana right now. Kale and Zion going to be pressured very, very much here.
We can already see the limitations of their economy with an SMG in play, so we know that if they are to lose this round straight back, it is going to be that reset. This time we do actually have a challenge onto Banana. Zion is going to be up close waiting. Smoke going to go down, but Bolts is actually going to make his way through the edge of it, jump over, and Zion seems to be aware, but actually looks away, gets taken down. It's just going to be a quick trade. Henny, in fact, gets his teammate as well, and that's the B site completely gone once again. And while the rotation is going to be looking to try and find something on the way back in, Argency already pushing aggressively, but Steel is just going to be holding the angle. He hasn't really been missing thus far today, and while his teammate is even going to be just baiting out, allowing him to get that kill for free, and the remaining two players, one player now have to try and consider the save, but FNX is even wrapping, coming round from behind, going to spot out HSK as he tries to escape with this AWP, and with the missed shot as well, things are just becoming more and more difficult. Finally finds one, but Steel is there to trade, and now MVP, this is where the problems really begin.
Yeah, that's the nightmare scenario, the immediate reset. I mean, a good stack over towards the B bomb site. Immortals reads it perfectly. Henny doing a great job just holding that angle, waiting for that second peek. I believe that was Kale who kind of peeked to try and bail Zion out, but a lot of ground given up, even despite control of that top banana. I mean, Bolts is able to get, past that wall, past that smoke, and have the angle on Zion. He brings him down very, very low, and MVP now, it's 6-6, but you have to imagine with this hard reset as well, at a great opportunity for Immortals to get up towards 8, towards 9 rounds in this half.
And especially like when you're considering the fact that they were 5-0 up at one point, things have definitely fallen very, very far for MVP, not able to string anything together that one round.
This is just the advantage of experience that we always talk about with what teams have over MVP is their ability to adjust when they hit some troubles, when they've seen more things, so they know how to change things up. They know how to play against all the different kinds of tactics. Zion, that's an easy kill onto Bolts.
They're doing quite a bit of damage in this round, in fact. They managed to get it down to at least a 1 versus 2, taking a few players with them, not allowing Immortals to build up any more money. But it's still a 7th round on the board, and even going into this round, the money is not going to be particularly good. I wonder if they are just going to invest into it anyway.
Steel's been phenomenal in this game. He's 16 and 6, I believe I saw right now. So that's an incredible performance from him. And a lot of their successes when they were down 0-5 started with Steel having some kills, having some opening picks from that Hall's position, and the things that allowed them to do. Huge impact for the Immortals side from Steel. And yeah, it almost feels like with that kind of a hard reset, it would have to be a double save, but feeling a little bit of desperation. HSK has an AWP, but he's got no armor, got no nades, and then it's 3 UMPs beside it. Feeling like they really, really need to win this half. MVP obviously investing for the win here.
Yeah, much faster pace round coming out from Immortals already. KO is going to be holding the angle, but he's down again. Zion, the only one left on the site. He gets 1, but that's the trade, and very quickly they have completely lost this B site once again. There's going to have to be an attempted retake, and already Argency just running into the angle. Steel, he is feeling confident at the moment, going to push all the way through. HSK will be able to take him down, but once again, he's just looking to try and save this AWP. The pace coming out from the Brazilians, it just can't be countered at the moment. MVP have nothing.
I think that's a setup that over at the B bomb site, that's going to be a lesson learned by the MVP guys. Immortals just walking in. That's going to be something that MVP's probably ran over within the Asian region, and it's worked out. But this, here against Immortals, they're just strolling into the bomb site, and you have no information. So you have these Molotovs and smokes and utility and flashbangs that you can use, but you don't have the intelligence of when or how to use them. So MVP get punished for a passive setup, not peeking at all. And Immortals, it seems like once they got down 0-5, they just kind of flipped a switch, and they were like, all right, we're done with this. Let's do the no respect thing. Let's just take these fights. We know we can beat them in duels. Let's just find whatever. Let's just go hunt some fights out and win them.
8-6. AWP will at least be saved, so that's something to bring into the next round as a minimum. But it's going to be more of the same, just trying to invest whatever they can to get something into this round. They do have a few rounds of loss bonus, but it won't be a full buy coming in for this CT side. And it is looking like a 9-6 half is on the cards for Immortals, which they are going to be happy with going into that second half.
What do they have into the last round? They still a lot of UMPs again, and this time, once more, this is just Immortals now. Look how fast-paced they're just doing this. They know that they're getting ground. They know MVP's not challenging for control of anything. A minute and a half, and they're already coming out halls. That's incredible. Rinda does get the first kill. There's FNX to respond, and Kale falls as well. All of a sudden, there's just one player at A. It's Argency in mid, and he's coming through the smoke, and he's been spotted out. That's an easy kill for Bolts. 2-on-4 retake scenario. They don't have kits. There is an AWP, but it's not going to matter. Henny's already got the angle. Going to be forced back, but there's not a lot HSK can do. In fact, he's just going to get dropped. It is going to be a 6-9 half. Immortals, they recover from 0-5. They go on a 9-1 run.
Yeah, well, a ridiculous comeback in that half. Obviously, we're going to need to see a complete turnaround coming out from the CT side as MVP will switch over to the T, and we'll be back after a short break.
MVP started off strong, but Immortals showed why they're the favorites. They came back off the efforts of FNX in that 1-on-3 victory. Ever since then, Immortals has had this game firmly in their grasp. Their star player getting them on the right foot. It is an elimination game. MVP has shown good things in this tournament, but they've got a big job to do on this T-side. A T-side that struggled on Cobble against NIP. They could never really find their groove there. So on Inferno, it almost feels like it's going to be a tougher task.
Well, yeah, this is where I sort of want to talk about that youngster again of Kale. Like, he looked like he was completely overwhelmed on that B side, at least on the CT side. Didn't have really anything going his way at this moment in time. So it would be a hell of a time for him to wake up. It is 9-6, and well, if they don't wake up now, this is home time for every single Asian team in the tournament.
Well, Penny, FNX saves his life, and actually there's good damage done, but Rinda and Kale take out 2. That's Hall's open, and there's no one else here at the same bomb site. It's going to be a plant. Kale just strolling in. They don't even have great control. There's still 2 players from MVP in the halls. Bolt, Steel, Lucas have to retake this. Steel's had a great game. He's up at 19 kills, leading the way in the server. He's also got a kit. But it's going to be Lucas coming in towards Halls. He's got to clear everything out, but they miss one. Argent sees there, he pounces, but he's heavily damaged. He does win that fight anyways. This might be all it for Immortals.
A lot of low players, but yep, nothing will be done. The 2 upgraded pistols finish off the remaining Immortals, and while that will at least be the pistol to start for MVP as they look to get themselves back on a road to victory.
Yeah, so that's 2 pistol rounds going the way of MVP now. So Immortals not getting good starts to these halves, but again, we talked about they know how to adjust. We saw it in the first half. MVP, now they've got to survive the second round. And then the big question becomes, when does Henny's AWP come out? Are they going to be able to prevent themselves from taking damage against that dynamic op? Because we've seen oppers on the CT side of this map really, really dictate the pace.
Absolute buttload of utility invested in from MVP in this round, but quite a risky buy. They've gone for the UMPs, they've gone for the Tech 9. They're not going to have any rifles in this round, and they're up against the pistols themselves. Obviously, Henny is, as you said, saving that money for the AWP, but the rest of the team will be going for those upgraded pistols and Kevlar behind them. And, well, from their setup at the moment, it is looking fairly standard. The T's just playing slow, waiting to see if there is aggression coming out, but it will be Steel holding that angle, looking for that first shot onto Argency, but he's not going to give him the time of day.
It is cool to see this much utility out of MVP projects. I mean, essentially treating this round like a gun round, which you almost have to at this point. Especially being down 7-9 in this match. Readjusting over towards the B bomb site. They have found 1 pick towards A, so there's not going to be any quick rotates or reinforcements for this B defense. It's going to be all 5 members of MVP taking on 2 players. It's going to be Henny and I think Lucas, yes.
Waiting in the crossfire. Zine is going to be tagged down. Now the push will come in. The Molotov is going to clear Henny out of position, and he does have support. Lucas will be able to get 1, but that is it. The site has already been taken. Rotation is quickly in from Steel, but he's got so much work to do, and the bomb now being planted. They're just going to fall back, take control of Banana, make sure they have perfect after-plant positions for these remaining pistol players. And Kale decimates Steel, leaving Bolts just waiting for some exit frags, hoping he can get some sort of weapon. Obviously, on the other side, it is just UMPs, not really too much to pick up. And with the whole, with their whole control of Banana, there's not really any reason for them to exit any other direction.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Bolts trying to maybe see if we can grab 1. Keep that CZ for the next round, see if we can do some damage. Good round from MVP, pick off towards A, full execute at B. Bolts does find that kill. It's only a UMP loss from Kale. Frustrating is about the only thing that kill really does. Bolts could get 1 more, but they don't push up, and the round ends. 1 round closer to evening the scoreline out.
Yeah, they're going to be set up just to make a nice bit of money as well. Already having a couple of UMPs from the previous round. May just see the rifles picked up onto the remaining 2 players, and there's going to be minimal investment, of course, for the CT side as they look to save up their money and bring something into the next round. So we will be evening up our scoreline once again. Similar start to what we saw in the previous half. It's just whether or not they can actually continue things forward.
I mean, they will have the benefit, at least in the next round, Immortals with that investment. I mean, more than likely, I think they'll have an AWP on Henny, but it's going to be the utility. Like, there's not going to be as many Molotovs or smokes to block them off, so they're going to have to, it's going to be a little bit tricky. If Henny does have that AWP, going slow might actually hurt them if Henny's able to be, if he's going to be aggressive and go for some peaks. They'll be spread out. They won't necessarily be able to trade and watch everything. So Henny might be able to find a pick that way. But if they go fast, they may run into very little utility. So it'll be interesting to see how MVP approaches the next round. But no doubt they'll have some advantages.
Yeah, the other thing I'm really waiting for is to see how much aggression Immortals are going to throw in, because we saw how confident they were playing on the T side, just walking into the site. So I'm wondering if they are going to look to just take complete banana control, deny any map control to MVP. How aggressive we'll see Henny playing. Will he actually take some peeks into apartments, or like try and actually just basically decimate them before they get anywhere near the sites?
The danger of that on the CT side is if you're aggressive and it's not working, and then all of a sudden you put yourself in a really tough economic position. Actually, here's a pop flash. It works almost perfectly. Argency, though, sees it coming, and he turns. Looked like it was going to be very nice, but this is a complete wipeout of this A bomb site. Bolt's the only one left inside the site. Gets the kill on the planter. Responded upon immediately. Lucas has an AK-47. Can cause some damage. Tapping away at the head of Zine. Not landing the shots just yet, though. Ooh. There it is, finally. Free kill for Argency. Going to salvage that AK-47. But yeah, as I was saying, if they get into this aggressive mode of playstyle on the CT side, it doesn't work, then all of a sudden their economy gets so incredibly punished and it can just snowball out of control. So they do have to be very, very careful what they're going to decide to do, and if they're going to wait to build up some money before they get that aggressive, so they have some things to fall back on. They have an economic cushion.
Yeah, well, speaking of that, the T side actually losing so many players against very, very little in that last round. So they're not going to have made anywhere near as much money as they would have hoped. Obviously, the majority of the kills they got was actually with the UMPs. Well, now we actually look towards this buy from the CT side. It's going to be a glass cannon orb coming in from Henny, not making enough money to actually buy Kevlar. And in terms of utility, they really are far down on the chain. Not that much invested at all. No kit on the CT side, so not really a good buy whatsoever.
Yeah, well, the nice thing is Henny with that AWP, he's going to be at the B bomb site. They've got him in position at the top of Banana. That's going to allow Lucas to rotate all the way back towards A. This is, obviously, we see this very, very frequently on Inferno, a cheat of a player. Bolts over in lane, spamming through the smoke, does good damage on Arinda. Nades out, that's going to miss its mark, though. The big thing is with Henny here, they have to push him back. He's getting so much intel for Immortals.
This is pretty much every single piece of utility expended now for the CT side. They only have one flashbang. T's still look pretty dedicated over towards this A side, and that could be perfect, just already saying about that cheap player. And while two opening kills coming in now for this CT side, the bomb is looking to rotate back, but FNX, he sprays down two. The only benefit here is the fact that Zine rotating around has at least a chance to get a bomb down. There's only one player on this B site. There doesn't really need to be four over towards A at this point. They could rotate one back, but they have faith in Henny, but he actually misses the shot. Now, this is interesting from Zine. Going to make sound as if he's rotated back through. Still trying his best to get this bomb down. The rotation is coming in, so he's got to do this very, very quickly. And while Henny holding the angle, it's going to be a flawless round and a wonderful start to the CT buy.
That's a disaster for MVP. No kills on the board, so now Immortals, they can just, I mean, Henny can buy up armor. They can all have their utility. They do no damage, no rebuys coming out. And this is what I know Rambo has talked about on HLTV, and actually, you know, and from what we've spoken to him personally at the event is, they came into this, and Argency wants to have a pretty loose style for the team. You could see the first two kills that Immortals gets, there's no chance for a response. Bolts gets one from lane. I forget who the other player was on Rap side who gets a kill. I think it was FNX, but he finds one kill on Argency, and there's no chance for a response. There's no trading coming out, and that's kind of like the argument why Rambo wanted to go to something a little bit more structured, because you know exactly what you're doing. It's not one person getting ahead of the other. So a little bit of miscommunication there. But I mean, MVP did have a smart idea that round. At least they went back. At least they showed themselves to Henny. They forced him back into the bomb site. Now, Immortals didn't bite on it. They didn't rotate that fourth player back towards the B bomb site. But you can see the thought, the process is there from MVP.
And now we wait to see what they've actually got going into this. And, well, this is the problems of losing so many players in the previous couple of rounds. They didn't even make enough money to secure another buy into this one. They are going to invest everything, but a lot of SMGs, one rifle in fact onto Zine, who has been the sort of shining hope for this team. But Henny, well, he's feeling confident. He's going to go for the shot, misses, but does have the utility in order to cover himself if necessary. But at the moment, still just leaving it open in case a peek comes out from MVP.
Three players the base of Banana for MVP. They've at least forced back the pressure, so this time Henny won't be able to have the info, won't be able to look all the way down Banana. Henny and Lucas still setting up a crossfire, and MVP haven't decided anywhere they want to go. They haven't shown themselves mid. It is aggressive in mid for Immortals. Got a crossfire of their own set up there between Bolts and Steel. Pulling that off nicely, but it is going to be a B execute. Here come the smokes. Immortals, the defense is all on the left side of this bomb site. Oranges and New Box.
Set up in, Henny gets the first shot. Lucas helping him out as well. It will be traded eventually, but it's Henny with the flick to give them that man advantage. The rotation is already coming in from the remaining CT players. It's down to Zine and Kale, who's now on the AWP. Banana rotation is a little bit slow, in fact, though, from Bolt, so they may have to wait a little bit of time. And in terms of utility, they have pretty much run out. It's only Bolts with a smoke and a flashbang kit onto Steel and FNX, so they do have plenty of time to play with. And already Bolts is just going to decimate Zine. It's all onto Kale. Shot has been missed. He'll be shot down as well, and Immortals will comfortably retake.
Yeah, very nice retake. Some really sick shots from Henny in the back of that bomb site. That was good to see because we've also seen him a couple times miss some pretty easy ones that you'd expect him to hit. So he's had an up and down game, but that round he stands tall. And a great setup as well, baiting him right into the M4 of his twin brother. Good stuff. That's a nice flick right there. Fortunately, Kale jumps over his scope. That gets awkward. But still, this is looking like, much like the first half, you know, a little bit of a slow start into the half for Immortals, and now they've got things under control. There is a plant, so it's possible that that MVP will have a little bit of a buy going into this round, but they're going to start getting to that point where they just have to start investing, and they won't be able to save for some kind of a better option. And here's a little bit of that mid-pressure that we saw MVP do to Immortals in the first half. Not as successful, but there's a nice peek into alternate mid. Steel finding the opening kill here.
And they know now exactly what they're up against, so just a few pistols in play. Not going to go for anything too aggressive from here on out. They can play the range game with these rifles, and well, it has to be said, both pistols going the way of MVP and the scoreline still being in favor of Immortals. Props to them for the way they play, but it does worry me a little bit for the rest of the tournament at least. If they lose both pistols like that against somebody else, they're going to get punished. Push in. Argency will in fact be able to take one, get a rifle for at least a second, but FNX cleaning up. Triple, 4 players survive. Immortals building up further cash, and they're 12-9 up.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's going to be any real danger. It almost doesn't look like there's going to be danger in this half, and this is kind of what we saw out of the T half against NIP from MVP, is it just a little bit kind of lose the plot with this kind of loose play style. They don't ever have anything super coordinated, able to trade. So I mean, they're not really, you know, weakening the economy of Immortals. They're not really having success in getting into the site, getting plants to help their future buys. They need to find a way to get a pick. Steel almost gave him an opportunity there, but looks like MVP, they were looking at the idea of just kind of strolling up middle and getting HSK in position to find something on either side, but that smoke is going to kind of deter them from that, and this nade could do good damage. Could do a lot, but it doesn't. Hits the stairs, and obviously the railing absorbs all the damage.
Yeah. That's how grenades work, you know. Damage stopped by a small metal beam.
Adamantium railing.
Well, it's going to be a glass cannon as well, so that really could have done a lot of damage if it had come a little bit closer. FNX teasing with the idea of pushing forward. I think after having a little bit of a spot, he's just going to hold the angle. HSK waiting, praying that he actually pushes, and we're seeing the same setup again. They're cheating a player over. Starts off with Bolts. This boost is actually going to be spotted out, though, but Steel again trading back 3, sprays them down. It has been a big, big day for Steel so far.
Yeah, he's been phenomenal, but again, that comes down to, we saw it earlier, I mentioned it, MVP did something good in the earlier rounds. They pushed back to Henny over at that B bomb site before they executed up towards A. This time they don't do that, and that's the product. They get the 2 kills, and normally you're going to say that's going to open up mid. That's going to allow us at least a pathway into the site. We'll have one more fight somewhere, but those opening 2 kills would be nice, but that third player, or that fourth player that's cheated over, the rotator from the B bomb site, Steel, is just done things perfectly.
Now things really are starting to get out of control for MVP. They've only got pistols once again. A 14th round looking inevitable for the Brazilians at this point. And, well, this time we are going to see, again, just the same strategy. Cheat over another player. They are playing all onto Arch side at the moment. Henny even going to start things off with the shot. Steel still spraying away. They will get themselves towards this side, but the bomb has already been dropped. Lovely shot from FNX, and, well, just tapping away, going to take the head off as well. Another clean round coming out for Immortals. And, well, this is going to be the last-ditch effort for MVP.
Yeah, an appreciation from the small crowd that showed up this early in the morning. But I mean, this now just it looks mostly like Immortals. Maybe just hadn't warmed up enough at the early going before the match started. Those first 5 rounds were dicey, but they seem to have clicked in. It was either the FNX clutch got him zoned in, Steel's performance carried him through a rough patch, but all the players have arrived now.
Flat rifles invested. No AWP this time. Henny will have a little bit of contention, but he's still looking for this peak, just spamming through the smoke, won't find anything as of yet. And this is sort of the early round play that can at least give them a little bit of map control and stop the rotation at least. I think that's the big thing, because there's been so many opportunities to have 4 players over on this A side.
Well, look at the damage they've done early. Argency and HSK are both below half HP, and even just a kill through smoke. I don't think Argency's actually seen any of the Immortals players in this round. That's got to be frustrating. More damage, more damage through smoke. And I mean, MVP, they were just so frustrated over at the B, eating nades, taking spam. They rotated all the way back towards A, where they're stopped by a smoke and more spam, and now they're back to B. This is just now a very confused. You can tell the inexperience shining through. MVP not really sure what they want to do.
They are going to look to try and get towards this B side again, but it's Henny and Lucas. This combo working out once more, and Lucas has been cleaning up all day, and he's looking to do that a little bit more. Kale, the youngster, to try and save something here, but it's another flawless round, 2 in a row, and, well, you can see the smiles coming out from Immortals. I think they know that this is over.
Yeah, it certainly feels that way, doesn't it? Immortals really shown up, and I mean, now it's just kind of, they're all itching to get in the fights. Everyone's playing confident. Everyone just wants some of the kills at the end. Hopping things up for the scoreboards. This is the next game. Gambit taking on CLG. One last hope for the North American side of things.
And a little bit of a home crowd. You got Zeus in the mix as well, so that'll be fun. But Lucas, while you talk about this aggression, nade's going to be thrown out. Rinda down to 10 HP. This has just been horrible. Argency as well, so low. They're just losing players left, right, and center. And while these are just challenges that you don't need to take anymore, they know, and they're just going to try and face off against some of these players. Push from Zine. Just waiting on the edge. He's been decent in this game, but this is just way too much to ask for. Rinda very, very low on HP. He has to pull off an absolute miracle. Will spot out onto Steel and actually catches him with his pants down a little bit, but it doesn't matter. Trade out from FNX. Rinda is going to fall as well, and a very good performance coming out from the Brazilians, excluding, of course, the pistols.
Yeah, I mean, that might be a little bit scary. They lost both pistols, but overall, I mean, you're not going to be upset about this. And just dominate, especially on the CT side, control of Banana at all times. We've talked about how important Banana control is on this map. When you can't do anything as terrorists, you can't force that AWPer back, you can't force those players back without taking too much damage. It's going to get difficult. Either way, I mean, listen, this is not an unexpected result by any means. I think the big thing to take away from this is MVP showed great things coming from the Asian region. Good improvement for, like, I think this is mostly one of the first times we've seen them in quite some time. Obviously, beating Tyloo was very nice for them in terms of gaining some respect and clout within the region. Even Tyloo with a stand-in. But MVP, you saw the thought process there. You saw a lot of good things in terms of their game plan, in terms of how they approach the game. It's just, this is kind of one of those wake-up calls. So yeah, this is what the professional scene is like in the West. This is even one of the top teams. They more, you know, Immortals is kind of like a tier 2-ish type team. So some of the ideas they had just simply don't work against teams and players of this quality.
Well, the other thing is, I think that was their first time playing Inferno in a competitive environment.
And
so
on a stage.
You have to give them a little bit of slack when it comes to that. And
absolutely.
If they can sort things out, like obviously winning both pistols, they did set themselves up to get a decent amount of rounds. They had a great start to the game. It did just seem like almost a switch flip coming out from Immortals. Just that clutch coming out from FNX really kicked them into gear, and Steel was phenomenal all the way
Steel
through.
had a very, very impressive game, so he was a big part. Yeah, but I mean, MVP, I think a lot of people are going to be happy with what they saw. Immortals, they still have a way to go. They're not through just yet. They've just kind of avoided elimination, sitting at 2-2. Is it 2-2 now? 1-2.
No, I think it's 2-2. It's 2-2.
2-2.
Yeah, because they'll be on later.
Hopefully the desk knows.
Yeah. They have all the numbers, the laptops, and sheets.
Yeah, they're well prepared today. Well prepared, those guys at the desk. So we'll send it over to Alex, Duncan, and Yanko.
So Jason, I'm not very good at maths, but the Swiss format is relatively simple. In fact, you explained it to the viewers at home. 1 win, 1 loss, 1 game a day. What day are we on?
Day 4.
So that makes it 2-2.
Got to add up to 4.
It does. That's the score. They're going to go ahead and have themselves.
He's always
survival.
ROF, is that Jason? A reamed out friend.
A reamed out friend. You know, I found out that you call a group like a bunch of paper if you spread it out a ream.
Okay.
What did you think ROF means?
Exactly.
There we go. We'll leave it there. Either way, it is time for us to break this one down because I think, you know what, there is going to be, smiles on both sides. MVP would have liked to make a further run in this tournament. I don't think getting out to the playoffs was necessarily a realistic goal for them, but beating Tyloo on European soil, or rather, excuse me, on European Counter-Strike soil over here in CIS in Kiev, and also just generally being able to see...
Europe, though.
Yeah, part of Europe.
Yeah,
It's not European
I know.
Union,
I get angry tweets when I start calling. Oh, fantastic European CS. They go, remind everyone where we're from.
Still Brexit.
Okay, fine. Back into politics again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to prove is that MVP are probably going to be happy, even though they're going out 1 and 3.
Yeah, I actually think, I mean, the crazy thing is 2 factors I've noticed in this tournament is that, 1, MVP always gets to like 8 or 9 rounds in every game. In fact, the first part of the games, they always look like they have a real shot, and then it's late on they fade. And secondly, they've done this all without Kale, this player, the young player that they say was this talented guy who's going to come through. He's had a nightmare of a tournament, actually. He's played pretty poorly overall, never had any impact, and yet they've had these kind of near upsets.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not really an upset until you get to like 13 rounds, in my opinion. You've got to actually put the other team under pressure. But they're getting leads, they're getting early starts, and so there were some positive signs there, I think.
Positive signs, absolutely. I think both individuals and, I mean, Yenko, you asked for some structured play. You asked for those executes, and MVP did deliver in that respect.
Yeah, we saw it. I was particularly impressed that they also had rounds when they were low on economy, you know, when they went for that force buy towards the B-bomb site early on, that they have that in their arsenal means that they understand how the game works, how the meta works, that you can't really just eco and then go for like, you know, set execute when you have guns and all of the utility.
Still plenty of evidence as well that there is some solid playmaking potential on Immortals, and specifically the newest edition, getting to see FNX do what he does best, I guess. 28 frags.
Yeah, it was that
clutch
that turned everything around, because there was actually, even before that clutch happened, it was like Rinda who missed that spray on Henny, and if he gets that kill, that's probably the round over right there, but they still had a 3v1, I think it was, and FNX just had a great round to clutch it. That kind of turned the tide of the game.
Yeah, as well, Duncan, alongside all of that as well, there has to be some criticisms held towards them. As you know, you said Immortals are the only way in which MVP will pick up a win, but they certainly didn't make it easy on themselves sometimes.
No, I mean, absolutely. It was a lack of firepower at times. I mean, it wasn't Henny, it wasn't Bolts up at the top of the scoreboard. I mean, this is an example of where I remember in the old Fnatic, if Pronax ever top fragged, like Fnatic was headed for a loss, because that means something's misfiring. It's not that he's done a bad job by getting all the kills. So in this game, Steel absolutely is not one of the fraggers of the team. He's really just there to be a supportive player, support the others, set them up, etc. He's obviously the in-game leader. So the fact that he was topping the scoreboard shows you that through 3/4 of this game, Immortals wasn't showing up with the firepower that you expect. Normally, that's the whole thing. It's supposed to be explosive, really make plays, etc. And that's where it was falling apart. I mean, I have to say, they made it a little bit easy for MVP sometimes. If you look at a lot of the MVP kills, they're just standard spray downs. There's not a lot of, wasn't a lot of crazy highlights on their half. So I think Immortals kind of gifted them some of those rounds.
Immortals gave MVP some gifts and vice versa, but the last gift MVP will have was they get to sit, relax, and watch the rest of the tournament from the stands. Given to them by Immortals, they will continue to fight on in the tournament. We'll be seeing them a little later on today, as every team will either be going home or locked in for those playoffs by the end of the day. With that said, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. In the instance of time, we have got CLG Gambit up next. We get to see if North America can fight for survival or if Gambit will prove too tough to handle. Please stay tuned, we'll be coming right back.
Online betting for every esports fan. Dota 2 and Hearthstone, CSGO and Overwatch, StarCraft 2, the choice is yours. Express bets for multiple matches or live bets on the game you are watching right now. Know your way around Dota 2, make a prediction for picks and bans. Playing CSGO, guess the number of rounds in a certain match. Daily quests for all participants and all the best choice of payment systems. More than 600,000 users have already made their bets on the spectacular matches since 2011. EGB.com. You know for sure who's gonna win.
Let's suppose that you're writing a really important email to a colleague. Or a post on Facebook that all your friends will see. Or a paper for your English class that you just have to get an A on. Or a resume for your dream job. Or a message to your crush on a dating site. The point is that you write important things each and every day. And whether you're an English professor or an English learner, we all could use a second pair of eyes to help us make sure we're always putting our best foot forward. Enter Grammarly, a writing app developed by some of the world's leading linguists. Grammarly helps you find and fix grammar, spelling, and punctuation errors wherever you write. Errors that other spelling and grammar checkers just can't catch. Grammarly also helps you improve word choice and style, making your writing clear and compelling all the time. Best of all, it's free. Better writing, better results. Click on the button to download Grammarly now.
Critics are raving. The Lost City of Z is an instant classic, profound and staggering as anything seen in years. 5 stars. The Lost City of Z, rated PG-13.
One last chance. They have to seize it in order to survive here in the I-League Season 3 finals. Yes, indeed. 1 win, 2 losses for both of these teams, Gambit and CLG. From varying regions and with varying playstyles, I have, of course, got a varied desk as well. We have Thorin and YNK joining me. Gentlemen, it's Gambit versus CLG, which I would normally assume we're going to be sitting here criticizing CLG until they say, okay, knife is ready.
Feels like inevitably that'll happen eventually.
But I always want to investigate as to why Gambit are in this situation, because I mean CLG have already proven that they can play Counter-Strike to a varying degree. Gambit, we expect bigger things from them. To be sitting there in the lower bracket, you know, 1 win away from.
Yes, I concur.
Yeah, you speak gibberish too.
Bit
One
too
loss
much
away.
Medicine for machine in the morning.
Yeah, sip and perp, 8 a.m. Please, Duncan, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, well, first and foremost, I think the most obvious reason to me is that every single team in the tournament has just banned Cobblestone and Overpass, and as a result, we have never seen Gambit on their 2 fantastically good maps. So instead, they've been pushed to the middle area. Instead, we're seeing them on Inferno. So obviously, I mean, what else have we seen them on? Have we seen them Cobble? No, we haven't seen them Cobble.
Mirage.
Are those the only 2 we've
Cash,
seen?
Cobble, and Inferno.
They play Cash as well, exactly. So they've been right in the middle of the map pool. And unfortunately, this is one of the reasons I've been quite critical of Gambit over the last few tournaments, is I've actually felt like there's a reason they haven't won a single best of 3 in any of these tournaments I've seen them in. In group stages, it's amazing. People give them Cobblestone. It's so bizarre because, admittedly, it's because people didn't think they were a threat coming into this year. You know, people thought, oh, okay, we can give them that map and we'll still beat them anyway. So I think what we're finding out now, if you Gambit especially, is if you want to be a top 8 team, and in this era with all these monster teams, you better actually have a map pool. You better have other maps you can go to, and you better have, like for example, if you're a really good team, which Gambit obviously that they aspire to be, then when they have to ban those 2 maps, that should play into your hands. That should allow you to definitely get onto a 3rd one that you want to play.
Yes.
Any thoughts, Yanko?
Yes. I just had a hard time hearing you from all the music going around.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think, well, Counterlogic Gaming, true to their name, are probably going to end up playing Cobble or Overpass against Gambit. I'm already going to make that prediction now, but I've said it a couple of times through the course of the tournament that Gambit has been probably the most underwhelming team, considering like the expectations alongside FaZe, most likely, and Immortals to an extent. So it's up to them to really step up their game. They did get, you know, a bit of an easier matchup here, getting CLG, when they could have gotten the likes of VP. They couldn't gotten Fnatic because they already played them previously in the tournament. But they need to show up here, and then later on in the day, they really need to step up in order to secure that spot for the playoffs.
Now, with CLG then on the other foot, I think the discussion has to be had that in North America, there is an absence of leadership. It's something that we find ourselves talking about an awful lot. Now, I could be wrong in saying this, but it feels like a while ago, I remember FNS was a discussed leader at the time. I mean, do you remember, he used to take the leadership role even when he was playing for CLG so long ago. And why is it that he's never cropped up in discussions? Is it that his teams have never gone kind of to greener pastures?
The thing is, I actually think he's a decent leader. You know,
Yeah.
he's one of those like serviceable guys who can run a team. He knows roughly where to put people, like which star to put in this position, how to use them. Obviously, the original CLG they were a part of, I think people always went a bit too hard suggesting they weren't a good team. They were always like pretty competitive internationally when they played against the top teams.
Made the majors. Yeah.
Towards the end, yeah, obviously they made the majors. They actually made even playoffs of a major. Admittedly, he wasn't in the team at the time. And then he went over, he was in TSM for a while. He's been around the block. It's just that within NA, it's like it feels like you have to be like a superstar in-game leader to get any credit whatsoever. Whereas over in Europe, I mean, in general, I think we really do praise the Snappies of the world, MSL in the past. You know, your team doesn't have to be winning to get some sort of credit in that respect. So I think that is a strength that actually CLG have, is having a real in-game leader. You know, I think a lot of those teams that you've seen before, where they have like Stewie2K be the leader, for me that's a temporary solution always. And the fact it's a temporary solution means you can't just stick with it for like 2 years. It's not going to work. So I think this is one of the aspects of the team where it makes sense to have someone with a bit of experience. His problem is, he can only go as far as his young stars like Kusta and Ethan, or let him go, because you can call the best strat in the world, you can set up the team correctly, but they're the guys who are going to carry you through the big games.
Yeah, sure, and of course, you know, another issue that seems almost specifically towards North America, at least the majority, Yanko, is that the leader does not garner respect. I remember at that point, when we were talking about CLG and FNS leadership, there was also this power struggle where Cutler's calling now, Hazed is actually calling for a little bit. They had this, it seems like that's how we've seen Cloud9 do that, we've seen other rosters do that.
It seems that perhaps, except for FNS, neither of those three is like a natural leader. It's just that they are the most experienced players and the veterans of the team, or at least they were at the time. And so, like, as the ones with the most experience, it's kind of natural that one of them takes over the role of the in-game leader. But speaking about their star, Kusta, I think the top 5 players of the tournament are Guardian, Simple, Shock, Nico, and Phelps. And outside of that, 6th player is Kusta, actually, so far. So he's had a great tournament, and definitely a win condition for CLG is that he continues to perform on such a high level for them to have a chance here.
They have had a really weird road, though, because as far as I remember, okay, they started with Astralis, the hardest possible part.
Fair enough.
But I think after that, didn't they play the Koreans and one of the Chinese teams?
So they did play 5 power, however, it was Hellraisers after that. Yeah.
Hellraisers, okay. Even so, more on the lower end of the equation. So I do feel like he's farmed a little bit off those two, but you have to remember he did have a good performance in the Astralis game as well, so that's how he's gotten the average that high.
Yeah, and I mean, while we are talking about average, I can tell you about something that is above average. I don't know where that was going.
It's not about Jason then in any context right now.
I was just going to remind you about one of our sponsors. Hellcase enable you guys to get yourself a free case. SLTV is the code, and that's coming because of StarLadder and their partnership with these bad boys. All right, with that said, we are going to start our discussion surrounding the maps, because you kind of talked about it as well. So Gambit CLG, Mirage Cobble Train was played by CLG, and Cash Cobble Inferno was played by Gambit so far.
Yeah, I think that actually Train has to be a real consideration here between these two teams. So immediately that comes out with the ban, obviously.
Boop.
I mean, the interesting one here is obviously Gambit, you'd think are going to ban Cash at some point in time. I mean, I can't really see Nuke being played because CLG usually bans that, but they're going to go ahead with the Inferno ban immediately. Another map they don't really play. I think CLG is going to ban Nuke at some point in time, so it's more what Gambit wants to ban. So Gambit are going to ban Mirage out themselves, popular map for CLG. There comes the Nuke ban finally. Right, in terms of what people are going to take
Cobbler
out,
overpass will be
looks like
played.
looks like they're going to leave one of them in. I mean, someone obviously CLG is going to have the choice of which one. In fact, both of them are available. Obviously, Gambit is going to leave them on. So I think they're going to pick overpass. Personally, I think that would be the logical one to pick. But it's CLG. Maybe they will counter that logic.
Hey.
Yeah, I
like it.
jokingly said like they're gonna end up true to their name and playing one of the two maps. But the nature is they actually don't have that much of a choice. Those are the two of probably.
That makes even less sense.
Yeah, but really deciding to go for Gambit's strongest map. I don't know. If CLG is more comfortable on it, it makes sense to an extent that you really like. If you really think you have them figured out, if you really like study all the demos and you think, why can't anyone beat Gambit? It's so simple. They only keep doing X and Y. Then maybe you can put some confidence into CLG.
But here's the thing, though. I know why they've let Cobble come through. Because if you knew you were going to win the game, right, you'd obviously pick the opponent's best map to look even more impressive, you know? And remember, the Prophet Ricky on Twitter said that whoever they played today, they would be losing the opponent, and that basically to just come at him. So he said, you know what, come at as Gambit, we'll pick your best map.
Yep. Ricky also said to us this morning, stupidest tweet I've ever tweeted.
Don't mention that part. Just stick to the other part. No, he just said, I'm going to wreck these guys.
Yeah.
Come at me.
Yeah, exactly.
Come at me, bro.
1v1 outside.
1v1 outside. Yeah, maybe we'll catch him outside a little later on.
Reminds me of Serbian lands.
Say again?
Reminds me of Serbian lands. 1v1 me outside.
See, I hate that I can't hear you. That really is going to annoy me.
I mean, like, because we're so tough, we like.
I didn't hear. I actually just couldn't hear the words you were using.
To elaborate further, Alex.
Yeah, maybe we should just shout at each other instead. That would be an alternative.
There's a lot of infighting in that region.
Wow. Okay, politics again. We just
No,
can't.
it's lands. What are you talking about? I was just referring to what Yanko said.
Game of Counter-Strike.
So guys, you know how it's got Cobble, and we've already said that Gambit are really good at it. The viewers at home may be wondering why they're making silly jokes and not telling us why Gambit are so good at Cobblestone. Because I know you were talking about this Wallaby Beetle.
Yep.
Oh, I got it right. Hey, there was a journalist that did a bit of an investigation as to why this been so successful, and I don't know the stats. Wasn't it like how many consecutive wins on Cobblestone offline?
Did they actually play Cobble already this time? I think they did, didn't they?
They have played it once.
I think they're 9-0 now. I think with this lineup, I think they've never lost. They've 9-0. I think it was
more.
Online. I mean, So I think it was 9-0 now. And well, one of the interesting things he noted was, first of all, you have to consider the kind of shift to being more CT-sided only actually came in the last month or so, month and a half. But actually, Gambit in general, you put the average through, and they're winning more CT rounds anyway. So maybe they were ahead of the curve on that one actually. Whereas obviously you think traditionally of Zeus when he's in Na'Vi, they're winning the T side. That was the way they played the game. Then you got to add in that it's not that they have even one star player. Like they don't have one position where it's like, you've got to stay away from that one position. This guy always goes off. And actually, maybe that contributes to why they're so good on the map, because actually it's pretty spread out, actually. If you look at who's the one top fragging, it's distributed among pretty much all 5 players. And so's the ADR stats. And so it just tells you that as a team, they're very well-rounded on the map. No one's like a god at their position, but everyone's good enough that it all pieces together. And that, traditionally, whenever you are not just good on a map, it's not just your best, but one of the best in the world, that tends to be where each person, there's no logical flaw at a certain position. Because otherwise, teams will identify that, teams will isolate that, and eventually that will be what causes you to lose, either by them attacking that spot or you having to overcompensate to cover for that guy's weakness. So I feel like they've just got a great mix on this map. They've got a bunch of players who understand what they're doing, and for whatever reason, Zeus coming into this team has transformed them on this map.
It is wonderful to see what they are capable of. Now, CLG, on the other hand, have played Cobble at this tournament as well. And so the fun question for you, Yanko, and you're probably going to roll your eyes at me, is a 16-3. Is there anything we can learn from that win versus 5-Power? It was quite the stomping.
I mean, it was quite a stomp, but they just looked pretty solid. They did start on the CT side, so they had a really strong CT half. But it was mostly down to 5-Power, not really, they were getting mowed down from not checking angles, corners, stuff like that when they would go for their executes. 5-Power looked way better in those executes in the game against Immortals.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the question still stands whether they can repeat that type of performance against Gambit. I think it's going to be much more difficult. It's also a lot of work will have to be done by those oppers, depending. I don't think Cobble is really a map where you should go for the double op. On the CT side, I think it's a map where you have a single opper and then maybe, play more towards B, but also rotating towards A at times.
I mean, I heard recently the discussion, I think it was started actually by Jason on the desk, that we're moving away from AWPs in general, that there's very few influential AWPs that are kind of, basically it's a huge investment, no kill reward, and going for double can be a crippling economic decision.
I mean, Jason has interesting thoughts every now and then. He also thought G2 is not going to make it out of the Swiss system here. So
He'd say that.
I don't really understand what he means by that. I think, in general, I think it's a bit overblown when people say they buy a lot of ops, so their economy is ruined. Because you look at it this way: if a team has 6K, for example, across the board, or 5,500, 5,800, the guys who buy the M4s, they're going to still spend all of their money on utility.
Yep.
The only thing that the op can't afford is perhaps not all the nades, right? You still buy a smoke, but all the team is going to spend their money anyway. It's not like the riflers have 1,000 left in the bag and the opper doesn't have anything left. So I think like that type of a story going for double lot, it hurts your economy. I don't think it stands as much. The thing that hurts it more is the kill reward is 100. So you can get 4 kills, get $400, which is insane. I don't know why that's still in the game even. But yeah, I think on a map like Cobble, it's kind of hard to have as much influence because people use a lot of utility towards B mostly, and then they kind of negate your influence.
I think that's just wishful thinking from Jason, since NA actually has no AWPers anymore. So he's just like, AWPs they're so cliche, you know, they're a thing of the past. Everyone's moving on. Let's just go to a rifle-only game. Who needs AWPs anyway?
Devil's advocate.
Not me, that's for sure.
Devil's advocate, we have seen some teams succeed at the very best Counter-Strike without a dedicated AWPer. I mean, Virtus Pro.
Depends what you mean at the very best. Like, if you look at it, the teams who have been the best in the world have always had a strong AWPer.
Sure.
You know, in different shape or form. JW, Fallen, Kenny S. Sure, NAP in their like initial initial run, they had Fiflaren, who was, you know, wasn't like a star player. He was just picking up the AWP to compensate for things. But even VP, when Snacks picks it up, he can be a formidable force.
Oh yeah.
When he's feeling it, or Pasha if he's having a good day.
Okay, so the reliance on an AWP is certainly locked in, and we haven't spoken
AWP
about
is
the
important. Ignore Jason.
Exactly.
There we go. Jason's probably pulling his hair out hearing all this. So Gambit, they have, while we're on the topic of AWPs, it would be rude not to mention Mo, because he just seems to be lost in limbo in this roster. People are trying to find where to put him. I remember when he broke on the scene, everyone told us how to pronounce his name, and people were like, who is this guy? Because he rose quite quickly through the ranks, Duncan.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's someone where almost his first opportunities, he showed us actually very similar to level to what we've seen now. So I think he has established himself as a good player. He's certainly a player who, within their team, they need firepower from him. And I actually think it fits into the storyline that I've been building up, that it's only against the tier 1 teams that he seems to shy away a little bit and disappear, because traditionally this is exactly when you would expect him to have a big game. He's going against Kuster, someone who himself is stuck in a similar position, you know, never been an elite level player, just being a talent at certain points in time, hasn't established himself. So I think actually this is the sort of game where a World Edit, a Mo, this is where they farm up and this is where they get the reputation. We were almost rushing for a second there.
We are rushing
Always
to
wants
get
to
into
be
game,
Russian.
absolutely.
Oh.
Yeah,
You'll-
2 minutes.
Came close.
Maybe one day, who knows?
I love it. I still can't hear what you're saying. This is the life I live. I just have to sit there and like kind of blankly stare at you like, ha ha
I
ha.
have
That
6
is the whole
bands,
story.
Alex, and you can't hear
Exactly.
any
It's because
of them.
you speak in such dulcet tones, and I have this thing jammed in my ear, and there's no way to hear you with different languages on either side.
I mean, I just put people to sleep in general, so maybe that's the reason.
They made a whole emote about you. It's awesome. I wish I had one. Do you have one?
No.
The Kappa? I feel like you embody the Kappa.
Do I embody the Kappa?
You do. I feel like you're a walking meme sometimes.
What's that guy's face like? It's like it's sort of
There's
like
an
a
emo.
smile, but not a full-on one.
Alex right now is probably Baby Rage.
I'm Baby Rage, a little bit, maybe. So, prediction time. They are about to get this knife round underway, and I think there is probably a leniency on the desk towards Gambit despite their shortcomings earlier in the tournament, but I want to know, you have an opportunity to explain your answer. We're back in school. Show you're working.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the best map for Gambit. It's like I said, the number one reason immediately as to why Gambit's in this position and hasn't looked good is they've never gotten any of their 2 good maps. Like, you put them on those maps, and they can go against the best teams in the world on the maps. Never mind, like, middle-tier competition. So I think this map, I'm amazed that the odds are so small, actually. I would give Gambit heavily the edge here. I think CLG have to prove a lot to us on this map and in this tournament in general. You know, they have played some of the lesser teams overall. And I think, actually, the whole idea, like, I think Gambit as a team lack a little bit of firepower, but that's not an issue against CLG, because at the moment, Ricky's had a fairly up and down tournament, not been that impressive. Ethan, I don't think, has done a lot at all. It's really just been Kuster, and that's a lot of pressure on him as well to keep maintaining that just to lose games. So I think actually CLG is going to suffer across the board.
And Ethan's going to have to do some work, because he's the guy playing closest to B platform, and that's obviously an area of the map that sees a lot of action.
Get to see exactly what Ethan can do, or Nata. as I called him, unfortunately, for a long period of time.
Or Eltuck as well.
Reltuck. Yeah, I wonder if anyone new to Counter-Strike even knows what we're talking about. Like, it's just Cutler guys. Yeah,
No one cares. Like, the desk is all about inside jokes anyway.
Yeah, that's all we are, just memesters. I'm not sure what's happened here. I was told the knife round was on its way. I'd
Well, it's
love
not,
to get some
Alex.
information.
So you're a liar. Why are you lying to
Don't
the
believe
viewers?
everything you're told. There's a lot of
Yeah,
misinformation out there, a lot
it's
of propaganda.
close.
There's
It
a lot of fake
absolutely is
news, especially on this production team.
Either way, the fake news of the broadcast here is that they're saying that
Have a
CLG
look on
don't
Breitbart,
stand
see
a
what it says there.
chance.
Has the knife started yet?
It's on its way. It is.
Okay.
It's
That's where
apparently
I get all my
60
news.
seconds or so. But this is, of course, just the start of the day. You've got VP Fnatic, FaZe North, Hellraisers NIP, and Astralis SK.
And don't be afraid, guys. If you thought that we were only gonna get 6 games a day,
panic not.
Don't be
there's
silly.
there's gonna be 3 more games after this, and we're gonna be there all the way.
You bet it.
To guide you through it.
And I mean, of that list, I'm not sure which one I'm looking forward to more. Astralis SK, VP Fnatic, or even FaZe North. All of those really do jump off the page as one I'm thoroughly looking forward to seeing.
I mean, it's just crazy to think that one of VP and Fnatic is going home already. They won't even be playing until
It's
the last
madness,
game at that
isn't it?
point in time.
And also, what's interesting is, if FaZe beats North, they are gonna have to play the winner of VP Fnatic because they played both
You're right.
Hellraisers and Immortals.
Yeah, but North didn't play NIP though.
No, not Immortals.
North didn't play NIP though.
No, but I said if FaZe beats North.
Oh right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Logically, yeah. That makes sense.
The logic is overwhelming.
Getting a bit ahead of myself there.
We all do sometimes. Astralis and SK as well are ahead of the pack. They get a chance to go ahead and get themselves a playoff spot at the end of the day. I mean, I always look at Zeus and I wonder exactly what he could have possibly said so quickly after joining the team to see. I mean, it was like, you can see, look at the statistics and the results. The moment Zeus joined, and results did start to increase. I mean, you'd think it'd take longer than
I believe he came in and he had a shotgun propped up and he said, "Come with me if you want to live." Or was that a movie? I can't remember.
I don't remember.
One of the two.
Give me your jacket.
Exactly.
I think, if anything, he just provided guidance for the team and for the players. You know, he set up a general game plan for the team, for each of the maps that they play. This is how we're going to play now. This is what each of you is going to do. And to be honest, I think Gambit is one of the teams that practice the most. You guys mentioned before that we don't see them that often. They don't play in Pro League, so they don't have that many obligations in terms of like tournaments, leagues. So they do have the time to just grind out the maps, practice, put the hours in, and then come to a tournament well prepared.
Also, I know in the past, Zeus actually wasn't always an in-game leader in 1.6, but he obviously took on that role, and then he got star players and he was in a winning team. Same in CSGO. So when that happens, because the star players take up so much of the room, so many of the resources, and you're just thought of as the brain in some sense, you almost get completely put to one side and you get no consideration in terms of your individual game.
Right.
So I actually think when he's come now to Gambit, and it's a team that's not as stacked with stars, he's put more emphasis on his own individual game as well. I think his actual level's risen a lot higher than it was at the end in Na'Vi, where even just in terms of as an individual player, because remember, he wasn't the in-game leader at the very end, his game was really struggling at the time. He was having some quite poor
Yeah,
performances.
not so much in CSGO, but in 1.6 he was regarded as one of those fragging in-game leaders. You know, you wouldn't think of him as just a guy who moves the pieces. For example, you maybe say something like that about Karn. Karn would be an in-game leader that's, you know, just there to help his teammates out and sort the pieces on the board, while Zeus could always be the one who could have a great game, you know, and have a lot of impact,
Absolutely.
even in terms of kills.
And on the other side of things, you see Ricky on the end there. I think, given that I have no information as to when this will start, I can start a big question. It's always fun to do.
Well,
the Australian imports into North America, because you've seen Ricky's doing this, and I know that there's a great deal of both analysts and fans that want to see the likes of JKS for a long time. And we were talking like a year, maybe a year and a half. They thought these guys have the ability to, you know, uplift North American rosters. They've been there anyway.
Yeah,
it makes sense.
You feel like there's talent in that team. I mean, for Renegades, it's been unfortunate recently with the roster changes that they've had, that they didn't have a stable team. I mean, after being like down 0-4 or 0-6 in Pro League, they racked up like 8 straight wins. And that's even with like using stand-ins and stuff. So there's definitely potential for that team. It's just they're in a difficult situation in a sense that they're not high profile of a team enough to bring like someone really good to replace Ricky, right? That's why they got. I think their addition of Nifty is actually the best they could get. I think he's like a young, talented opper, someone who's hungry, who has potential, who can work. And with Kassad there as a coach, I think that's the type of a player he even wants. Someone that he can guide and tell him what to do and fit him into the team properly. So, yeah, if you're like a Liquid or a Cloud9 or an Optic, you're thinking maybe we could use JKS and Azure, and you certainly feel that within NA in general, if you shuffle like the 4 best teams and maybe a player or 2 for some of the other teams, you can create 2 at least like very strong teams. But it's just a matter of like contracts, players not wanting to play with each other maybe to an extent, or preferring to play with their friends, that you don't see that happen really.
Dorsey just literally breathes through his mouth at all times. Look. You can see him breathing. Look at his tongue.
Here giving analysis of the NA scene.
Listen,
Duncan chimes in, analyzing Dosh's mouth.
No, here's the thing.
Brilliant.
Obviously, for the Renegades guys, it's hard to get motivated because they know if they went to the EPL finals, they probably wouldn't do anything. So what happened was they were feeling really down in the dumps, and Kassad said, but think, guys, if you were to get a qualification spot for EPL, then you could complain again about not being able to play the minor or EPL. And they were like, yes, let's do it, team. Montage scene. And there was suddenly winning games, high-fiving, winning games. Then they get ready, and at the end, the scene ends, the montage scene, because it always has to end just as the music ends.
Right.
With them hitting send on that tweet, like, our best work to date.
You could be a film director.
Not bad, right?
Yeah. Can you
I
draw?
directed a
You could
few
do some
films myself.
storyboarding. Do some storyboarding, plan it all out, go to a director.
Richard actually has an interesting script for an esports movie.
He does?
Yeah.
It's called Land Bang.
What kind of movie is this?
Listen.
18 plus, I think
Exactly,
it is.
yeah.
Hey, I mean, you know
Adults
what?
only.
The more mainstream esports gets, the more likelihood it becomes.
We did have Team U-Porn for a while, so why not?
We did.
And yet Dossier never played for them. What a tragedy.
The ex-god himself.
It's a travesty, really.
It is.
I mean, we have seen. We had an esports Sherlock episode the other day. It was got the American one called Elementary.
Right, okay. Not the good one.
Not the good
Yeah,
one.
not the good one. That show is really good.
Yeah, and Purge, the Dota analyst, he actually acted in an esports episode of, it was something beginning with C. I don't know, it was like a crime thing that's popular in America. But he was an esports star on a crime.
If you ever want to see an
documentary.
amazing one, go and look online, because I know the episode's up there. You know that show? It's not Law and Order, but it's one of those ones. Maybe it is Law and Order, I can't remember. It's one of those like procedural cop shows. It's the one that has Ice-T on. And they have an episode where it's actually about like Gamergate or something. And it's this one where they're claiming that like gamers are terrorists or something. And that these gamers just start like kidnapping people and stuff. It's so mad. It's so over the top and badly acted, but it's just absolutely epic. You've got to see it. It's so funny. It's like whoever thought this was a good idea, you'd think it was like the 80s or something, the way they put this episode together. It was so bad.
Okay, I found out it's called Bull. It's apparently a popular show, and Purge was acting in it. That's pretty cool. We're getting mainstream, boys. But anyway, that's the acting aside.
Thanks, Purge.
It is time for some fantastic both memes and games. Yes, CLG Gambit, the loser of this is going home. No more chances. 1 win, 2 losses under their belt in the Swiss format. I'm intrigued to see what CLG can do on Gambit, because if ever you were going to pick up a big win to kind of ignite some fire underneath your belly, that's 2 different expressions combined. Thank you very much. I'm here all week. It would be taking a big win versus as an underdog on their very best map. I mean, that would be a big one.
It truly would be a big one. I think it's highly unlikely, though.
Highly unlikely is probably going to be our summary, then our
chances of any
analysis.
CLG having a big one, not that high.
Of course, you're talking about
Upsets.
Upsets. Okay. Right, let's get into it, though. We have got our casters ready. We're going to go ahead.
Wait, why is Jason here? Isn't he supposed to cast?
Wash our mouths out with soap. Head over to Tom Biz and Moses.
Well, that was an interesting death segment, just all the way through. Not too shabby, but yes, we will actually get to the game at hand. It is CLG Gambit. Finally, after a little bit of a delay, both teams trying to avoid elimination. Obviously, CLG, the last remaining, well, the only actually NA team that was actually at this event,
the whole tournament, they've been the
they've
last
been,
remaining
They've been the
hope.
final bastion, haven't they?
Yeah, well, it's a bit like you as well on the desk. You're sort of like flying the flag for NA.
Yeah.
And are you going to be flying it here? Do you think they can pull this off? 9-0 for Gambit on Cobblestone. They look decent on it, but not against the same sort of opposition.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, I don't think CLG really has a great chance in this one. It's going to take some Herculean individual performance. I think, and I think the Deaths actually pretty much nailed it. I think Ethan's been quiet, all things considered, this event. If they want any chance, he definitely has. One of like Ethan or Ricky has to have a really good game next to
Yeah.
Kusta, who we're also just assuming that he's going to have a good game because he's been consistent with it this event these past months. So even that's not guaranteed. So, I mean, just so many question marks, so many ifs for CLG to have a chance in this game.
Yeah, I think obviously when we look to sort of the rest of the team, you talk about Cutler, who's been relatively consistent so far, which is what we want to see from him. But yeah, it's sort of those star players. I think Ethan was all right on train. Obviously, you can't really judge too much from that game because it was against Astralis. So that's going to be a difficult just game in general. But then in the games following up from that, sort of versus Hellraisers, you sort of think, okay, really then that's the match you want to see them sharp and show, okay, maybe we're here to challenge, whereas you sort of think, okay, if they couldn't beat Hellraisers, now they've got to beat Gambit on the one map where they are very, very
They're
scary.
unreal, aren't they?
Yeah.
So yeah, CLG obviously going for comfort instead of banning away from their opponent's strength. So they just said, we don't care what map it's on, obviously. We just want to be on a map that we're comfortable with. So taking that route, we'll see how it pans out for them. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you mentioned that Hellraisers game because there just can't be another start to a match like that, right? I mean, they gave themselves, like, you could see the second half. They had a second half plan that was effective, but just no opportunity to get back into the game. It was a 14-1 half, so obviously starting that slow, you're not going to win a whole lot of games.
Yeah, we are going to be making our way in shortly. Obviously, Gambit looking to try and keep themselves alive, go into that sort of 2-2 segment, which will, I think, be played at the end of the day. We will continue to make sure that we get to the quarterfinals. So it is going to be a long day. This is only match number 2. It is going to be, obviously, the homeboy of Zeus looking to try and face off against NA, and a little bit of Oz in there as well.
Yeah, and he's been a good addition, Ricky has, to the CLG team. At least from what we've seen coming into this event online, he's almost been like a breath of fresh air. Just another dynamic piece of, just an impact player essentially that they have, and you haven't seen it too much. And look at this aggression over in A-Halls. That's Cutler. He's just going to spot things out, and he's going to bail out very, very quickly. Heavy lean for CLG towards the B bomb site to start this pistol round. Cutler continues to be pressure and continues to give ground as well. Ethan playing in the doors, he can get flushed out. He can get forced back into the choke point very, very easily if this hit continues.
And the T side already. We've seen this from them previously as well. Dosia just being set up over towards those A-halls. It's a position he loves to play, and he was an absolute pain. I think it was versus Tai Lu, where he was just able to get into so many nooks and crannies and make things very, very difficult for this CT team.
That's one of the things you hope, CLG picking this map. You have to assume that they've done their research, considering this is one of Gambit's best. So if they notice that being a trend, there are ways, obviously, you can neutralize that. Maybe you take advantage of it and clear him out in the mid-rounds. But at the moment, he's still camped out. The bomb is over there towards A as well, but there's a lot of pressure towards B. That smoke is going to delay things a little bit longer. Gambit making their presence known are going to boost back up. So trying to be a little bit confusing, disguising their tactic. And CLG, they're starting to lean towards middle, towards this B bomb site, and that's going to be dangerous.
I like that. Just having the sort of sound cues that are just basically there to just wind up your opposition, get them thinking about where you could possibly be, and they're just going to fall back, go for this A hit. It's Cutler on the side itself, trying to hold at the moment. 25 seconds left on the clock, so the T's do have to get their running shoes on, and actually missed shots does mean that Cutler and Finesse are able to do quite a bit of damage. The bomb has, however, crossed onto the site, and it's going to be onto Mo, trying to just isolate them over towards this suicide hole, but it's not working out at the moment. Dosia able to bring one back, leaving it into a 2 versus 2, as they are looking to try and get back into the site. They've got themselves the kit on Finesse, so they just need to start connecting these shots. And there's one for Ricky. It's all onto Dosia. Third kill for him, looking for Finesse, trying to find this final kills, goes wide and gets it as well.
Nice pistol round from Gambit. I mean, they were under some pressure, some very good shots from CLG into that one-on-one. Dojo, though, an advantage in that one-on-one. Not only can he see the shadow, but obviously Finesse had the kit, so the aim punch is a difficult thing. And I mean, that tactic did exactly what it was designed to do. It just made them lean away from the bomb site. Imagine if Cutler stays in the bomb site, there's much wider angle of danger for Gambit as they hit that bomb site. There's so many different spots they have to check. Their attention is going to be drawn so far away. The fact that they made their presence known in drop and then boosted back up means they only really had to look at the left side of that APC.
Ricky up close, but Hobbit jumping into the angle will decimate him. Double scout actually coming in for this CT side. Kusta buying absolutely nothing, so saving to get that AWP as soon as possible. Now, there was mentioned on the desk the potential for a double AWP, but a lot of people haven't been bringing it in, especially on Cobble.
Yeah, very, very difficult to retake, and definitely on this map, if you don't get there in time, everything's just going to be smoked off. So can be a dangerous and expensive tactic. Which, I mean, the double scout as well. If you're going to invest in a double scout, you need to hit these shots. You need to do something to get the damage down, and so far not happening again. The A defenders playing close to the connector. Adren pressuring this drop. Finesse. Counter flashes from a teammate's going to help him out, but still, he needs to hit something incredible here. And there it is. Headshot onto Adren. He falls. It's a 4-on-4. Cutler now his chance with the scout as Gambit makes their way through stables towards the A bomb site. He's going to peek out wide, and he's not ready for Hobbit to be there. That's a long-range MAC-10. Drops Cutler immediately. The site is lost, and doesn't look like there's going to be much chance for CLG to get back into this round.
And, well, you have to wonder if it's worth just keeping the minute amount that they have to try and do the same amount of damage into the next round. Obviously, Hobbit did get a little bit low, but realistically, they've kept the majority of the weaponry they wanted. And in fact, we're actually going to see Zeus still pushing back in with that SMG. Not a huge amount to lose, and plenty of money that can be gained, of course. $600 per kill. He is going to spot out Ethan, at least, doing damage to both players, but is getting a little bit low himself, so not going to be over-facing, just trying to catch them out, and he does get one, making that money. Kusta with absolutely nothing to play with, but only needs to connect one bullet, but he's got Mo to support as they are just cleaning up these remaining players. Finesse with the scout is just going to wait over towards Plat, and he will at least keep that into the next round.
Nice play from Zeus, getting one kill, baiting Kusta into a peek. That's dropped by Mo, so the armor and the P250 taken away from Ethan, and yeah, it's just that scout they're able to bring forward. We saw, I mean, it was a nice shot from Finesse onto Adren, but outside of that, the scouts didn't really have too much impact. This is back to that pistol round. The great performance from Doja. 4 kills for him in the round, including the clutch. Getting them off, getting them started on the right foot. So 2-0 CLG. The question is, where does Finesse go with this scout? He's got a smoke as well. And it looks like he's going to be the only one at the B bomb site, and he is about to just get overrun. Hobbit already out with the MAC-10, and Finesse, I don't even think he's aware. There's one at connector as well, but he doesn't even take a shot. Mo finds him. The aim punch prevents Finesse from feeling comfortable whatsoever. And now on a money-making mission, Zeus with the SMG just looking for kills.
Yeah, and realistically, there isn't much to be gained from the CT side. They don't want to just be handing this money over to their opponents, so you can see they're sort of just trying to play in a bit of a crossfire. They will get one kill to actually end the life of Zeus, and while Hobbit, it doesn't really matter too much if he goes down. That is a little bit of extra money, maybe an extra smoke that can come in for the CT side, and even that UMP could be utilized in the next round, maybe over towards drop, along with a lot of utility.
Yeah, the big thing is just the denial of the bonus money, the denial of that extra $600. Zeus only gets one kill, Hobbit gets nothing, so that's nice. And it looks like even Adren maybe even considering saving his scout into the next round. Be interesting. There's Mo coming up. This is a Galil he would lose, and he is going to lose it. So Ricky gets the bonus money. That's nice. So a little bit of a silver lining in that round for the CLG guys, dropping the first 3 after the pistol.
Yeah, of course. Plenty of money already made from the T's in the previous couple, so they are going to comfortably buy back up, and if anything, maybe losing those extra SMGs will just take away the risk factor of the bonus round. A lot of teams would be throwing that in anyway, just to try and make more money and do as much damage as they can. Instead, well, they keep the scout, but other than that, it's pretty standard stuff, and while already Kusta goes to the peak with the AWP, he's down to 44 health.
No success with it, but he's sticking around behind the smoke and the choke point over at A-Long. Pretty centralized defense for CLG on the B bomb site. No one really in chicken coop, no one towards the end of B platform, all playing right around the site, so that way they can wheel around and protect drop as well if it comes into play. Kusa's going to get tested. He's got a setup with Cutler, and he's about to be smoked off, so Cutler is isolated. Blind shot from Kusa into the smoke, gains nothing. There's Cutler, but he can't land it. Doja checks it at the last second, and Cutler just seemed to hesitate for a half a second, and that's all it takes.
The way that the CT side are playing at the moment does limit them quite heavily to actual information, so they don't really know, other than the pick that just came in, that there's a couple of players, and the bomb in the meantime is actually going to go rotating back around, and you can see the sort of gamble that's coming in from CLG, looking like they're going to go for a boost to try and find out at least a little bit of information over towards drop. Looking like they have actually changed their mind and just making their way back over towards that B side. Once again, we can see the T's, they've set Dosia up. He's just going to be sat over towards that A side, that lurk player just being the pain in their side, and with 25 seconds left on the clock, it is going to be a B hit, and there's currently only 2 players here. Ethan holding the cross will get the first, does the damage to at least bring it back to a 4 versus 4. They've got little utility to play with, but he's still doing quite a bit of damage, and in fact, Ricky is going to get one more. The T's, they have to make their move, but there we go. Hobbit with 1. There's seconds left on the clock. They really do have to get themselves onto the site, and there's a good chance for the bomb to actually be denied. In fact, it's not even going to be getting onto the site. That's it. The round is done, just based on that alone, and Kusta's going to run away.
Yeah, Gambit taking way, way too long, not being aggressive enough, and I mean, that was the big thing. Ethan, he only gets the 1 kill, does some damage, but he stalls. He stays alive as long as possible, and Gambit just never felt safe to get into the bomb site. A little bit curious, they didn't want to be more aggressive, but they do get 4 kills. That's nice, and also it's also the danger of like the very, very hard reset if they can respond in this round. So all is not lost just yet. Kusta does have his AWP, but a good chance here for Gambit to really just crush any chance CLG has to a strong start. 3 UMPs on the defensive side of things. Kusta, again, this is the 2nd round in a row. He's going to be pushed up towards A-Halls, playing at the off angle. Cutler's going to be here to support with the UMP close up. Very tight angle, though, for Kusta.
Hot Flash going to go out, leave him completely blind, and they are going to push on to Cutler. It's a quick trade. Kusta, if he can get this back, then maybe he can escape, but he's going to have to throw out the Molotov, just try and duck back down. He does spot the feet, so they do have the knowledge, and actually he will take down 1, but it's, again, just a straight trade. That's absolutely fine for the T side, and in the meantime, they do have a little bit of a push coming out from Finesse, but he may walk straight into Agent's crosshair, and well, doesn't manage to get the shots initially, but they will take that man advantage, and now he's just going to go running towards that B site.
Yeah, CLG couldn't afford that kind of a risk from Finesse. I mean, they were trying to kind of shore up the holes in the defense, and at the same time, Finesse just creates another one by that push. Adren watching right for it. Now Ethan feels like he has to be aggressive. He has to find out some kind of information. He could just walk right into their arms. The Molotov is out slowing him down, but this is split. It's got to be impressive individual performances from these 2 players. There's Ricky spotting 1. He's going to go for the fight. That flashbang misses its mark, so he doesn't peek with it. So he's got to fall back to the side. It's going to be a 3-on-1 here, and Ethan's flanking. He's not rotating. It's got to be quick. He's got to get on his horse now. Ricky's got to delay as long as possible. There's the first kill. That's a nice start to bring it into a 2-on-2.
Even if he just gets 1 more, this could give his teammate a great opportunity. The flank is still making its way forward. He's buying a lot of time. A fake plant is going to come in, but he doesn't get anything. Does some damage at least, and now actually there is time for Ethan to get back in. The bomb will be planted with 10 seconds left, and he gets the first. Now going for the second as well. Hobbit round the corner, but holds the angle, wins it for his team, and now money problems really are going to be coming in for that CT side.
Yeah, great mobility from Hobbit there, changing up his position after the bomb plant. Ethan had no idea it was going to be that quick, and Ricky, I mean, a good idea, trying to just stop the plant, trying to just win by time again, just delay as long as possible, but he gets stuck committing to that fight, thought he had the advantage and just doesn't land the shots. CLG, they suffered a lot of early losses, a lot of early trades that round, but still managed to claw their way back into it, only to lose right at the end. And now because of the double save, you can see the force up. 2 MAC-10s on the board for Adren and Hobbit, and it looks like Zeus is sticking on the Glock. So actually, I mean, all things considered, it's the ideal situation for CLG, I guess.
If they could actually pull this off, the buy on the other side, you exclude the AWP, and this is a very, very risky round that Gambit currently going for, playing with fire a little bit.
Especially considering the stack that CLG have toward this B bomb site. Nice pop flash, and actually Hobbit wins it anyways. Kusta does eventually clean him out, but now comes the pressure on a B platform.
Yeah, it's just going to be this fast, aggressive play as well. Adrian looking for more with the MAC-10, actually runs out now. He's using the Glock as well, but he will go down. Kusta still just doing damage with this CZ. Now Zeus, well, he manages to pick up a weapon himself, and there's the double, bringing this round in for his team. It's all onto Cutler. Does manage to do a little bit more damage, at least taking down 1, but can't finish off onto Dosia. And even with this sort of risky buy, they keep the AWP, they keep a UMP, and really all they've lost is the MAC-10s.
Yeah, a little bit expensive, but I mean, no big deal, just because CLG has to save again now after that investment. So Kusta in the next round will have the AWP as the losing bonus builds up. He's got 3,600 right now, so he'll be all right. But we have to say, I mean, even his presence over in those A-Halls, the first 2 rounds he's had the AWP, haven't had a whole lot of success. Traded out both times. So 5-1 for Gambit. Now they have 3 rifles and an IWP in a round where CLG doesn't even have any armor. It's just going to be a 5-man walk towards this B bomb site.
We're going to beat 3 players actually up close for the CTs. Just looking to try and combine onto one of these players, maybe get themselves a rifle. That would be the best case, but actually Ethan's going to be getting himself the first kill. This crossfire actually doing quite a bit of damage to start at least, but Dosia able to restore a bit of normality. But look at their HP. Hobbit low as well, so still at least making things costly. One more kill, and they're really not making money in this round. So it could be perfect, but no, Mo will finish things off. Again, just keeping things safe, and that is still a 6-1 scoreline at the moment for Gambit.
Yeah, two good stocks, though, by CLG, giving themselves at least the best chance possible to win these rounds, not coming out with it. They get the initial kill again, and it just, it all turns around. Doja with his UMP solving a lot of issues through the smoke, Finesse being aggressive. Even then, it was very, very difficult. But Doja's bailed Gambit out of a couple tight spots here. Up in Kusta's hands, he's got armor and a smoke behind it, and then the 4 M4s as well for CLG. Down 1-6. Remember, when we saw them previously, I think Yanko mentioned on the desk against 5-Power on this map, it was a very, very strong CT side from CLG. Different quality of opponent, obviously, but this CT side is looking grim.
SG in play. Are you a fan?
We've been seeing these get used more and more often, right? I think it's ever since Magisk had that one game on Mirage where he just destroyed everyone with it. Everyone's like, all right, well, why not give it a shot?
Maybe looking to sneak in. The AWP of Kusta is going to be on the other side. Now, utility really is a problem in this round for CLG. They are getting down to bare scraps. A couple of smokes will be able to slow down a couple of pushes. Hobbit goes aggressive, though, and that will actually give them the man advantage early on. There is going to be an attempted trade from Zeus, but he's a little bit too late to the party. Ethan is just going to be waiting in the corner. Now, this position can be great for at least refragging when getting back in. And now we even see Dosia, normally the luck player, he's going to be rotating back in. So the likelihood is they are going to hit over towards this B site.
Question is Zeus the one to initiate the action, or is he just going to lurk out drop once they hit platform? Here comes some of the nades. Ethan's going to be in a tough spot. Got to decide where he wants to peek. Will be surrounded when this hit comes in at both angles. Zeus biding his time. You can see he's considering the fact that Ethan is there. There's one kill. Now he knows it. There's a second kill for Ethan. Zeus could just do nothing. He finally finds one. Kusta's alive still in Chicken Coop with the AWP, but it's Zeus in a 1-on-3. Kusta misses the shot. 15 seconds left. There's no escape for Zeus. They have him out in the open. That's one's going to be easy for Kusta. So CLG, again, get on the board. Surviving with 3 players alive this time.
Yeah, and Ethan actually doing very, very well in that scenario, not to get traded out. As you said, Zeus was kind of in a spot where if he peeks out of drop, he should have gone down to one of the teammates of Ethan anyway, but it just left the other two to have to try and face him directly, and he wins both. So decent round coming out. They're back on the board once again. Now, money shouldn't be a problem yet, at least, but actually...
There's a double op setup.
Well, no, I'm looking more at the T side. Dosia's on a Tech 9, even after winning that many rounds in a row.
Obviously some damage. I mean, they did take some losses in some of those rounds. Kusa with the up, misses the chance for the first shot, survives on the second, drops the Molotov. That's going to go right through it, and he misses that. Doja's on the other side of the fire, and he takes out Kusa. Now he's got an AWP, but Cutler's still here. He gets traded as well into a 3-on-3, and Doja continuing to have a massive impact. Picking up that AWP, cutting off the rotations. Ethan has got to be a hero. But he's smoked out, he's Molotoved out. This is what we talk about. So difficult if the rotations don't come in time. These choke points on Cobble are so difficult to get through.
They're even going to buy a little bit more time with an extra smoke thrown in. Dosia, well, I questioned him not having a buy, and he has delivered in this round already. There's going to be Ethan just trying to play the angles, but it will be just Dosia holding again down the bottom with that AWP. Not actually going to spot him yet, but finds the kill eventually. And now Ricky with the AWP. There's not really much chance for him to actually get back into this round, so he'll just fall back, save this weapon. The money is going to be hurting once again, though, as it's another one-and-done round for CLG.
Yeah, this is what we're going to look back on. If CLG don't end up coming back in this, we'll look back on this game and just say, look at the CT side. They got reset twice in 2 different... That's so brutal to deal with on the defensive side of things. We'll also say Doja in this game has been a beast. Pissed around with the 4 kills and the clutch. This time with a Tech 9, getting 3 kills, salvaging it up, and just closing out the round. He's been phenomenal.
It does go down in the end, so it will have to be a rebuy of the AWP if they want one, but he was just trying to get the AWP, the Catalyst AWP, out of the hands of Ricky. I wonder how much of an investment they're going to go into this round with. Obviously, we've seen them do quite a bit with the pistols. They are, in fact, calling in a tactical pause, however, and I feel like it's necessary. Things have not looked good so far.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea at all. Because basically what you're going to talk about here at this point is, okay, we have one op to work with. So you'll call a quick play for that one AWP just to see if Kusa can get aggressive, find you a kill or two, maybe pull off a miracle. Other than that, it's what are we doing moving into the gun rounds? How are we going to fix the issues we're having? We need to be able to find a way to string rounds together. At the moment, I mean, unfortunately, this is also what they mentioned on the desk. Kusa's had a great tournament up until now, but he's missed some shots here. He's missed some of those opening kills. We've seen him in A halls not have great success. We saw him now in mid, missed that first shot, allowed Doja an opportunity to get the AWP. His defenses, they're just collapsing a little bit too fast for CLG to rotate to cover it.
We are going to see that AWP heading over towards the B site. Decent amount invested as well for this CT side, looking like they're trying to go for this round. Kusta is already going to be down, though. Very fast play coming out from Hobbit. He seems almost too happy to play with this MAC-10, just going to be jumping, bouncing around towards this A site where Cutler is the last man to reside, and he will fall. Rotation is very, very quick, but they're just being picked off one by one. Ethan at least able to drop the bomb, slows them down a little bit, but once again, these nades are going to fall in. And he's just trying to get back into the side, but Angel will not let him. And Ricky has to sort of make this decision once more. He's in a 1 versus 3, has an AWP, and Adrian even going to come pushing onto him. At least he'll find that frag.
Looks like he's considering going for it. He does have a kit. It would have to be pretty quick.
Look at Hobbit as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's a chance here. This is actually pretty risky from Gambit to just kind of evacuate like this. He might even go for the ninja. Maybe he's just thinking, chance here. Zeus out in the open. If he had hit that, he probably wins the round, actually, oddly enough. But he's forced back. Now Hobbit's going to get a better angle, and actually Ricky's going to fall here if he's not prepared for this flank, because Gambit hunt him down. They do not want him to keep this up. They want to force this rebuy. They've been in complete economic control, and they get him.
Yeah, it works out in the end. It definitely could have bit them if they were unlucky. That one shot there would have been enough for, well, the thing is he didn't know, so he may not have gone for it anyway. But
no, but if he gets that kill,
yeah,
he probably just runs into the site and just says, I'll stick it. Screw it. Whatever happens, happens. And then from that moment, I mean, obviously, I just think that's a very risky play from Hobbit in that kind of a scenario. But it works out for him in the end. They do get the op out of the hands as well, so even more dire situation when you can look at what kind of arsenal CLG is going to have in this round. Well, even in the next, yeah, they have to full save, essentially. Ricky's got the Zeus, though, so that's nice.
May be able to at least take something down, although there is spam coming through the door, and he's already getting tagged up by Dosia, who has been the star of the show so far, and Eva going to dunk him out. Style points for Dosia, making this game at the moment look far too easy. The rest of his team, as we've seen per usual, really, are going to be over towards the B site. He's still just playing that lurk role. We are going to see a little bit of a boost. This could be nice. Looking through the legs, Ethan set up with the Deeg. It's going to get flashed out initially, but goes for the re-peek, and Mo denies. Knowing there's a second player here, Kusta will at least get one. Doing some damage, but Dosia still just being a pain, holding the flank, and they'll keep 4 alive.
Yeah, CLG has no answer to Doja at the moment. He's just a force. This is looking clinical from Gambit. It's looking like they want to just get this one out of the way, move on to the tougher games later on. CLG backs against the wall. This is the buy where things have to start turning around for them. They need to get on the board. They need to string multiple together. They need to go on a run here to end this half and get them something going into the second half. This is looking like it could be a repeat of the Hellraisers game where they just have too abysmal of a first half to even have a chance in the second.
Well, it is starting to come about why teams have been banning Cobble versus Gambit. They're looking very impressive so far. Nice start, though. Tag onto Mo. Won't quite be able to finish him off, but the Molotov is going to force them back. He's down to just 11 HP. This time it is actually the Ricky playing the AWP, so he actually buys it back up even after losing it in the previous round. Kusta hasn't really been hitting his shots, as you said, so clearly the switch-up has been decided.
Yeah, I mean, that's a luxury they have, that they can switch between, you know, at one point a primary opera, but it seems too late into this half. Molotov out from beneath, but that's going to force Zeus forward. He doesn't care. He'll fight in the flames. Well worth that kill. Ethan follows up with one. Can he do more? No more pressure from Gambit at the moment. Zeus dropping a little smiley face.
Dosia I want to watch again. He's still just going to be playing his own game at the moment. Trying to get in behind, and actually got a couple of players up close. This could work out if Mo pushes into the crosshairs. Obviously, Cutler playing very close at this moment in time, but he may get a little bit shaken up by the fact that Dosia is making noise over on this other side. Adrian just going to be pushing in, doesn't change the angle. That's the bomb down. Mo very low on HP as well, so this flash could just be enough to give Cutler this kill. 11 HP, pretty much doesn't have much of an opportunity to get back in. Molotov will go out, but there's only 20 seconds, and it's all on Dosia. He has actually sneaked all the way up the back at the moment, so this man has to try and do it alone. He's just missing shots. This time CLG will counter, and they do get a third on the board.
You could hear the crowd reaction just from Zeus getting one kill.
Yeah.
He's fighting in the flames. They really admire that. I mean, it's kind of, he obviously saw the trajectory and was just like, I'm more than happy to trade here. So seeing that there's someone below him and more than willing to fight in the fire, Kusta falls and Zeus ends up falling himself, but could have opened an opportunity for his team. Still 9-3, and we've seen CLG get reset every time they win a round. They lose the ensuing one. Like I said, though, they need to hold on to this round here. They need to hold on to this streak. They need to build off this if they want a chance. This is the biggest round of the half yet.
Yeah, this is where they need to break the trend as such. And while it is looking like Gambit may just be about to switch the pace up, smokes will be thrown in. Ethan is up close but left completely blind, and already they're pushing out. Adrian with the first kill, looking for more. There is Ricky on the side. He's got himself that AWP, and the push will come in, and he's able to at least trade things back. He's going to fall and try and retake with his team, but already they're going to be losing more and more players. Everybody being lost at once. Finesse, he does manage to back though, and actually drops the bomb. Ricky with another, so it's all on Hobbit, and they this time manage to hold.
Yeah, Finesse the hero that round. Ricky with a couple nice kills. Little bit of a confused defense, though. Ethan playing close up, getting aggressive towards that platform. No one else on his team is actually doing it with him, but it's Finesse who holds off with the three nice, making those plays as they try and swarm into the site. Ricky had been burning alive. You can see here, 2 frag leaders for each team. Ricky for CLG has shown up. Doja as well has been a monster.
And actually, considering Ricky's only actually had the AWP for a few rounds, he's actually out-AWPing Kusta at the moment.
Here's the nice thing, because CLG wins that round, I mean, look, they have Tech 9s. This is a chance to actually turn this into a pretty serviceable half, although this is fast-paced. This has picked it up, and Doja again with the opening kill, but he can't get anything else. Ricky and Ethan, it looked dire for just a moment, but they seem to be stabilizing. Ricky just staying alive in Chicken Coop, and a Dren, he's got nowhere to go. He's surrounded. Oh, that's a nice shot, though, with the Tech 9 into a 1-on-2. Ricky's there to end it. So a 5th round for CLG. If they get up towards 6, all of a sudden this goes from being a disaster to now being very, very doable.
Yeah, reasonable half in the end. And well, I don't think Gambit are going to be wanting to make that a reality. Obviously, they do a lot of damage considering the investment that they actually came into that round with, and they should be buying back up into this next round. Obviously, we are coming towards the end of this first half, and well, 9-6 is the scoreline that CLG will definitely be aiming for. One more round to deal with, and at least they're going to have full economy. Whereas, actually, even with the investment into the last round, you look at the T side, without a bomb plant, they're suffering.
That's been a couple nice rounds for CLG to just stop them cold. Either way, overall, it was a great half for Gambit off the back of Doja's work. Ren is solo over towards the B-bomb site just for the Tech 9, looking for any kind of push. It is that defensive Finesse and Cutler over towards A, boosted on the mid-ramp. Standard Halls control. We've seen this story played out a couple different times from Gambit, and most of it has involved actually Kusta with the AWP being here, just getting one kill and then being traded off. But for now, there's no success. Gambit finds no picks taking control of that portion of the map.
Yeah, this could be the ideal switch up, in fact. Just not allowing those early kills to go the way of Gambit, forcing them into these like sort of late round pushes, and they have actually been running out of time quite a bit, seeming to have to force the issue. This time they're going a little bit quicker, but Ethan's there to deny. Double kill for him, leaving just the long presence alone to try and get back into this site, and they haven't even spotted the boosted play yet. Kusta not even going to allow them to spot it. Eventually Zeus will get one, and he is attempting to do something back here. 2 kills for himself, but he's left into a 1 versus 3. May at least get himself the bomb down, but obviously there's no value in this round. He's just trying to bait out some pushes, gets one more, but it will be the 6th on the board, and while this half has been at least rescued somewhat by CLG.
Yeah, dominated early on by a couple good rounds from Doja. Hard resets of the CLG economy as well, kept them at bay. but CLG does recover in the end to at least give themselves a window of opportunity in the second half. When we return from the break, we'll see if they can seize it. CLG recovered in the first half, but they've still got a long way to go if they want to cause an upset here. This is one of Gambit's best maps, and we saw a lot of the reasons why in that first half. It's been a pretty quiet affair for the consistent star of CLG. Cutler and Kusta actually both not having too much of an impact, which we've seen earlier in the event. It's been Ricky leading the way for them, but on the other hand, Doja is really living up to his name of the Sex God.
Yeah, he has been pounding his opposition, it has to be said. He's done a lot of work, especially over towards that A side, but at least in the last few rounds, you have to say it could have been a lot worse. We were looking at sort of a 9-3 scenario. They managed to string a few together, and, well, they've got themselves in a position where if they win the pistol over on that T side, they could be looking very good to actually push themselves forward.
Yeah, I mean, this is all it's gonna have to be a situation again where, I mean, the real damage was dealt to CLG by constantly resetting them every time they won. They're gonna have to do something like that in turn. Needing a hot start as well, a pistol round would be great for them here. You can see though, Finesse, the only one with utility on the T side. Is gonna watch for some kind of a B push, but really not moving towards that bomb site at all. It's coming down the stairs, going towards mid. Finesse with the utility is out towards long A. The only one there. The other three, the core of this attack, going to come up danger stairs. And actually, I think Mo hears these footsteps. Yeah, he's going to fall away. He's going to get into a little bit of safety. You can start to see the rotations from the Gambit side as well, using that information to put themselves in better position.
T's definitely not dedicating in any such manner as of yet. And in fact, looking like they may just rotate away after pulling an extra player over towards this A site. This could work wonderfully. They're leaving Ricky in the same sort of stance that we saw Dosia in the previous half. Obviously, they still have plenty of time, but actually, looking at the map, there's now only Hobbit. Now, he will be able to spot and tell them to rotate relatively quickly, but at the same time, if he goes down, well, this could be a problem, but nice shot. Drops the bomb for at least a second, getting that first kill, and in fact, they're going to fall back again. Now, this is getting a little bit worrying because Ricky, yes, he's pushing up. He is able to get quite a bit of information, but there's still a player behind him. He doesn't know that there is one more, and Mo is going to pounce, finally getting himself into the action. is going to be left alone, and, well, this is just getting ridiculous. They're going to go back once more, but look at the position of Hobbit. He's going to be waiting for this bomb. Catches out Finesse, looking for the kill onto Ethan, who will at least keep the dream alive. Cutler, in fact, getting himself one more, so maybe this madness will work out, but he needs to do so much. In fact, gets another. It's all onto Cutler. He's going to look for that vital kill, and reloading his bow eventually will finish, and that round was just absolute cluster. I have no idea what happened.
Yeah, how weird. It just seemed like CLG as a team didn't really know exactly what to do, but great positioning from individuals. And every time they switched which bomb site they were going to, first it was Ricky taking space that rotations were causing to come up that mid-ramp and get a pick. And then they go back towards the B bomb site where Cutler's found his way close to double doors. So even though they're losing and bleeding a couple players here and there, their players just have such good positionings to prevent Gambit from getting back to the appropriate bomb site. Actually works out in their favor. Risky, if that was kind of the planned idea, but good individual decision making.
The peak coming out from Hobbit, but instantly taken down, and now it forces Zeus back over towards this A site. A lot of work to do. They've invested into a couple of AKs, some SMGs to boot, but they still have that range advantage. Scout onto Mo may have something to play, but I'm wondering if they're going to do the same as we saw in the previous round. After the aggression comes out from Finesse, they get that first pick on the A site, and now after rotations come in, they just look to fall back.
Not really choosing to commit anywhere, and again, Gambit leaning over towards that A bomb. So we have to remember as well, what we saw the other day against Hellraisers, CLG had a much better T side than they did a defensive side of things. Saw a lot of attention on Twitter during halftime to the effect of why are they playing Gambit on Cobble. So this would be an upset of massive proportions if they can come back in this. 7-9, starting to lean towards this B bomb site. Finesse is going to lead the way. Kusa gets the opening kill. There's a Dren, but he can only get one, and Ethan on platform with that AK-47 is surgical. Zeus has given up his position with a few missed shots. And CLG at the moment only losing one, looked pretty good in this round.
A couple of tag players do give an opportunity for Zeus to find something, but nope, Ricky is going to continue his form at the top of the board and will deny any further damage. So 4 players surviving, as you said. They should be evening up this scoreline fairly comfortably, as there'll be little to be invested into the next round for this CT side. And, well, although it is fairly common for the CT side to be won at least by Gambit, in general, we're still looking at the sort of T side of this map.
Yeah, I mean, it's starting to shift a little bit outside of like the specialist teams on the maps. Like I know Duncan's always talked about when a team is a specialist on a map, they can usually, like, you think someone like Navi or Virtus Pro and Train, they can grind out the T rounds. Well, if you're a specialist on Cobble, right, that means you start to have a very, very good defense. It's one of the few maps that consistently had a pretty big terrorist lean for some time at its start. This time it's CLG's turn to wander into a stack on an anti-eco. 5 players of Gambit at this B bomb site. Good chance for Kusta, the Opera, to gain some money. Doesn't get a single kill. There it is. Finally taps away at the head of Hobbit. Despite all 5 players being there, it's a very, very quick round from CLG. They decimate it. It's all tied up 9-9 going into the first gun.
Yeah, and they did it a lot more cleanly than we saw in the previous half. They managed to make a lot of money, don't lose anybody in those last couple of rounds, or maybe 1 or 2, but now they're going to go into the bye with a lot of money to play with over on that T side already.
Question is, how much do they upgrade? How much do they invest into this? You can see 2 UMPs on Kusta and Finesse. Don't want to switch into the ops. Don't want to spend that kind of money just yet. This makes me kind of believe it is going to be a little bit more fast-paced. It almost seems like a contact play over towards the B bomb site. Smokes out for both sides. That one from Gambit slows things down. You can see CLG, they wanted to just kind of hit that bomb site, but it's at least going to force them to look back and make sure there's no pushes from the A site, and then they might change their mind from there.
Dosia playing in drop has picked up a UMP so he can get some extra utility on the board, but most of it has been expended, and there's still over a minute 15 on the clock. So great opportunity now for them to just hit the site. And you can look at the other side of things. CLG have expended next to nothing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing. They just wandered back. They just made sure no one pushed up, no one was cheating, and no one was getting the intel. Now it's come back towards V. Good read from Gambit, though. There's going to be 4 players here, essentially. Mo is still in the connector on his way over towards B.
Yeah, now the push coming in. Hobbit's going to be up close, and he's looking for the kills, but actually it's Adrian to get one for his team. Push back in from Ethan with another, and it's just going backwards and forwards at the moment. Mo doing the damage, 2 through the gap in the smoke, and it is going to give them a chance in this round. And Kusta, well, he's still stuck with the UMP. Finesse trying to make his way back onto plat, at least looking for that flank at the moment, but they're both pushing him from the same sort of angle, and neither, well, I say neither, now one has been spotted. Molotov going to go out onto the site. They do have a kid onto Mo as well, but not really making very much headway at the moment. They've got to try and get themselves forward, and Zeus is already so low on health. It has to be down to Mo, and really, the remaining players are just baiting out that timer, not really peeking at all, not giving away anything, and that is a wonderful hold from CLG.
Yeah, that is a very nice 2-on-2, not committing to any fight, knowing that the lack of utility, possibly the lack of kits because it's the 4th round, that all they had to do was play for the time, using the bomb as a third teammate, and it works out very, very well. Even with the missed Molotov out of Finesse, but good entries, good trading from CLG as they enter into the site. Either way, Mo with that spam through the smoke almost turns that into a favorable position, but cleaned out. It's going to have to be another save for Gambit. So all of a sudden, CLG's taken control of the match. They finally get the lead that they've been looking for. They've completed that kind of comeback so that they're not just, you know, it was so sketchy for a moment in that first half.
Oh yeah, with all the economy going the other way, we were sat at 9-3, and if I'm not mistaken, I think they've now taken the lead. So
yeah, they're up by 1.
They're on that T side. They've even got to the point where Gambit are now can take themselves a tactical pause, and I do think it's necessary. And even with the sort of 4 players on the site there, the initial players, the ones that didn't rotate in, actually didn't do very much damage. It was Mo who got there a bit late that did the majority to actually bring them some hope in that round.
Yeah, I think Gambit only got 1 kill, but I mean, Hobbit got dropped pretty much immediately by Cutler coming off. I think they got caught out. I mean, that's one of those things where they just didn't, they had a setup where, you know, Hobbit on B platform, once the utility was running out, once that smoke was dissipating and the hit was about to come in, he's trying to get back and readjust his position. He's just caught out in the open. A little bit heartbreaking for Gambit as they lose that big lead that they had. At one point, I believe it was 8-2.
Yeah, they were looking very, very good at these sort of early stages in the first half. Now CLG, well, they have the lead on Gambit's best map by quite a margin.
Yeah, and this is just CLG setting up into a default, making sure there's not going to be anything tricky, trying to prevent any kind of pushes that would catch him off guard, although being caught off guard is, they've got to treat this like a gun round. This is so dangerous. 2 players stacked up towards the hay, 1 player to bait them in. They've got to use Molotovs. They've got to use utility. Doesn't look like they're going to. Aggression from Zeus. He's dropped by Kusa. Prepared for that. There's the Molotov. Hobbit's forced out in the open. Kusa holding the angle. That's beautiful. That's clinical from CLG. Those are mistakes in the past they might have made as a team, but not this time. Ricky as well, just got to clean things out.
Flawless.
Yeah, that was nice. CLG 11-9, starting to look good on this T side, getting rolling, building up money as well.
Yeah, not a single casualty in that round, and well, that means no money to be made either for the CTs, even though it may only be a pistol kill. Sometimes it can benefit you quite significantly. Obviously, I do think they have the maximum loss bonus coming up behind them at the moment, and they will get themselves a buy on the board. First time seeing an AWP into this half as well, with Mo able to get it in play, and Dosia, he's going to stick to his just to make sure he has full utility and a kit.
Yeah, that's all well and good. I mean, he's been the drop player, so you kind of need that much utility. You need the smoke Molotov. There's a peek, though. Hobbit gets 1, it's traded off. Got a lot of information and massive damage. 1 kill, and Ethan's dropped down to 5. So all told, it seems like a crazy play, but it gives Gambit a lot of room to work with. They slow down the pace of CLG, because again, you could see it almost seemed like it was going to be another contact play from CLG.
Yeah, that's something we actually saw as well versus Tyloo. Hobbit was very, very aggressive on that plat, and when he gets confident, that's where things do get very, very scary. Now, at the moment, they have managed to counter him, they have managed to shut him down, but as you said, that's an awful lot of damage done early on, and once again, rotational play coming in from CLG.
Ooh,
and
miscommunication.
Oh, what? And also, Ethan gets that kill. This is a little bit sketchy at the moment from the CT side. A few mistakes coming in. There's also players right next to each other, and Drop Dosia will win that battle, so at least taking down Ethan, but it is going to be this later A push. Zeus going further down, maybe caught in the open if he's not careful. Ricky will spot him out, and the push in the meantime from Finesse opens up, leaving it onto Mo. I think he will actually spot out 1 player in the form of Finesse and just waits for him to try and cross, but the smoke is going to deny him any visibility onto the site, and he has to try and rotate back, take a different angle, and I don't think they have any more nades, but look how low these remaining players currently are. Ricky is on 22 HP, Finesse is on next to nothing. Luckily for them, there's absolutely no utility to play with for this CT side, so there's no dunks. They're just going to have to wait and push back in, and while Finesse, this is a ballsy angle to take. Very, very close. Actually, Ricky's going to win the duel, and I think Finesse is now in behind. Dosia's absolutely unaware, and they're going to win it, even with low HP. Big round coming out from CLG.
Unreal. All the clutch situations being won by CLG. Extremely, extremely smart of them, by the way. Ethan with 5 HP, put him in drop, where he's not going to have to take any direct fights, and the timing may just work out in his favor. I think, actually, Adren probably still wins that fight if he wasn't shot by Mo. I think that little bit of distraction and confusion maybe just slips his focus for a half second, and Ethan wins that battle. But from there, with low HP and the 2-on-2, a very, very good win. And Gambit is just suffering at the moment. They cannot get a hold of this match.
That's a round they should have taken, and well, they're actually going to go straight back into the investment. Ethan starts off. That AWP is gone in a matter of seconds. Mo is down. Now Zeus is going to go for that snacks play, playing up close with that Mag 7. Cutler just waiting on the other side. It's looking like he's tempted to peek. Both players just playing a dance, and well, the shot hits, but Cutler still wins the duel.
You know, Zeus has got to be there like, why? How does it work for snacks so well? How does he do it?
Magic.
Either way, I mean, now Gambit's really losing the plot in this match. This is slipping away from them. 12-9. It's been a 10-1 run since it was 8-2 in the favor of Gambit. Adren with the AWP. I mean, this is not a great angle for an AWP. That's like a one and done, but he's got to get aggressive, at least push up and find some kind of information, hopefully a pick.
Well, just look how split this defense is at the moment. One in drop, one on plat, one over by the fence. And the thing is, he's got no support whatsoever. So he has to basically watch so many angles at once. You can see him just pivoting to try and find out something. He's already been spotted and, well, should be down in a matter of seconds. Cutler, in fact, going to wallbang him, leaving, again, the two players completely isolated from the site. I think, really, in this situation, they should fall back and save. And if anything, maybe even take another pause.
Yeah, they might have to use it immediately. There's no utility here, obviously. Yeah, these guys are just going to have to save. No chance to get back into it. That's just something where, I mean, they got spread out across the map. Everyone watching one thing, but no one having any kind of information of what's coming. I thought Adren was going to continue to push up just to gain that kind of information, but stopping at stables, he was just kind of left out in the cold. Ethan's on a hunt now to take guns away. There he spots one. It's Hobbit who misses the shot, but he does win out the fight in the end. The rest of CLG is starting to stream forward towards the B bomb site to find what they can. Ricky, though, I think Doge is going to have him outplayed here. No, he's not. Misses the shots. 13-9. What a turnaround from CLG. What a comeback, and it's been dominating.
Yeah, it's quite. It really is quite surprising. I suppose it is sort of part of your curse, though, isn't it? When you bet against those NA teams, just like they seem to come up trumps, and it is going to be another tactical pause.
I have a love-hate relationship with the NA teams at times, but I mean, listen, this is a very good performance. And the great thing about it is, this isn't like some kind of crazy individual performance where someone is just running out and winning battles. This is, doing all the right things, using your utility properly on the anti-ecos to clear out potential points of stacks, areas where they've suffered in the past. This is, slowing things down in the mid-round, playing a solid defensive, a default game plan on the T side. And then even, look in the clutches, no one's trying to make too many plays. Everyone's just kind of doing their job, setting up the good crossfires, having the good post plants.
Yeah, and it looks like they're prepared for this very matchup. They look like they know exactly what they're doing. And while on the other side of things, there's been quite a few mistakes actually coming out from Gambit with the duels they've been taking. And, well, in this round at least, not going to be fully investing. They're waiting for that next round buy. Obviously, we know that they've got plenty of money coming in terms of the loss bonus. In this round, you can see the T side just waiting for any further aggression. They've been catching players out when they've been peeking over towards plat. That is one of the big problems that the CTs normally seem to have with Cobblestone, is just finding out that information.
Here's that default again out of CLG. Two players, Cutler and Finesse, clearing out. Those two guys have played together for so very long. No surprise to see them working together. Zeus is going to be the first one up. He wins that with the CZ. He's actually going to push forward. He gets caught on the wall. That might actually be his demise. I thought he was going to push up and try and get that. But aggression everywhere. Doja's boosted up, although he does get traded off by Kusa. There to close the gap, but now he's got to be careful. One close to the left. Is Kusa going to clear it all the way? No, there's no way he suspects this. A little bit of a fake thrown out, but Hobbit's going to have the intel. It's not happening. Unfortunately, his teammates are dropping over towards the A bomb site, so all he can do is have a quick flank.
Once again, it's going to be the same attempted spot. A little bit further back, in fact, this time over towards those cannons will be Adrian. Now, this again, it's sort of a one and done. The likelihood of him getting away with too much is going to be slim. There is a flank, however, coming in at the moment. And that push has gone all the way through. Adrian has to find something. He's completely blind. Cutler will spot. He gets the one. Now, Finesse is actually very low on HP. The problem is they may just walk past each other. Hobbit is literally right next to him. He gets one onto the bomb planter, and now the HP so low, he's actually going to go for the nade over towards Long. Not quite. It's gone too far. And that's just going to be waiting up close. Hobbit has absolutely no idea. He's got to play this perfectly, though, and running across the side. It's the shot. Finesse does the work, plays it calmly, and that's another in this streak from CLG.
That is disgusting. All the clutches going their way, and Hobbit maybe just a second late. I mean, a little bit lucky on the CLG side. I think that bomb gets planted right before he dies. If that bomb goes down there, Hobbit likely wins that round. He has all the advantages with the timer going low. But Finesse with low HP, playing patiently in the corner, finds the kill. His T side. Is Gambit even, they haven't even won a round, have they? They've gotten blanked on their CT side.
Yeah, they won the first half 9-6.
That's unreal.
Yeah, known for being able to win their CT side. And now they've actually just got to try and win a round on their CT side.
Well, op out again in Mo's hands. They've tried everything now. That last round was just overwhelming aggression from Gambit. Boosted up, pushing everywhere. Gets them a couple kills, but they just can't win it out in the end. CLG eventually does sustained. Here's a little bit of a duel. Is there going to be a flash, or is Kusa just going to peek it? He's just going to peek it. He loses that. Nice angle from Mo, and he falls all the way back. So first time in a long time, you have something good to talk about with Gambit in these CT rounds.
Yeah, they have been pretty much down a man almost every single time. All the aggression has been countered perfectly by CLG. So now let's see if they can do anything back. Instantly responding, though. 2 kills onto this defensive A. And the remaining players once more are going to be isolated. Dosia just jumping back down, but he's caught in between. The Molotov may just survive. The flames will not spread. And now he actually has a decent position. Actually going to have to push out of it, though. Finesse takes down Adrian. Now it is on Dosia. Finds one, but it's instantly traded back, leaving just Hobbit. And he's got 3 players to find. They need to make some mistakes if he's going to have any chance in this round. Looks for one. Finesse with 3 in this round. In-game leader, but also fragging well.
All smiles on the CLG side. And actually, I mean, that's unfortunate because actually Gambit had chances in that round. I mean, that one fight out towards Long, you felt like Zeus had that on Cutler, and then Adren in the balcony missed a couple shots uncharacteristically. And CLG, they're not missing anything at the moment. That's the thing. Gambit's giving them just that second or two to get into the game, and they're seizing it. And now it's, this is so close to being over. It's obviously 15 rounds for CLG. It's been 9 straight on this T side for them. 3 shotguns on the board for Gambit. Nothing's worked. That's got to be so frustrating if you're one of the Gambit players.
1 round away from not only losing their record, but being knocked out of the tournament.
Think of this as well, Virtus Pro and Katowice. I mean, both these teams, you could call it home turf for Gambit, playing on their best maps against teams that were their overwhelming favorites and not looking good and about to be losing this. It's 15-9. Adren gets one with the shotgun. But how much can they take from that?
Mag 7 does its job. Zeus is going to be up close as well. He has himself another Mag 7. They actually bought 3 going into this round, so the range, at least at the start, was heavily benefiting. Now, double ops on the T side really suggests that they were expecting a little bit more aggression, and more Hobbit will spot out a couple more players, knowing there's still heavy presence over towards this plat. The problem is the bomb is not dedicated in that direction whatsoever. It's only Mo on A. If he goes down, well, they're going to have free roam of the A site, and that's been a big problem at the moment for this CT side. Adrian spotting or peek from Ricky may actually suggest that this is going to be a push, and you can see they're still just holding 3 players over towards this site. Spotting a little bit more will be Ethan, but he actually gets dropped low. Adrian with another, and now we are going to see Ricky pushing back in. Mo has to do something here, and he does. He drops the bomb. This gives them a great opportunity in this round. There's only 20 seconds left, and it may just be that CLG have overplayed their hand a little bit going into this round. Kusta, however, with a nice flick, will be able to get one more, but they're just backing out. They know that he's only got seconds to spare, and Gambit finally get around on the board.
Yeah, that's huge. The first CT round, and you have to say, CLG switching into a double op. They've never used it this whole half when they've had success. Why are you switching to it now when the game's on hand? And now they've also given over a free AWP to Gambit. Crowds back into it. All things considered, with how dominant of a half it's been for CLG, I mean, Gambit's not too far away. 5 rounds. This is one reset of the economy, and Gambit can force overtime. So CLG still not out of it just yet. It would just be crushing if they were to drop this one, wouldn't it?
That would literally be the most NA thing I think ever done in history if they managed to throw this one away after such an incredible streak. That's the first round they've actually lost on this T side, and well, we'll see if it's going to be their last. As you said, they've given over an AWP. In fact, given over 2 to Gambit. Now, this is where things will get a little bit interesting, because it's not really the best strategy on the CT side, but it may be surprising.
Yeah, and why not just go for it? I mean, you've lost every other round. The one thing you've never had money to try is a double op setup. Adren's no slouch with it either, so it is going to be dangerous. Mo's got one over at the double doors towards A. Adren with the other one is in the chicken coop at the B bomb site, and there's no one from CLG with control at B. This is just going to be a full A execute. They haven't gained any control. And that's the dicey thing, because like you can never know at this point if you're CLG if Gambit's pushing up. Nice flashbang is going to force Zeus back. No one's really even rotated from the B bomb site. You can see CLG, this is just systematic A-Hall's control.
Able to get it with pretty much just one flashbang, so not really too much lost just yet. They still have the same setup. No rotation yet coming in from this CT side. They are going to throw out a little bit of utility, but it won't achieve anything. May just slow down a little bit. 40 seconds left or coming up on the clock. And Mo is just playing patient at the moment. Not going to go for anything audacious. Waits, but he actually gets smoked out. And now, well, this is where the push is going to be coming in. Zeus actually going to throw out a smoke of his own, just denying them any further permit. And we will actually see Mo get one with the AWP. They're getting stuck in their tracks a little bit here. Ricky trying to get through, but it's actually Zeus missing the shots. Can't spot him out. Both players just sort of having a dance of death at the moment. Neither able to find the kill, but it will be Cutler and Finesse bringing things back. We're into a 2 versus 2, and it's double orbs to retake, but nice shot from Adrian. Will give them that opportunity, and another from Mo. The orbs pay off. 15-11.
Start to feel it. Nice play from, I mean, that was an ugly fight between Zeus and Ricky, but that smoke is just delaying anyone from getting in. That's beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful.
That is art.
Just a standard execute, and it took a little bit of time to come to fruition. That's what allowed Mo to essentially, I mean, he was smoked out at doors. That's what allowed him to readdress and get over towards the hole and be mobile with that AWP. The double ops coming out very, very nicely. CLG 5 AK-47s now. Money likely starting to dwindle. They've still got 4 rounds to play with. That hit just took so long, and enough delaying was done by Gambit that the rotations could come in.
A smoke from Zeus as well seemed to just cause absolute pain for them. They didn't know how to really get onto the site and ended up just running through it. Like, he doesn't kill anyone in that circumstance, but it's still just that smoke delayed them so much. This time, he's just going to use it to try and deny their presence over towards these halls. Cutler is going to go peeking. Zeus doesn't want to be going down in this scenario, as it will give them that opening pick. And, well, CLG, I was going to say I've been working well with the picks, but they've been working well in every round up until the last 2.
Yeah, and those Zeus goes down. Look at all the damage he's done. I mean, Cutler and Ricky below 50, Kusta and Finesse right around 60. So, I mean, at least the damage is there for Zeus. His teammates can help clean up, and I doubt with 1 kill at the A bomb site, is CLG going to expect Doja to be here. Pushed up close, hiding in the corner. Mo again in that same position at double doors with the AWP, and CLG, they still have 3 players over towards the B bomb site, including the bomb. This time Adren's not in chicken coop. He's out in the open a little bit more at the statue. It looks like it's going to be an A split, actually. Come down, drop, jump through the window, but Hobbit's there at the off angle. Finesse, he's the next one up, and he falls as well. Great play from the young man. 3 kills for him. He holds it perfectly. Cutler's made his way up, but his teammates have died, and the bomb is down. 20 seconds left. This round is Gambit's.
Yeah, the likelihood is they're going to be trying to take over this A site, but they don't have anything to plant on it. They can Molotov all the positions out that they like, but it's just not happening in this round. The bomb is in a horrible position, and yeah, this round has been won by Hobbit and Hobbit alone.
Now the pressure, I mean, it actually feels like the pressure has shifted over to CLG. Gambit gaining momentum, surviving with 3 people, building up some bank, but also survive. I mean, they're not getting picked off anymore. They're not just losing. They're not. It doesn't seem so futile for them anymore.
It's almost if the 3 points are now sat on the Gambit side. Like the just the momentum has just switched instantly. Like they didn't have a single round and have now strung the last few together. Hobbit doing very, very well in this situation, but there's only 3 rounds of difference. Now, I'm waiting to see what sort of investment will actually come in here for this T side. And I think the fragging really does say it all at the moment. Like, there really isn't that much of a drop between Ricky and FNS. They have been just all the way across the board, everybody having their moments.
Yeah, Cutler playing well also. I mean, Kusa's been a little bit quiet, but you know, the other players on the CLG side have really, really stepped it up. Finesse has had some very high impact plays. The op battle going in the way of Ricky just the few times, even use it for like the first quarter of the match.
Will be a buy though. So CLG still with the money at the moment. Mo going to be going for the pick, can't quite find Kusta. Again, it is actually Ricky picking up the AWP, so clearly just off feel at the moment that he wants to be trying to fight this back. Double AWP still remains over on that CT side, but they should know this by now. It has been spotted multiple times.
Yeah, they haven't gone really towards this B bomb site in quite some time. This time they're going to readdress. Last time, I mean, they've been hitting A. They tried to drop towards A, and they got slaughtered by Hobbit. You could see Gambit, they're used to this A hit, so they have the lean towards the A bomb site. This is, CLG have set up pretty nicely for this. That nade is huge. Softens everybody up. Here comes the execute. That Molotov, though, going to slow things down by a few seconds for the rest of the A defense to come over. Still not out, coming out of drop, coming through the smoke. That's Cutler leading the way. He falls, Ethan trades it off. He's got to do more. Zeus is here with an instant kill. Dren with the AWP, peering up towards platform. He looks away, and Ricky finds the pick. Down into a 3-on-3, and Hobbit, is he going to try and make a play? This could be too much. Smoke's clearing. He finds one, and there's Zeus getting the planter as well. Ricky cannot cover his teammates, and the op kill is there. 1-on-2 situation for Ricky.
He's got a lot of work to do, but he has been the man to do it so far. Actually going to go for the jump onto the tree. This may not be expected. Hobbit just around the angle, but catches him anyway. A 13th round on the board as the comeback continues. And now, well, things start to get dicey for CLG.
That round was on a knife's edge. That could have turned in CLG's favor so quickly. And Zeus and Hobbit, actually. Gambit just barely holds on to it. But the crowd's into it now. And those soundproof booths do not help that much.
Still looking nervous. Gambit not wanting to go out of this tournament.
Yeah, but look at this. It's Tech-9s. Finally, there's no more buys for the CLG side. The losing bonus is built up, so they have a small investment on the CLG side. Maybe some kind of magic can happen, but essentially what they're saying is we have to win on the last round at 15-14.
We've seen it before, but this time Mo is just going to be lining them up. Already taking the first, second, doing damage to a third, and it is just all Mo this round. They're not getting anywhere near that site. Zeus looking to find himself a kill and gets one, leaving Cutler in a 1 versus 4. There should be no hope for him in this round. Just wanting to try and do some damage. Does actually get himself a second, but that is it. Hobbit will bring it to 15-14. Gambit are 1 round away from taking this to OT.
A game of momentum. It's shifted back and forth, and it seems like now CLG, they can do nothing right. They can't win any of these initial fights anymore. This double op setup on the Gambit side has really slowed things down, and Mo has come alive. Beautiful shots from him here this round.
The funny thing is as well, that double up was given
it was gifted
to Gambit by the purchase of 2 on that T side. The switch up that doesn't work.
We mentioned at the time, right? That double up on the T side was something that had never been done in the 9 straight rounds that CLG won on the Ts, or as Ts. So now when it goes over, it's almost like, why did you switch that up? You've given them a very, very strong weapon to play with.
Boost the board in over towards Platt, waiting for any aggression. The other thing that Gambit have changed up quite a bit, they were going for a lot more aggression. Now it is sort of just positions where they can easily escape from. Once again, Mo is going to be set up with this AWP. Flashbang going to come over, goes for the timing shot, but he should be able to fall back without any real trouble. So we'll leave Hall's taken, but he's going to keep his life.
Yeah, last time CLG tried to push that back, they didn't even try and push it back. It was just Kuster with the AWP taking the fight, and he lost it. So this time, at least they get him away without losing any HP. Zeus isn't there spamming through the smoke and nading them down low. Still 3 defenders at this B bomb site. Good utility, though, from the CLG side, and it looks like they're going to set up for an execute. 2 players still over A for the Gambit side of things. Here come the smokes. It is Adren still with the op at Statue. Molotovs as well, although none over at the B bomb site to slow this down if it comes in.
Going to be the setup, but the bomb actually looking, and look at the spot from Zeus. He's actually going all the way around the back already as they look to try and make themselves out. He could actually drop the bomb, but in fact, Finesse still wins that duel, and it's Ethan doing the damage, and now they're going to be able to push back towards this A site. Ethan having a big round for his team, gets himself 3 kills. He may have just done enough to take this over the line for CLG. It's Adrian versus 3. He's got to try and find something, needs to maybe get something on the cross, do some damage before they get into their after plant positions. It is going to have to be mistakes once again, but it's all onto Adrian with this AWP. And at the moment, there isn't anybody peeking. They now know where he is. Finesse has spotted him out, and Ricky will end it. CLG will end the win streak of Gambit. And not only that, they'll knock them out of the tournament.
Yeah, Gambit eliminated. Stunning. We said this was going to be a massive upset. That round, Ethan shows his quality. That is brilliant. And Zeus feels like he has the advantage. Zeus on the flank feels like he's going to make something happen. And actually, because he's flanking so much, everyone rotates away from that B bomb site or A bomb site, heading over towards B. And once Zeus falls, Ethan's in perfect position to capitalize on the rotations back. But this is stunning. At halftime, Kerrigan tweeted out, if you're going to play Gambit on Cobble, you have to be beast on it. And at least today, CLG's T side was a nightmare for Gambit.
Yeah, I think the last few rounds may have taken away a little bit to what we saw before, but you have to remember they won 9 rounds CT side with no response whatsoever. A very, very impressive performance on the T side, and only really stumped by the fact that they gave over some double AWPs.
Yeah, that was the kind of the one tactic. That was that last hurdle that they had to cross. Was how do we get past this double AWP setup, and eventually they did it. This team looking good. Ricky leading the way as well. The new acquisition from Renegades having a high impact in this game. I mean, you have to say as well, Finesse and Cutler, the veterans of the squad, were stellar here.
Well, it was one of those sort of like win conditions that was spoken about on the desk. The one thing that really needed to happen was the fact that it can't just be Kuster. And if anything in this game, it wasn't Kuster. Like he was there, but he wasn't sort of having his star performance. It was actually everybody else having their moments. Like Finesse really did have some very important rounds, like the 1v1 where he was low HP, played it smart. There were so many positions that you can highlight other people, like Ricky as well with the AWP was very impressive.
You can criticize Finesse's play at times, like in the history of CSGO, if you want. But one thing he's always been very good at is making plays once they're like in the area of the bomb site, getting the bomb planted, the post plants. He's always been very, very smart in how he plays those kind of situations, and he showed it again today. When they needed 1 kill to get into the bomb site, he was the one to find it. When they needed a kill in the post plant, he found so many. It was phenomenal performance from CLG. A lot of it was tactical. Not missing a step. Boys at the desk, how's that upset taste?
Incredible.
It's like he upset us.
Just like you said, Gambit would be in the playoffs. So even when you win, you lose. That's the way your
Can't
life
stop.
goes.
The train just doesn't stop.
Oh,
but
you bring it on yourself.
It's spectacular. This is it. Counter Logic Gaming have gone and blown everything out of the water. It does indeed live up to the name. They have done, and this is a list, what Tyloo, Virtus Pro, North, Cloud9, Optic, and Kingwin could not do. The list is larger than that. They have a 9 offline win streak on Cobblestone. 9 wins on that particular map. Unbeaten as this Core 5 and CLG laughed at during that veto. Why have you done this? Players tweeting, I can't believe you've done this. Kerrigan, he learnt the lesson the hard way. You know, we've seen this.
Indeed, yes.
We've seen this time and time again. You just don't pick Cobblestone versus Gambit. And what do? 1-2. Lose 1 game, you're out of the tournament. They pick it, they win it. Spectacular, Duncan.
And obviously, now Ricky doesn't regret his tweet. This is why you don't admit behind the scenes these things, because it looks more baller, doesn't it? Remember, he did say, whoever we play tomorrow, you're losing, essentially. Come at me. And that's what they did. They picked Gambit's best map. They played them on it, and Ricky, I can't remember if he actually ended with the top frags, but he certainly was up there.
I mean, if anything, it would have been more appropriate if
he
won
yeah.
the 1v2 when
that would
like
be sick, yeah.
bunny hopped onto 3. That was pretty insane. But yeah, CLG had an amazing display on Cobblestone, even after having a very, very tough start. to the game. They were getting reset a lot in the first half, couldn't like string any rounds together until the very end. I think it's an important lesson for everyone to realize you have to keep grinding. You can get, it's very easy to get demoralized in a game of CS where you constantly get reset. You win a gun round, you get reset, double equal. You win a gun round, you get reset, double equal, and you're like, can I just play with guns, please? Give me guns.
Right, yeah.
But still they managed to win, like to get 6 rounds, and then winning second pistol. That was all they needed to gain some momentum. And I mean, it has to be said, they were winning all of the clutch rounds in the second half. Some of those that they really weren't supposed to, but players really stepped up. FNS, first among equals, safe to say, in those rounds, really did a lot for the team.
And you have to remember, Gambit were winning in that streak by winning CT half. So actually, they were set up where that still should have been fine, you know. You would expect the defense is going to be able to hold, but a very passive style as well.
It was phenomenal to see the individual step up. This is what we were talking about on the desk. I mean, you outlined Ethan as someone that was capable.
Yeah, so from 9-2 to 9-6, that's super important. Also, like something that doesn't really happen that often these days is that JOSH123 was actually having a pretty sick game, especially in the first half, having a lot of impact for his team as well.
This is an example, though, of where they missed what Adren brings, because, like I say, whenever he has a big game, it's in the clutches. And it's winning those clutches that allow them to get those games. I mean, they had the game earlier. I think, wasn't it them against MVP Project at one point where they won all the clutches in that game, basically? And so, yeah, I think he was a bit absent in this game. Even tried AWPing, which felt like almost like a panic move at one point in time. And so, yeah, not the Gambit we used to see, but then again, not the CLG we usually see.
Yeah, it's good to see the CLG. We're not going to go down without a fight. Ricky was not lying, and top of the scoreboard for him as well. This is the Australian now, formerly of Australian presence in Counter-Strike. Goes to North America and seems to be doing all right for himself. CLG have another chance and could, depending on the draw, have a real shot at those playoffs.
It's going to be tough because obviously whoever they play in the last match, very likely going to be a really good team. I think they've already played Hell Raisers in the last match, right? So as a result, it has to be a very good team actually for the final game. So could be a Virtus Pro,
FaZe,
yeah, Fnatic. So they started the tournament out with arguably the hardest possible matchup, and they're probably going to end it with one as well.
Wow, I mean, yeah, there you go. It would be a trial by fire to get to the playoffs, but it was towards the end starting to look like overtime was a possibility. It was Ethan's 3 kills to go ahead and bring that one home at 15-14, staring down the barrel of a potential overtime, and they managed to prevail. I mean, outside of what CLG have done well, I think it's also worth outlining why Gambit's Cobble looked different. They had that 9-round start on T side. You've already outlined that they started strong, which is often a component to a victory. And then what changed, Janko? Was there an observable difference in how Gambit was structured, or are we just going to direct all of the praise towards CLG?
Not anything obvious.
Yeah.
I think they got outplayed for the better part of it. Maybe they got a little bit complacent towards the end of that first half, taking their foot off the gas just slightly, thinking, yeah, we're going to cruise in the second half. Then you lose pistol, lose the first gun round, and suddenly you're down 11-9. And we say that, yeah, teams have started winning more CT rounds on Cobble, but it's mostly because they have a good start, and then they can like ride that momentum to a very, very strong game all around. You could tell that even towards that, I mean, you just look at the last round of the game, right? They have Zeus on the flank, but he keeps like pushing aggressively without any of his teammates having contact. That should have been communicated properly, because he probably got the call, nades are coming in, but then he didn't get a call, but there's no contact yet. So that if he gets that call, he probably stops, because there's no reason for him. I mean, he's an experienced player. If he knows that there's no one like pushing into the bomb site, it's still a possibility of a fake, and he doesn't have to move forward. And as they said in the cast, it forced the rotation of the rest of the players as well, so it was fairly easy for them to get into the A bomb site. Ethan had a monster round because he was the guy from drop, cutting off all of those rotations. Instantly, he got a triple kill.
And we haven't seen this at all in the tournament, which is Ethan and Cutler both having a big game at the same time. Those are some of the most quiet players on CLG in all the other games they were playing.
25 kills for Cutler, 26 for Ethan, and spectacular kill distribution. I mean, no one from CLG was dead weight. We've seen what Kusta was capable of. In fact, Janko, before this, you stated he was the 6th highest rated player at this event. And now he has a bad game. Fortunately, there's another kind of couple of fraggers to fall back to. It's a huge win for CLG, and the stats do indicate that everyone's competent.
You can say to an extent that, I mean, it's fair to say that Gambit underperformed at this event in general, but I don't think they, I think they played better in this game than they have in some of the previous one that they had at the tournament. You just need to give huge props to CLG, even with the clutches and all of that. They just had a a great game, and then they outplayed the Gambit on a map that they were undefeated on.
And this actually really shows me the flaws of Gambit at this tournament, because think about it, Gambit should have been high-fiving when they got CLG there in that match. Remember, the other people you could have gotten, which is really tough teams. They thought they got the Joker pick, like the easy one. Okay, we get through to the last game, which is what you'd probably expect, you know. They should be on the brink of the playoffs as it is. So I think you look at this tournament as a whole, it has been woeful for Gambit. I mean, the line through all of the games, it hasn't been high level, hasn't been all those things we thought they had before, which is like the young stars fragging really well, a Dren MVP type performance, really well-rounded approach. They've lacked in a lot of areas.
Yeah, absolutely, and CLG have completely profited from that big win from them. They'll be surviving in the tournament and be playing potentially one of the teams coming up next. These names are also on the chopping block, Fnatic and Virtus Pro. Just one will have an opportunity for those playoffs. There's a best of one will determine their fate after our break. The battle in Kiev continues, the crowd already filling up, and it hasn't even begun. Join us after the break.
Online betting for every esports fan. Dota 2 and Hearthstone, CSGO and Overwatch, StarCraft 2, the choice is yours. Express bets for multiple matches or live bets on the game you are watching right now. Know your way around Dota 2? Make a prediction for picks and bans. Playing CSGO? Guess the number of rounds in a certain match. Daily quests for all participants and all the best choice of payment systems. More than 600,000 users have already made their bets on the spectacular matches since 2011. EGB.com. You know for sure who's gonna win.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We just witnessed one of the biggest upsets of the tournament. There have been a few, but CLG have knocked Gambit out of the tournament. The crowd was most definitely against the North Americans on stage, but they did prevail, and we even had one of CLG's biggest fans, Jason Moses O'Toole, joining us on the desk. Great to have you here, mate. As well as Duncan Thorne. Shows how many messing around. You actually predicted against them of all times.
I did.
Yeah,
No, this is pretty typical of how things go down generally with the North America.
So we will just explore this for a moment before we get ready for Fnatic VP, because that's going to be awesome to talk about. But just a couple of words from yourself off the casting desk. You actually got to cast that game.
Yeah.
The overbearing opinion of the desk was just simply that CLG actually just outplayed Gambit. There was not much criticism towards how Gambit was structured there.
Yeah, also, I mean, Gambit never really could get any money established on the CT side, but the big thing is, like, one of the things from watching the online games from CLG leading up to this was that FNS coming in as an in-game leader has kind of, he does have, it might not be tactically some kind of crazy inventive leader, but he does have this team playing well, has them playing very calm, very disciplined in some of those rounds, and then just played individually well also in that game. So impressive stuff from CLG, but it only gets harder from here, right?
Yeah, and just talking to FNS, I quickly threw a question at him after his win. I asked him whether or not they were aiming for Cobble during that veto. I know it had us baffled.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Baffled.
Yeah, so I asked him, quick question, was Cobble what you were aiming for with a veto? And it was a very straightforward, yes, they have a bigger map pool than us, and we didn't have a choice. We knew we would end up on Cobble.
It's also kind of funny because I actually took the elevator up to get here when I was in there with Cutler and FNS, and they were that T-pistol round that they ran there where they just went back and forth between each bomb site. They were just laughing because they were like, that was like the biggest. They even called it a rank S call. So it's like we all thought there was this deficiency of NA, but if you can't beat him on Cobble, you just go back to the rank S tactics and you just pull it out.
Yeah, I thought he was going to say, like, in the elevator, he pulled that emergency stop and he goes like, listen, I'm going to give you this one strat. This is what you do, okay? And then they got together.
Yeah.
Great minds of NA.
No, but I mean, just crazy stuff from CLG. Nice win for them, but here it's bleak.
It admittedly does look bleak, and the reason for that is because of the other teams that will be in that bracket. 2 wins, 2 losses. It's a deadly combination in the Swiss format, and one of the teams that's playing right now will also feature in it. That's right. This is how it looks right now. Direct your attention towards the bottom half of the non-eliminated teams. You see Fnatic, Virtus Pro, and believe it when I say they are battling right now here live on broadcast. Fnatic Virtus Pro, only one makes it, Jason. I mean, can you remind us how we got to this particular scenario? It involved some underperformances from both.
Well, I mean, VP, if you just look at VP, I think their last 2 games, they've gotten like 7 total rounds against SK and then NIP on Nuke. And that was the shocking one, that NIP was able to completely wipe them off, a map that VP has been dominant on for the majority of this year. I mean, I think you said they were 13-0 before losing to Heroic. Now they lose to NIP. NIP's no slouches on it, but still very surprising, that scoreline. And that's the kind of the scary part. That's kind of the theme of this for me. Is this the start of one of those typical Virtus Pro slumps? Is this where they just have like a month or 2 where they're just at the kind of the bottom and they have to work their way back up? And also, even just watching that NIP game, just fights were not being won by Virtus Pro. That's kind of what it comes down to. Shots weren't being hit, kills weren't being made, and Fnatic's going to love that because Fnatic obviously really enjoys taking individual battles. So they're going to be in a very happy place if Virtus Pro is playing the very same way.
I did actually see our sponsors, EGB, gave the odds in favor of Fnatic, and I imagine
very slightly,
but just giving them the edge. And I imagine that is those 2 results at this tournament that did not go their way. 7 rounds acquired over 2 maps, and it was against NIP and SK. The only win they've got this tournament was against MVP Project.
Yeah, and the difference is Fnatic lost yesterday's game against the Strauss, but looked good doing it.
Right.
I mean, they had fragging, they really made plays, the confidence seems back. And that's actually a key detail to me, is that if you looked at the history between these cores, Fnatic in general were the ones getting it over on the Virtus Pro guys, and they always felt like they were the ones, bizarrely almost, who could intimidate Virtus Pro and be like, listen, we're the ones who can stop you, we can beat you no matter what happens in the game. And so I think for VP, this is a really precarious position to be in for a team that otherwise would have been one of the favorites to win the tournament.
Favorites for sure, but I think we should start the discussion early regarding the veto. Just simply on the basis that this is so important for teams that you have just said could very well have been a favorite to win the tournament now, face elimination. How do map pools compare? I mean, I imagine Virtus Pro have a deeper map pool than that of Fnatic.
Virtus Pro have arguably the deepest map pool in the world at the moment. So I think the key to me is that Fnatic always bans Nuke anyway. I mean, after yesterday's performance, you could say maybe they wouldn't want to, but it doesn't really matter. They're going to ban it anyway. Virtus Pro presumably will just go with the cash ban, which is what they've typically done here, so they go ahead and do that. I mean, you would expect Fnatic, in theory, should want Cobble out of there. And generally, I think Virtus Pro, I mean, after what happened with Gambit today, maybe they are still the best team on that map. Mirage ban from Fnatic is actually a respect ban, because obviously they played it yesterday. I thought it looked pretty good. It looked like they had a good sense for it. But despite what happened against SK, I still think VP is very dangerous on Mirage. VP themselves banning Train is pretty interesting because you would think, I mean, I'd say they're probably the best Train team in the world, but then again, you got to throw in, obviously, the guys. I mean, I think this is it might be Overpass that we end to here.
Inferno and Overpass.
Right. Yeah, because I mean, Inferno, sure, we've seen Fnatic play it, certainly. I think since it's VP picking, though, I mean, that's quite shocking to me, actually. I mean, as much as VP don't really like Overpass, don't really have a feel for it, I think Inferno's a real wild card between the two. I think this is one of the most uncertain maps for either team.
It almost shows like a, I mean, as much as we say, yeah, it's true, Virtus Pro
I mean, think of this, they'd rather play Inferno than Train against Fnatic.
Yeah, no, the Train ban was very interesting. We know Fnatic has started playing it a little bit more, but obviously, this is what I was just about to say is, despite Virtus Pro having a deeper map pool, it does seem like they've lost a lot of confidence on maps that they typically would want to go to. So, I mean, banning Train is a map that they've, you know, even if you don't consider them the best team in the world, you certainly put them in like top 2, top 3, and maybe only Astralis and SK beating them out on it. And Inferno is a little bit of a wild card in the sense that these teams haven't played it too much. I mean, VP has that win over SK from Katowice, and that's like their big claim to fame on it.
Yeah,
and I mean, obviously a real close game as well.
Jason, you've been spending your time over at the ESL Pro League, and in fact, the only result where Fnatic have beaten Virtus Pro this year was in the Pro League, and it was a 16-2 win on Train. 16-2, so perhaps, you know, these online results have influenced their decision. I'm not so sure.
It's actually interesting seeing if that is the case, because that very well might be, is Virtus Pro taking a lot of confidence away from an online match. You know, players who are so experienced and have won so many events and always talk about how they don't care about online and they're always here for the tournaments, you know, respect ban out of an online match. That kind of says something to their confidence on it as well.
And what does the fact that we're seeing more and more Inferno in very crucial matches of this tournament, it seems to be cropping up more and more, Duncan. Do you think this is teams just trying to find a middle ground? Yeah,
to me, first of all, it is in the middle of most people's map pool. You don't see it banned very early often. In fact, I don't know anyone who's got it as the permaban, interestingly enough. So to me, I don't think there's many teams really like it, like really embrace it. You know, I don't think we'll see it picked many times in the playoffs, for example. But it seems like it's one of those maps, kind of like the old Inferno, actually. Even teams who didn't like it were always willing to play it. And they'd always say, okay, if we have to, we'll play it. Like, we'd rather ban other stuff and play that if that's the option. And actually, VP themselves used to be like that, you know. It was never a great map for them, but it's always one that they'd say, okay, we'll play it as a third map. We'll play it as we'll allow you to pick it. And so I think everyone just feels like there's a lot of wiggle room on the map. There's a lot of play. Both sides can absolutely win the map. It's not biased in that sense.
Yeah, I don't think there's a team yet that has established themselves as like the de facto Inferno kings at the moment. Like it's no one's it's no one's map.
Yeah.
So I think every team is kind of okay with playing it. And in fact, if you're going to give that team to anyone, it's not by any wide margin. I would almost say it's Virtus Pro just because they seem to be the best team at holding that top of banana. How aggressive they are consistently over time. So it's either going to grind down your opponent's utility so they can't actually execute on the A-bomb site, or it's going to do enough damage that any hit later in the round actually it just isn't as effective. So VP with that banana hold right now, that's very strong. That's going to be interesting to see how Fnatic is going to be able to counter that or how they're going to even approach countering it.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued. I think there are a lot of question marks surrounding what Virtus Pro show up today. I mean, Yanko yesterday made the statement, I think VP should be in like a prediction category of their own. You know, you've got like the world rankings, and then there's just Virtus Pro who can beat any of them and lose to any of them in this kind of strange, unpredictable nature of the Polish side. My question to you, though, Duncan, is when we do take a look at this head-to-head, I mean, we learn very little about what the Fnatic side are capable of. This reads as if Virtus Pro should have no problem dispatching of the new Fnatic.
It does, and the thing is, we obviously know that the top end of what Virtus Pro is capable of probably is actually beyond even Fnatic at the moment. I think actually they would be, like if this was a best of 3, I probably would go ahead and say Virtus Pro. But I actually feel like now, VP look pretty weak in terms of fragging in this tournament, which is kind of shocking in some ways. And then you've got to throw in that's the area where I think Fnatic have revitalized the most. Like actually the whole team top to bottom. I mean, JW was someone who was really struggling when he came back to this team. He's having impact plays all over the place. Dennis looked pretty good. Olofmeister actually had a reasonably quiet game yesterday against Astralis, but in general I think he's been on the up and up. So I actually feel like at the moment, just in a one map, you know, do or die scenario, I'm feeling Fnatic to be the slight favorites here.
Okay. I mean, even against Astralis, Fnatic seemed to have that seemed to be their map, and if it wasn't for like a $300 P250 insane round and then some poor economic decisions down the stretch,
T-buy of all time.
Yeah, the most insane sequence of terrorist buys. Yeah. Then that could very well could have been their match. It's just so difficult because at the moment this matchup just feels like it's almost, You're battling the long form of VP, who we've seen for the past like 4 months how good they can be, the deep tournament runs they've made, and then the very short-term form of Fnatic, who haven't shown anything really before this event. They haven't like looked like they were getting back up there, but in this event they've looked strong enough to at least contend. So I mean, it is that kind of like weird. You're kind of flipping a coin on which way you want to go.
Right. So
The key thing to me though is I actually think the dynamic of this game, or what's going to make it actually, I think, a fantastic game, is that both teams at the moment, we're seeing a lot of plays out of them. They don't just play like a default style. They don't rely too heavily on tactics, actually. The individual players get in there, they make the plays, and obviously when you've got like Snacks, JW, Flusher, you've got some people who can pull some crazy stuff off, some really unexpected rounds and pushes.
Yeah. And on the topic of individual players, this is our opportunity to meet them. You'll recognize the faces if you are no stranger to Counter-Strike Global Offensive. Yeah, Pasha does look a little concerned.
Bad,
absolutely. I saw a video from Virtus Pro as well. They uploaded it. It said silent practice, and for it was about 30 minutes that they just were not talking. Everyone playing their own game. I imagine that comes back to when the fact you have to be fragging. That's something that has not been present for the first 2 games or last 2 games of VP. There he is, Snacks, and always a port of call and a discussion we have to have regarding Virtus Pro. The Butcher. Spectacular.
This is where if you have a player like Snacks, this is where your team is in a slump, playing poorly at the moment, and you need someone to revitalize it. You need someone to give this team some energy. In the past, that's never really, we haven't seen it be an issue for some time now, because we know VP just an energetic team, the way Taz kind of hypes them up with some of the smack talk he likes to do. But Snacks in the server, we saw the way FNX in the first game of the day, like kind of picked Immortals out of the dumps of that 1-on-3 win. You need Snacks to be doing similar things. He needs to be able to dominate the game through the early stretches and get VP clicked back into this tournament, because they're on the verge of going out.
And they're usually a team who don't seem to get affected by pressure. They can absolutely lose the game, that's for sure, but they're never usually a team who get down on themselves in that way, and that's because they're at an elimination point now. You have to remember, when they were playing before and they lost to SK, okay, you could say maybe SK was just on fire. Like, think of all those players fragging in that game. They never gave us a chance to get into it. SK definitely improved on Mirage. It's the nuke loss that's the real killer right there. That's the confidence blow, because that's the map where you're supposed to win.
Yeah.
You've barely ever lost on that map. You're dominant. NiP's supposed to be this team who they're on the road to recovery, perhaps. They're definitely not there yet. And so that loss right there, I think that's the real wake-up call to Virtus Pro, that like, this is do or die.
It is interesting that in this discussion we have very different opinions of the losses these teams have acquired. In both that overpass game against Na'Vi and with Astralis on Mirage, it seems the general consensus was they lost, and most of our decimate was sitting there saying, look how close Fnatic got, look what Fnatic are capable of. And it seems like even in loss, these Swedes have inspired something in us.
It's because you look at the context of where these two teams are coming from, right? Fnatic's been battling to get back into their previous shape. So as they try and rise back up and get to that previous form, we're like, all right, this is promising. They're starting to get back there. Virtus Pro, on the other hand, 2nd place in the major, 1st place in DreamHack Vegas. They're coming from the top down, and we're just like, look at how far they've collapsed in this event. So it's just the 2 different places that the teams have been at prior to this event.
Thoroughly looking forward to seeing what the individuals on your screen now can do. It has just been entertaining Counter-Strike as well, Duncan. It seems like Fnatic are back to that. I think you called it swagger, is a good way to apply to their game style. If you are forced you to explain what you mean by swaggery CS, how on earth would you do so?
I mean, the way they play, it's funny, it reminds me of when they had this lineup before. You would actually tell all newer players, don't try and play like that. Like, you will actually you'll humiliate yourself.
You'll lose.
You'll get destroyed. And even worse, like when you're playing against people who are really good, I mean, you can't really like anger them and make them play better, but you will actually just make yourself look really stupid when they then outplay you with, the efficient plays, if they just play the set style. And that's actually why I was so impressed with how they played against Astralis, because if you want to define like default Counter-Strike at the moment, Astralis is it. They play it by the book, they do all the things you're supposed to do, and Fnatic was still in there with a shot to beat them, actually. So I think when it comes to Virtus Pro is also obviously like a swagger team, They absolutely do play off confidence, and if people really feel it in the game, have no idea what they're going to do, actually. They could be behind you, they could be pushing through a smoke, they could be going completely to the other side. So I feel like this is like a heavyweight boxing match, It's like everyone's just going to be given like everything to every punch. There's not a lot of finesse going on in the game here. It's not a whole lot of technique as much. It's just more going to be the stars come along, and I think whoever has the big fraggers, they're just going to win the game, I think.
So this is going to be a very unique opportunity for everyone at home. You get to see some of the world's best Counter-Strike players simply just shoot each other as best they possibly can for a spot in the tournament. It's not even a spot guaranteed. This is simply a battle of survival for Virtus Pro and Fnatic, names synonymous with success and with heavy hitting, as Duncan has so perfectly compared to what we're expecting to see here. Now, you see Cuban in the background as well. Often someone that does go unmentioned on desks, however, every interview and every opportunity Virtus Pro do get, there seems to be a degree of respect and gratitude for what Cuban does.
Before he was the coach, they played with him for such a long time, right? There's still just a massive amount of respect, especially among Taz, Neo, Pasha, these guys. I mean, they all very much respect his input into the game. So obviously he's going to have a close ear with the players. And it's never really talked about him as like some kind of a tactical coach like some of the other ones, like bringing fresh ideas into it. But obviously a very good pulse on these players, a very good read on the emotional state. I think this match is going to come down to Fnatic is the one who has to be a little bit tactical, I think, which is kind of a scary prospect just because there's two things they have to like. There's two options they have. They need to either find a way to kind of neutralize the way that Virtus.pro plays B, how aggressive, without taking too much damage or losses themselves, or they have to be effective on being highly aggressive on the other side of the map very early on. Take advantage of the fact that at times Virtus.pro is going to have 3 players at the B bomb site early on, so it's gain ground over an apartments. Maybe get aggressive, try and find a pick over towards A. Make it really, really awkward to cheat a player over towards B to start with.
And these are two teams where you are not going to see a lot of saving. They're whoever's down in the game, whoever's the one who just lost the round, is going to be trying to gamble to immediately break back the economy. They both hate to let the other one build up any at all. They'll go for even those really low force buys where it's just the Tech 9 armor, a couple of flashes. You'll see a lot of it. That's why, as a result, I hope it's going to be a close game. I hope it's one where it's like we win 2 rounds, you win 1 like that. But it could also be a blowout in that respect as well. If one of the teams doesn't show up, the other one will just destroy them.
So in terms of money management, it's just going to be a question of a brawl. We saw Fnatic doing exactly that with their Tech 9 armor against Astralis. Now, I just want to quickly clarify that's
the vaunted Tech 9 AWP buys.
Yes, there is 2 sides to this, right? And at no point is it advisable to be doing buys unless you are Fnatic.
Even some of the great teams that we've seen in the history of CS:GO in terms of winning force buys, it's a double-edged sword. If you're not having success, even if you can not win rounds and have success with that kind of a tactic as long as you're getting the kills, the 3 kills at least per round, force some drops, force some rebuys. So you always have them at that breaking point. But if you're not having even that success, if you're just getting cleaned out in these rounds, then all of a sudden your opponents are building up money and you're just bleeding rounds away without any kind of improvement, without making any progress towards the win.
Virtus.pro take their seats. You know that means the knife round is coming, which means predictions are 2. 1 map, 1 team goes home. Duncan, Thorin, Shields, your thoughts and a team name.
Yeah, just because of what I've seen in terms of the fragging, and to me, it's absolutely key that you get a lot of that if you're Fnatic. That's the concept behind this team, basically. That's where I'm feeling them at the moment. Like, over on the Virtus.pro side, I thought Bialy had a nice spike a month or so ago, but haven't seen much from him at the moment. Snax has actually been shockingly just average at this tournament. It hasn't been terrible, it's just been very, very average. And so at the moment you look at the Virtus.pro side, it's like, who's going to be the star player there? Whereas I go and look at Fnatic, there's a whole bunch of players who, they might not be the best in the server, but they're going to have big rounds, they're going to make big plays. And so at the moment I'm feeling like, I think it's going to be a great game, but I think that Fnatic's going to be the ones that edge it.
Giving Fnatic the edge, seeing the Swedes continue to battle on for a spot in those playoffs. Crim's looking energetic, ready for this one.
I'm going to roll the dice with VP. I'm going to just live and die by them just because I think, the big question is that B defense. I think they have the best way of playing the B bomb state that we've seen in Inferno yet, and I'm not sure VP or Fnatic's going to be able to counter that. And I think if VP has success at that B side, we know that Banana area works like a mid on most other maps. Sure. So if they can control Banana the way they have against pretty much every other team they've played on this map, it's going to be a really, really rough ride for Fnatic, despite some of the fragging issues. This as an elimination game, as something they come into, I think VP is going to snap back into it.
Break the streak of what has been terrible results here in Kiev. They actually struggled last time. Season 2 finals, we did see Virtus.pro unable to make the playoffs and forget the event ever happened in a statement from Taz. And now, after conceding a 16-5 loss versus NIP, a 16-2 versus SK, and should this be another stomping from Fnatic, it may seem that this is just going to be bad juju coming to Kiev for the Star Ladder finals. It's not gone well for VP, maybe twice in a row. With your predictions locked in, though, I do want to quickly double-check, Duncan, that we're not... are we remembering the Inferno performance we saw from Fnatic against Gambit? I mean, I remember that ending and us going, that was a whitewash. Those 8, in fact, were generous at one point. So if you're stomping a team like Gambit, perhaps Virtus.pro is even more achievable than we anticipate.
I mean, the thing is, it's bizarre that we've ended up on this map. That's why I say the train one is so baffling to me, because I feel like Virtus.pro isn't exerting the advantage they have in some of these pick bans. This is an example of where they could have absolutely forced the guys from Fnatic to go to a map that Fnatic don't necessarily want to play, and that's a VP stronghold. So that does probably say something. I think not just confidence. If I had to guess, maybe that's like a practice leak as well. Maybe they played Fnatic on train a few times, gotten rinsed out completely, and they think, just forget about that. Like, no point playing a map that they feel good on. And so they've gone to kind of the one that they feel like is the most neutral in that sense. Like, no one thinks of Fnatic as some monster Inferno team. It's actually been decent enough, as Jason says, for Virtus Pro. You know, they've been fine on it, but I feel like in that sense, if Virtus Pro really were confident and they were going to be the team that's going to win this tournament, I feel like they would have just gone for train personally.
It is kind of like a ridiculous match to have to predict, because even Taz just comes out and says, if Fnatic's hitting their shots, we're going to lose.
Yeah.
If they aren't, we're going to win. And this match does at the moment feel like, with the way we've seen Virtus Pro playing, like no matter what tactical edge they might have, like when I talk about their B defense, if like VP hasn't been hitting shots the past 2 days, so if that continues, it's just like that's over. It's done with.
The most unpredictable team in Counter-Strike going up against a team that has been both at the top and the bottom of the pile in the last year. It's going to be exciting to see if they can regain their former glories this year.
I just want to see, like, Duncan's mentioned a lot of the exciting plays come out. I want to see like some of the vintage JW over towards lane. I would like this is actually kind of like an old school CS:GO match. If you think back to some of the other Infernos, these two teams used to be so good on this map based off their CT side. So it used to be just a very CT dominant struggle for both teams.
Maybe see Flusher spray at someone and accidentally kill someone behind them.
That'd be excellent. Yeah. Just
have you seen the understanding of why that happened as well? There was this. I watched
seventh bullet.
Was it
seventh bullet?
I did see an understanding of why it happened, but I don't know if it's the same one you're thinking of.
The explanation was that it
kept holding the key, right?
It was something to do with you open your scoreboard, move your mouse, and then when you release
no,
your
that's a different one. You're thinking of the CZ one. I mean the classic one from Cologne 2014 where he's running and spraying, and then as he kills one guy, there just happened to be another person behind him on
the magic bullet that goes like
side.
diagonal.
Yeah. Seventh. That's magical 7. Yeah. I mean, it's interesting you bring up the CZ. It sounds like there is a player issue on stage, so we don't know exactly when we're going to get that knife round. But it does mean that I can ask a question that I've been kind of trying to work out for a while. I tried the CZ the other day, Jason. I watched what people can do with it. And I'm still really confused as to why there are still some professional players choosing the CZ over the 5.7. Is it simply the one kill and grab yourself a rifle? I mean, you get a lower kill reward, and it's almost harder to hit.
I mean, some people, obviously someone like Flusha is super comfortable on the CZ.
Which is why this discussion started,
It might just be a comfort thing, but also, I mean, if you're close up, it shoots pretty fast.
Yeah, the rate of fire is ridiculous.
So it's like an automatic pistol for
pocket
12 bullets.
AK.
So yeah, if you have 2 people coming up, you can usually get that double kill. I prefer the 5.7 personally.
Yeah, that's because you think the 5.7's filth. I've heard you say it multiple times.
It's pretty dirty. It's a pretty dirty weapon. It still is astounding to me how many we don't see pros using it. I'm assuming just because on those buys it's $500 instead of $300, so a little bit more expensive. But yeah, I mean, pick your poison. They're both incredible pistols.
That's what actually does baffle me, is how little you see 5.7 usage at the pro level, because it's especially the players who have that amazing one-click aim. Like someone like Shocks, if I'm his coach, I'd be telling him, use this all the time, mate. You'll be getting so many kills on people coming into sites, you know. You can play up close, and like what we saw Glaive do yesterday, you can do that even better with the 5.7 if you just spray it out when people come
Could have got that 4th player coming up.
Exactly, yeah, think about Glaive.
Yeah, 3 was not enough. Slacking. Not good enough until
pretty average performance from him in that round, I think.
Oh, it was a great game actually. That was Fnatic Astralis. If you missed it, it is available on their YouTube. In fact, you can
maybe
see
check
it
out my YouTube as well. Subscribe to me, Thorin with 3 O's.
There it is.
On there. Jason's on there.
CSSLTVEN. That's the YouTube channel for where you can see the VOD of that Mirage game, which we have been talking an awful lot about on the desk. But it is time for Knives at Dawn here in Kiev. The crowd ready? We are ready here on the desk, especially to see who gets that side choice as well. Could actually have quite the influence, given that, Jason, you're suggesting back in the day, it was a CT-dominated win often between.
We have seen some very good T-sides in this map recently. I just think it'd be VP if they start on the CT side. It would be nice, just as I mentioned about 1 million times in this pregame, that B defense is sick.
B defense is sick. And actually, you know what? We have seen 2 different types of B defense. We've seen the very rotated. What is this?
Stop joking.
What a dick. Pretty slick by that VP player. They'll just duck, stop his momentum when Flusha goes
that's
for the
pretty
kill.
cool.
Just get
Trap him. Trap him.
All right, then. It does seem like the desk is split. 1 for Virtus Pro, 1 for Fnatic. It is infamously hard to predict these 2 teams, but we all know there is one guarantee, and it's going to be some sexy CS. Virtus Pro and Fnatic, and now your sexy casters are ready as well. Henry G and Sadakist are waiting in the wings to guide you through this Counter-Strike game.
You know what's wrong with society, Alex? There's too much emphasis on sex. I don't care if it's sexy or not. It's going to be good. I picked Virtus Pro to win the last 2 matches they played. They lost with 9 rounds, so I said, screw them. I hate Virtus Pro. I'm not predicting them. I went with Fnatic, so now Virtus Pro is going to win.
That's what I think.
Yep,
that's probably going to happen here. To be fair, it's going to be a really close one. It's really difficult to predict, as Alex just said. Going into Inferno as well, it's pretty, like,
untested waters right now. We'll go into it. Virtus Pro are very good at this map, especially on the CT side, but Fnatic, you never know. They always were famously very, very good in Inferno. Their play style kind of suits the way it's supposed to be played in terms of getting slow map control. Don't need a ton of execution going forward. It's about just good CS and trading effectively. So it's going to be a good one, I think. It's obviously been a rough tournament for Virtus Pro so far. This is not the team we're used to seeing, like 16-2 and 16-5. They haven't even turned up yet.
Bialy's playing a lot of Battlegrounds.
Have you been seeing that?
I saw them play a lot of Battlegrounds.
Okay.
So.
Is that like from you've been walking past and sitting playing instead of boot camping? That's what they've been doing. Interesting. Bialy hasn't really arrived at this tournament whatsoever. Same story for Snacks. Like he hasn't been like bad, but he hasn't been godlike. He hasn't been able to. They haven't been able to use him as a crutch at this point. And so at this point, you never know with Virtus Pro. They could have this kind of rough start to a tournament and then just come back and be lights out today. So that's always the underlying factor with them, right?
It's true indeed. Well, hopefully everything goes well, because we have no in-game computer, no internet to communicate, and no talkback to tell production either. We are isolated on this plinth, this pedestal.
It's the first day of the stadium,
world.
I guess. Well, the theatre, I should say. And yeah, so we don't have as much intel as we normally would, but you know what? Maybe that adds to the excitement, a bit of mystery to the proceedings.
Yeah, it certainly does. Takes you back to 1997.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Fnatic, though, I think, are going to be all right on this map. I really do. We saw Virtus Pro, though, win the knife and therefore start out on CT. We'll get underway right now. Taz will carry one kit. There'll be a smoke for Bialy, so likely trying to hold off a choke point. I would have expected him to be over toward B, but he's actually at the archway. Damage dealt both directions. JW goes down to 61. Passes trying to go back out and find headshots. He's got to be careful. Ooh, I was going to say careful not to get a reload when they push through the smoke, but he manages to get Dennis anyway.
Yeah, nice start there from Pasha. Finds that headshot through the smoke, and Dennis, that's a nice scalp to take down. One of the best pistol players in the world. 5-on-4 for Virtus Pro. We do have the Superman buy for Olaf Meisters. He has to step up here. Virtus Pro will be falling back to the crossfire setup at this point. We'll obviously talk about this a lot, getting passive towards the pit, and the bomb side. Snacks chiming in to find Crims.
Blusha gets the shot to Bialy, back over to the archway. We'll give them still one to work with on the VP side. Pasha will wait at Cubby. Not the best position, but in pistol it'll work because there's no utility to flush people out of it. He's got to go aggressive on the peak. They now know he's there. They can focus him down, but that'll cue his teammate to walk back up the lane, and it's Olaf to get the shot on Tech9. Not surprising that they've got a Tech9 on the Superman buy. Flusha as well, though, is going to get Snacks with the bomb planted. It suddenly turns to be Fnatic's favor. And Flusha's going to smoke off toward Library. Both Virtus Pro players want to push through the same direction. Just trying to do what he can. Needs to make sure he doesn't take too much damage. JW's already on 24, so there's no need to have two people bleeding out. There you go. That's why. Waits for it. Goes for the burst. Whatever. Doesn't matter. JW's got the kill.
Pretty much as I described coming into this one, the fact that Fnatic just played good Counter-Strike, taking map control to start, default formation, seeing what kind of aggression comes in. They lose that first frag, wait for the smoke to go down, get mid control, find some kills towards that arch side position, and then they're saving their smoke for when the bomb goes down on the A bomb side, throwing it towards Library. Very difficult to retake at that point. Olaf Meister doing a good job with the Tech9 as well, and it will be 1-0 in their favor. So you'd assume Virtus Pro now will be forced buying in the second round. Pasha's picked up the scout as well. Where's he heading towards? He's top or middle. Makes a lot of sense. And his teammates, here comes the airstrike towards Banana, and you can see Fnatic. It's such a risk at the start of the round to go in that position, especially against these sort of rounds. You want to be holding up, not necessarily entering the choke points until you've waited about 40 seconds to see if those kind of initial grenades come in. They avoid the initial damage. It's going to be Olaf Meister. He's down at 86, but they will go for some Banana control at this point. Another smoke comes in from Virtus Pro. And this is perfect from Fnatic at this point.
That's from Taz, by the way, that smoke.
Oh, was it really?
Yes.
At the top? You saw I saw a blue trail behind it.
Yeah, he threw it from CT and then rotated back over to A, so they've got more utility onto Banana that way.
Right, yeah, that makes sense.
And he actually threw it even deeper than... shallower in terms of where it was in Banana, but closer to CT spawn for his perspective, I guess. So he could get back on the rotation faster. He bounced it off the roof above the B sign right now. They will still round the corner at Sandbags, though. Another smoke to go down. Now, that isolates the weapon. They're going to try and run in for it. Bialy gets sprayed because of it. And Olaf is wise to the fact that they desperately want that weapon. But Bialy has got the UMP to work with now. Still try and push. He's isolated himself again, and Sandbags tries to get the kill. Baits back in Neo, but he gets traded back, doing economic damage. They've got Dennis and JW low enough, in fact, that the Scout's lethal, but Taz on the CZ, they just talked about that on the desk, could potentially pick up some favorable kills. Bomb timer on the right, Scout on the left. Q in to JW. Dennis gets away with one as he's on 11.
Yeah, that should be it now. That smoke secures it as Crims is holding towards Banana. It got a bit dicey there for for Fnatic, I should say. Pasha with the scout hits one. The no scope on the scout can be very accurate indeed, and the low HP player towards Ruins could have been taken down. And then we could have a very dangerous situation for Fnatic overall. But Virtus Pro,
No, proceed, Taz.
you got to save those chickens, right?
Why would you?
Yeah, well, Taz will bow out of this round. He didn't have armor, but he has got the CZ, hoping to maybe get some exit kills. Most teams will exit through Banana, but that's not going to be happening. They're going through CD spawn. So, like you said, economic damage done towards Fnatic at that point, but Virtus Pro do not pick up the round. They'll be on full eco going to the next one. And there it is, 2-0. So, Fnatic can just bring more of the same to round number 3 here. Don't have to work too hard. Wait for the initial grenades coming in, the aggression from the CTs. They could possibly nade down middle this time. They've got a CZ and Taz. They'll probably balance it out with some PT50s as well. Here's a little replay. Dennis coming in. Nice little jump shot, why not? What are we clapping for?
No idea. People doing things and saying things in languages to crowds that don't understand me anyway, Henry.
It's true.
Nice Molotov flusher.
Right, it's a nice little banana stack here from Virtus Pro. You can see 5 players towards the B side of the map here. Neo by Sandbags as well. Molotov's coming in. They're just trying to pounce. They have one flashbang. That'll be coming in momentarily. As soon as they think they're at the top, and it could very well be right now. There's a massive HE grenade coming in, though, doing a lot of damage there.
Henry, I forgot to do my dry cleaning. My shirt smells like cabbage.
A cabbage, nice.
I have no idea why.
Flash will be coming momentarily, but it's only going to be Flusher and his teammate there, Olaf Meister, waiting for it.
Good way to check bags, actually, is to boost over that. That's what they did. Off with 2. UMP kills at that from a range. It's going to be Flusher trying to add to his bank account next on the MAC-10. But they know they're... Ooh.
Hello.
Good shot from Taz. Guns grabbed. I was going to say they know they're over toward B, so take the bomb toward A, which is exactly what they will do. But this is still, I guess, the one problem with it. There's no armor, but still a 3 versus 2.
If they can get a couple of kills, these SMGs, obviously $600 a piece. That's going to help out a lot going forward. The force buy in the second round always limits the CTs here. This is obviously a guaranteed 3-0 for Fnatic at this point. Whether they save the MAC-10 and UMP is yet to be seen. I don't think the MAC-10 is going to be viable going forward, obviously. Where's Snack's going to be? He's in towards Arch. See if he can find anything, maybe some hunting tees to get him down. Like we said, 1 kill from that weapon would be fantastic for him.
Taz is going to save the UMP, though.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's obviously a weapon that's actually workable going into that first gun round. MAC-10, not so much.
This is like... If they save 2 SMGs, does that make it a reverse bonus round? Does that mean if they go into the first gun round with SMGs, even though they lost pistol?
Well, that's gone now.
All right, listen. It was just theory
It was nice.
Sorry, that's copyrighted. It was theorying.
Okay. Well, that's not bad. 3-0, though, for Fnatic here on the T side. We will go into the first gun round here. I'm assuming we have a couple of SMGs for Fnatic. They lost a couple of kills at that point, so maybe not. Fnatic now... They know the CTs are going to be weak in terms of the buy, like we said. Force buy on the second round of CTs means you're going to be limited. You might not necessarily have the AWP unless you find a few of those SMG kills. And you might not have incendiaries as well. So maybe a fast strategy coming in from Fnatic. More of the same. Let's see what they do. So, oh, wow. So 2 SMGs for Virtus Pro. This is not
I thought
ideal.
you were wowing at the way the flower
No.
rolled.
I'm looking at the buy. Like the fact
calm
that they've opted for more utility, which is one thing about Virtus Pro I will say on this map, especially throughout the history of CSGO. They've always been very good at saving their grenades and locking teams out at the right time. But this is a strange strategy. 4 players towards apartment straight away. This is going to be very quickly indeed. 1 flash, and then it's going to burst out, I think.
Taz toward the pits. We'll wait to see who enters in first. Flashes out. Triple. Ooh, baby, a triple. Flashes, that is. Bialy is going to take Flusha back, though, at quad. This will push Fnatic back down already toward the mid position. No banana aggression either, which means, although he's changed his mind, Neo could have gone very low toward the tree. He's going to stay toward barrels instead.
So the reason Fnatic are trying to do that, as I've described before in previous games, a lot of teams are sending 3 players towards banana at the start of the round. So if you go towards apartments at the start with 4 players like that, 1 flash out, you could find 2 towards A. I think they detected a lot more presence than they anticipated there and thought, okay, let's fall back. Flusher was going up towards quad. He went down. Now it's up to Dennis to try and find the refrag here towards the quad side.
Oh, careful. Bialy's got... Oh, okay. Gone into the smoke. Surely they had to know Dennis was in the quad, but he positioned himself, I guess, just enough that Bialy couldn't see him behind the pole. And the dance was successful. He'll find the kill in the sights. However, Virtus Pro do respond by Pasha, slipping out from the arch side, getting up toward Cubby. And he's going to follow that up by taking Crims. Watch the wraparound. Look at Pasha go. Pasha's got 3 kills, and it might be enough to find them the first gun round because JW's low and Snacks will find that kill. It goes 3-1.
Yeah, big round there from Virtus Pro, stepping up in a big round. That would have been the 5-0 coming in. Those first gun rounds for the CTs are always a little bit tricky. And like I said, Fnatic trying to send 4 towards apartments, 1 flash in, trying to keep things simple. Surprise. Virtus Pro on the other side, I think they got a bit apprehensive at that point, though. Flusher got some quad control. I think he was pretty much committed at that point. He needed backup. The fact he went down, they didn't commit, almost threw it around away at that point already. I think once he's already made it up towards middle and he's at the quad side, let's go with the flashes and try and get the trade. The fact they fell back and second-guessed himself maybe would cost them that round. But here we go, 3-1. Still have enough for a buy. We flash it down to just a UMP here. And this is more of a standard round. Now Virtus Pro have the Molotovs to work with, using those at the bottom banana to start to stop the rush. And you can see it's quite limiting for Fnatic. They do have smokes, but not all the bits utility they need to a full execution here. Olaf Meister flashing up. And VP were trying to challenge at that point, but the flash did get them.
It did. It got both, though. Olaf had to back off. Couldn't get the peek to see if they were there. That time he will!
Hello.
Look at Olaf! Double headshot! Down Neo, down Snacks. Hello, B. It's open for now. It's a rotation, however, from Pasha.
Yeah, that was really nice from Olaf. He was great on day one. A little bit quiet yesterday, but that's an amazing way to crack open the B side.
Happen the smoke does mean Pasha knows one's already crossed. However, gets a little bit, I don't know the word, confident, I guess, zealous to try and walk into the smoke. Gets caught off as a result. Ambitious, I think, is a better word for it.
Yeah.
Optimistic. There's many that fit.
Wow, that's a clean round for Fnatic. Virtus Pro trying to challenge all that car position, and Olaf Meister strikes and finds 2 crisp headshots there. That's round done. There's no real tactical element to that one. He's just facing and waiting for Virtus Pro to maybe get aggressive at that point, and he just nails the shots, and that's round over. As soon as the smoke goes on city spawn, Virtus Pro have no choice but to save their weapons. One player challenge, try to see if he can get a retake frag, but it wasn't possible. Now it's up to Bialy and Taz to save their weapons. That's actually quite a harsh reset. They did have a clean round before that, so if they can save these 2 weapons, there's definitely a buy available. But Taz low HP, and Bialy trying to hold on to the pit here. They are going to be hunted down, and why not? They know if they do find these guns, it's going to be very beneficial to Fnatic going forward.
I think Bialy might just, do enough to survive. Oh, where's the drop down? GW doesn't get aggressive, so I think just Bialy survived in that.
So I got to see them.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
On. I was going to say, I got to see the money for about 1 second there. It looked about 3K per player and 1 M4 saved. I think, as Doran said going into this game, these guys will never give in terms of they've got enough for a buy, they've got enough for 1 M4, some shotguns, pistols, they're going to take it. They don't want to allow the opposition to accumulate and their economy get to a strong position. So I think a force buy is going to be very likely at this point.
Super sick from Olaf to get those 2 headshots. I was going to say, it's interesting to see the anticipation that some players have in certain positions. JW, when he walked out to his left at the doorway, had his crosshair super high, and the reason is he's expecting someone to stand on the railing of the balcony, not down below. And it's just that little bit of forethought. I know it seems obvious to maybe some of the better players watching, but if you're newer, you kind of it's being proactive with your thought on how you're going to enter. Not just saying, there'd be a guy out there. Okay, where's the guy out there? It's the small detail.
Big round now for Virtus Pro. This could cost them a double eco going forward. They have got the shotguns, the FAMAS, and 1 UMP as well. And we said they're very good at utilizing the grenades. They don't really have those to work with. They have 1 smoke towards Banana, that's gone now. They have a couple of incendiaries left over and 1 flashbang. That's about it. A couple of kits as well, and you can see them actively trying to find frags at the start of the round. They're up against the ropes right now economically. They need to find something to give them an advantage here, and Neo knows that. And he's trying to look towards T-steps. Hasn't found anything just yet, but looks like an A-sided commitment coming in for Fnatic. The bomb still is down towards second middle, so just looking for a pick. And like we said, this is classic Fnatic right now.
Bialy to bait Pasha in. 4-man stack to, wow, okay. 3 on A and 4 leading that way if you want to give Snacks the benefit of the doubt coming through CT. He's at Archway now.
Well, they have to take a bit of a gamble here, but Pasha should be able to get a couple with a shotgun. Only gets 1. It's going to be a massacre towards the arch side, and 3 players are found for Fnatic there.
Yeah, the problem was they wanted to, again, bait Pasha in, but the 2 other players went down far too quickly. If they could have at least been an annoyance and caused chaos, he could have wrapped a lot sooner and found perhaps 2 on the shotgun. So good shots, I guess, foil that plan on the first 2 kills.
Yeah, they're looking real crispy today. Dennis with 3 that round, just completely eradicates all of Virtus Pro. It's going to be Neo now. 4-on-1 bomb down, no kit, no nades. He probably just wants to save his M4. He's looking for some exit frags here. I would say at this point it doesn't really matter. They have to eco next round regardless. Saving the M4 is not going to be the difference making going to the next round like it was in the previous. So we'll see whether he can do any sort of damage here. I would say Dennis probably blows his head off at this point. Oh, he gets caught out there. So Neo does get 1, gives his position away slightly. Kid on the floor. That's $400 picked up if he can get it, which he does. But Flusher trying to hunt him down, and Olaf Meister coming in the flank as well.
Elimination match between these 2 juggernauts. Virtus Pro, a very, very quiet tournament, has to be said. I think 9 rounds over the last 2 games or something along those lines.
Less than that, I think.
16-2 and 16-5.
Yeah.
So there you go, 7 rounds over the last 2. And Fnatic, I think, are due for one. I really believe that. I think that they, at some point, you've got to expect, I don't expect them to be back to the form they used to be, at least in terms of results.
But you've got to expect them to have tournaments here and there where they're going to pop up.
It's another team like G2, right? It's just a matter of time before they do find themselves once again, and they have looked promising, especially JW finding AWP form once again, actually looking like he's got his old playstyle back, and that was such a difference maker for Fnatic, having that wild card with him. And I'm sure we're going to see more of that going forward, especially on the CT side. But for now, it's round number 7, 5-1 on the T side in favor of Fnatic, and we'll see whether Neo can cause any sort of damage here. So he's going to be positioned towards the arch. There is a little bit of a stack towards the A site. Just Bialy with silenced USB towards B. If they go on that sort of area of the map, they'll be done for. But that's a good headshot to kick things off. Yeah. Then it's down to 18 HP.
Free fire pop. Don't even know if he realized he hit him. He was so quick.
Yeah, that wasn't bad.
Dennis will go back in through the little underpass position. Brims trying to pre-fire out toward the balcony of apartments. Will sit inside a boiler. They now know he's there. That's all fine and dandy. Snack stays back on the atrium behind this smoke. Could have walked that flower pot's close, but it's Taz to stay below and do that. Swing. Immediate headshot. Crosshair placement a little bit low. See if he gets it when he rounds it. It's toward the neck. That won't do. Crims hits the shot quite easily on the AK. JW follows it against Snacks. And it's now just 3 remaining. Hold on, This is a kill. Ooh,
is it?
All right. All right, calm down, Henry. I'm good at predictions. We know that. So flush up. Ooh, okay, found Pasha in the smoke. I think he stared at him long enough. He may have had the red dot on the radar there because that was about a 2-second or 3-second period of time by which he was looking that direction. Neo, meanwhile, will be now in a 1 versus, I think it's 4. 4 indeed. JW gone.
Yeah, not really much he could do there. Neo does find 1 kill with that aforementioned M4A1S, but that's about it. Pasha's ding, like you said, should have equated to a kill there potentially, but didn't happen. There's an interesting idea coming from Virtus Pro. They had 1 boosted on towards quad. Taz right by the baller as well, trying to get baited in, and it may have been a kill at that point, but didn't quite find the headshot, and Crims, he'll find Bialy, and they'll be hunting him down. It's not really worth the chase. He's got a USP, that's it, but it's worth $300 if they can take him down. I wouldn't say you have a commit to this one, and you can see them falling back. It's not really beneficial to them to even take the risk of him maybe getting a kill and getting an AK in that respect. So they'll be falling back through CT spawn. 6-1 Fnatic. This is getting a little bit scary now for Virtus Pro. After winning that first gun round, they haven't really got much going at all.
I'm not saying anything, Henry. I don't want to jinx it.
One of your predictions could come in. I'm jinxing it. I want it.
Why you got to do that, man?
I'm on the other side of the fence.
Well, I know that. You don't have to tell me about your personal life.
Not bad. It's pretty good. Warming up, I see.
Yeah, I only got out of bed about 10 minutes before this started. So.
Well, here we go. Another buy. Pasha, he's on the orb. And he has been very influential for Virtus Pro. Not necessarily this event, but at other ones. And he's on the glass cannon. So that means AWP, no armor. We'll see whether he can maybe find a pick here. A lot of AWPers like to be aggressive in this map towards middle. He'll be positioned towards the quad side, and so with his teammates as well. It's going to be more aggressive play towards Banana, and grenades coming in. Snacks getting under 51 HP.
People lobbing nades down Banana need to be wary of the fact that that doorway exists at the entrance
it bounces
point.
right a little bit.
Yeah, it bounces back. It doesn't go quite as deep. So it did do damage there just because of timing, but if you're nade stacking and you're trying to hit the stairs, let's say, and you just lob it down there and hit that door, you're not going to make it far enough. So people just need to be cautious of that lineup. It's pretty simple to avoid, but you just have to be mindful of it. Good trade, Crims. We saw him take the alley, but then the op came back out, and Taz, he manages to, but they give up apartments in doing so because all the attention goes toward top middle, and therefore JW gets him back. They have to scoop the bomb, though. That'll buy a bit of time for the rotation.
3-man stack there. An interesting idea from Virtus Pro. It did work out to an extent, but the trade's just so effective there. Krim stepping up with 2 kills. Dennis chimes in as well. And now it's up to Neo. He finds a kill on the floor. That's important. That Molotov's not going to help him out there. The bomb not planted, but a difficult situation for him.
Finding a kit is great. He was smoked off. I think there was a smoke nade down as well among those corpses, so he could have picked up a bit more. Instead, he just walks through a smoke. No chance.
Yeah, he didn't really have much to work with there. If he has a flash, maybe he can right-click it through the smoke and maybe get that kill, but it's another harsh round there for Virtus Pro. I think they're on 4th state loss bonus there, so $2,900 coming in. They're on 0 cash before that. The AWP was purchased with glass cannon, so this is looking real rough now. Maybe time for a pause. A chance for Cuban to step in and just work out what's going on now. To be fair, the money's kind of ran away from them a little bit with the force buys, and then after getting fully reset as well.
Looks like he's drinking his own urine out of that
that's
bottle.
a secret. That's what he does. You don't hear about that?
Ah, okay.
Yeah, it's got like some
Superpowers.
some unknown benefits that kind of enhance your aim. So if you're at home, give it a go.
Give it a go.
Don't do that. That's
if you're ever stuck in a room
I'm going to get a tweet saying I tried it and I'm in hospital. don't do that.
Yeah, we got to remember some people are gullible enough to believe that you were coaching.
Yeah,
IP,
right.
So
You've got to be careful.
God knows what they'll drink.
Oh, the claps come in. Bialy.
The Taz sign, I think everyone liked that.
They like it. Is that worth a clap?
Sign. Hey, I think that's why they put the group stages on stage this time, is so Virtus Pro could actually play in front of this audience.
Nice, Edgy. Oh, to be fair, Gambit's gone already. That's a bit of a...
Don't even talk to me.
Yeah, that's a bit of a shocker. This seems to happen every time at these tournaments. Like, every time you have the hometown favorites, they get knocked out quite early on.
Tom Biz, I think, said he casts with Star Ladder regularly in regular season, etc.
Yeah.
And every time he's casted here in the stadium, the CIS team is lost. That he's casting.
You remember Navi? They didn't even make it to the stadium. He had those massive banners of them last time.
Yeah, no, it was Virtus Pro and Navi on the banner, and both teams were out
That's
in
nuts,
groups.
isn't it?
Yep. I mean, that's why the major had to go to Poland as well, because the fans didn't see them in Katowice.
Well, we had 5 HE grenades from Virtus Pro this round. They tried to throw them towards Banana again, but Fnatic, I think it'd be very rare for them to fall for that one, and especially when you're reading the economy, know they're going to be eco. That's quite a common strategy at this point. All the nades have gone for Virtus Pro. They've got P250s, a CZ, and Snacks and the Deagle. They've already lost a player in the form of Taz. So towards Banana, I assume a simple execution at this point. Smoke Spawn, smoke Coffins, Molotov towards New Box, and here it comes. There's the Molotov for New Box. And just trade frags. It's almost impossible to lose this round as long as you're going together.
Dennis and Olaf will lead the way through. Olaf being the point man. Didn't check oranges too. Does respond in time. Dennis will find out Bialy. And this should be straightforward. 8-1 Fnatic T side. It's looking classic Fnatic Inferno. I think they said on the desk no one's claimed this map to be their own yet. That's fair, and I think we're seeing enough different playstyles and enough decent playstyles.
I think
North's got one, Astralis has one, Fnatic
G2 is my favorite. That's what I'm getting.
You're a huge fanboy this weekend. I'm not
good,
going to
isn't
lie.
it?
You are literally bandwagoning them so hard
I know.
this event.
I'm loving it
It's
as well.
insane.
I'm getting right on that G2 train.
All right, well, you enjoy. I hope it doesn't have brakes and ends up going downhill at a fast pace.
Wow.
But, not for their sake, but for yours.
Okay.
I think Fnatic used to be the dominant Inferno team when they were in their peak on the old Inferno. Their one kryptonite was Astralis, to be fair, but I think they could easily bring that back. The other team that I think is going to struggle to bring it back is actually SK, and it's just due to the way that they used to try and execute with so much banana control and utilize the skyboxes with the Molotovs.
Executions, right? Like Molotovs absolutely everywhere. Like, it was so sick to watch, but it was like beautifully done. And it's not really as viable right now. The options aren't as there with the Molotovs and stuff.
It's much harder to, so that you can still land oranges 1, you can still land oranges 2. You can't hit new box as well. There's a way to do
it's not
it.
fully effective.
Yeah, you can't go through the white picket fence anymore, right? You have to go in by the sandbags and hit a skybox.
JW did it in that previous round. So like it lands to the left-hand side, and it like doesn't cover fully. You still have a bit of cover as a CT, but you have to obviously space it a little bit.
Ooh, Pasha. And not just that, as Pasha's back on finally on the CT side, not just that, you have to establish a presence in Banana, which is hard enough on its own now as well. So I think SK is going to be the team that actually gets hindered the most by this new version.
Yeah, if you're allowing a T-side team to fully execute all their grenades and have all the Molotovs and smokes they need, something's gone wrong. You should be challenging to a certain extent and showing some presence, doing damage, baiting out their grenades so you can get them under control. It shouldn't be a point where they can actually do that. That's very true. But 8-1 now for Fnatic. Pasha back on the AWP. No one really stepping off Virtus Pro whatsoever so far. And it will be 4 players once again towards the A site. We have got Neo alone at that car position, and Olaf Meister hitting some sick shots so far. Looking to find another one as he edges up towards Arch.
Good flash out. Snacks did spot Olaf, but he makes it into the corner before he can respond with aim. Instead, it's Pasha. Down he goes, though. Good trade. Olaf again, the one to find the frag. Careful, though, Olaf. They nade through looking for the residue on cross, but that means he bypasses a player that does damage, and Bialy and Snacks will converge to finally give Virtus Pro a lead in a round. And a 3-on-2, it's not like it even is the best lead because they leave B open and Bomb's heading back that direction.
Fully opens. This has to be a retake with no nades now from Virtus Pro. And JW, the AWP, like we said, amazing form right now. So potentially this could fall apart for Virtus Pro. This is actually advantage Fnatic almost. We'll see whether JW can get anything rolling here. Flush has got time to adjust into a decent position as well. No nades. That's the headline here for Virtus Pro. Comes down to this raw firepower here. And do they have what it takes to make this retake a possibility?
2 kits, however. So if they find the first pick, they can get out of the fuse quick enough. They did not find the first pick. Flusha got it instead. Dinked, though. 215 as Snacks continues to try and work in from Coffins. GW hits him. Taz walks into the open. And a B site left open results in a 9th round for Fnatic.
They didn't even commit to the full wrap or anything like that. Virtus Pro got the picks back in return, and they're leaving the B site fully open.
Is that a case of overreading it because they're desperate to find a round?
Well, the thing is, like, they have the man advantage, so it's not the end of the world. The problem is they have no smokes. If he has 1 smoke right, he can smoke us towards Banana, and then they can isolate the player in the back right, and that's fine. They already got the information of 2-on-2. That probably would be a round victory. The fact they had no nades left over, that was a big problem. That's why you probably need to have the gamble of having 1 player over towards that side of the map, and it falls apart once again. 9-1. This is turning to another stomping for Virtus Pro. They've lost 16-2, 16-5, and at the moment, there's potential for another very similar scoreline going forward. It's round number 11, another eco here for Virtus Pro. CZs, 4 of them, and a P250. Taz has got body armor, but Fnatic will be well aware of this. After establishing maximum loss bonus, $3,400 on the CD side is not enough to buy. So getting the Orbs last round, they have to full eco here. They're going for some more banana presents. It will be Bialy and Neo. But this is looking rough. Double digits almost guaranteed at this point.
And the thing is, you know, I sound like I'm harping on it and being hard to Virtus Pro, and I know Taz has called us out in private in the past about the fact that, you know, casters are hard on them. Why are they not given the credit they deserve? They feel they're some of the best in the world.
Which they are.
There's no question. I think it's because, to me, they just don't seem hungry. They won Vegas, and then everything just subsides. You know, it sits back. Good Molotovs in to read the fact that they're aggressive. Dennis will cut that off. Just pistols. So I'm going to finish my point. It seems like they're resting on their laurels a little bit. They win Vegas. You know, Taz gets the new car. Everything's great. Everything's exciting. But then, you know, I don't see the drive and determination. They go out at 2 straight events after that.
Yeah.
Katowice, and I'm assuming they go out here. Okay, they could still come back in this. Let's be fair.
Yeah.
But it's not even like I'm seeing desperation in it. You know what I mean? It's just, that's it. They didn't show up. All right, move on. Well, I want to believe they're one of the best in the world. There's no question the skill's there, but I need to see more from them.
Yeah, he gave me a bit of an earful in Vegas. It was hard to argue with him at that point after this win the tournament, right? And it's like, okay, fair enough. Like, well, obviously, when you have events like this is what we're going back to. This is the point I make to him is like, yes, you can be world-class and amazing and win massive tournaments. When you turn up like with performances like this, it's difficult not to call you inconsistent and the Virtus Pro that could always turn up. And that's why he probably thinks like people don't respect the team necessarily.
Yeah.
And it's
I mean, put it this way, Taz and I, from the very start of me being a caster, Taz was one of the most supportive people toward me when I was still new in North America. He and Get Right. And I used to hang out with Taz at events all the time, and I talked to him about stuff. Look, trust me, I want to cheer for this guy, but it's hard with stuff when events like this happen.
But like you said, it might sound crazy, but it's still early days. They can get 10-5 here on the CT side. Now the double AWP setup comes in, a very interesting setup. One I suggested wasn't viable at the start of this map. Seems to be coming in more and more. It means you can have one aggressive AWP towards the A side, trying to find picks, and one holding the angles towards the B side of the map. And that's actually going to be happening right now. Snacks towards B, but a big nade comes in, and Crims finds a kill as well. Bad to worse for Virtus Pro.
Blusha was a little bit hesitant to put a smoke down inside of that Molotov, so it left him on 25 in Banana. Crims will go back to the second balcony now that you can use to try and look through the window at Boiler.
That's a real nice little angle, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great. It's very easy to pre-fire, but you have to be aware of it. Again, it's one of those things you just have to be mindful of.
The reason he's doing that, right, is because Fnatic have found that opening pick. They have a minute to work with. CTs, by their very nature, have to find reactive picks at this point. So he's hoping a player comes in towards Boiler.
And
maybe
Taz
pushes
might.
the perhaps. Yeah, exactly. This is so perfect. That's what I'm talking about. The timing, no!
But he calls it. At least he calls it. At least he knows he's... Oh, but still Dennis can't find the kill. Good response from JW. Yeah, you're right. Timing now actually is a factor because they lost one because of it. It could have been a 5 versus 3.
1 second, that's so typical in CSGO, right? You watch an angle for like 30 seconds, the moment you flick away, he walks past. They still have the man advantage, right? But in terms of the Virtus Pro situation, double AWPs, and now this isn't looking so promising. If they get towards B, where Neo's just by himself, if he goes down without a frag, they have to save the AWPs. They have no kits, and they get smoked out of spawn that you can't really retake the side. But JW should be taken down at this point unless he flashes very effectively. The smoke might even be better, but faces before it can bloom.
Neo waited at coffins to let them let them enter. I thought maybe if he stayed that patient, he could swing out and they'd think he wasn't there. But
he had the footsteps, right? So he tries to jump up and get the players towards that well position, but unfortunately for him, another player towards Banana jumps up, takes him down, and this is the situation I'm talking about. They have to save the AWPs, Matt. There's no other option. You can't retake without kits and double AWPs. And this is why I suggested this setup is so difficult to run. G2 do a very good job of it because they've got Kenny S and Shox who are just lights out form right now, and it's difficult to a team who's not in amazing form to make this setup work. If you lose the B site and you've got AWPs trying to retake, that's just not viable. You're going to have smoked out, you won't be able to get picks, and you're going to have very close range situations. But yeah, this is looking grim. 11-1.
Wow. What do you do? If you're Virtus Pro at this point.
Olaf's gone
Olaf
down.
just says whatever.
A captain solemnly going down with the ship. Yeah.
Oh, captain, my captain.
Yeah. Wow, Cuban doesn't look impressed. They have got 3 pauses to use. They've only used 1 so far, I think. So at this point, though, you've saved 2 AWPs. What's the play? You're going to have to force around them. At this point in the game, you're going to have to. His maximum loss spending of $3,400, so they can drop UMPs or M4s with those AWPs. And someone needs to start going wild now. You have got the buy here. So Pasha and Snacks I think Snacks has to go more aggressive at this point. Flash over, maybe try and make a pick happen. Yeah, he's going to flash in and see what he can do. Has to find a pick.
Smoke down. Molotov'd off. Has to hold the tight angle. Pick won't work. Do they go for the boost now that they have Molotov back? Oh, that airstrike. They all went on the inside of bags. If those went around, Neo's dead.
Yeah.
That's a bit lucky, actually, that Fnatic just didn't have the lineup right. Good read from Snacks, but can't find the shot on the boost. He's trying for the spam down through the wall because he knows they're likely to retreat, having not found it. That gives Olaf a chance to get in and spray back. It does minor damage. Snacks is very, very desperate to make this work. Trying again.
He has to. It's 11-1. No one's fragging at all. I think Taz finds a frag every now and then, but every situation is just falling apart, and it will be actually focusing towards Banana still. Olaf are trying to find control of it. He will be joined by a teammate as well, boost up towards the wall position. Like you said, great for checking sandbags this spot. It's actually very good, and now they have got control, swing towards spawn. I would suggest this might be a fake at this point. The missed smoke, that's a problem. That shouldn't be missing at this level. That's very basic smoke.
Well, Virtus Pro needs to take advantage of it. Snacks is going to try and position himself accordingly. Excuse me. Pasha does get one over toward A. Should funnel them to B. No one directly in the site, though. They both backed off with Neo on the boost. He's going to try and let them in. Knows they're gone by, waiting for a flash. None gets there. Gives him the aim. A lot of ammo used on the first kill, so he has to drop off immediately. But this gives Snacks a chance to walk in and finally gives something for the fans to cheer about as he hits 2 in 1 bullet.
Yes, finally we get something going there. To be fair, a bit of a fumble for Fnatic overall. Wasn't the best execution. We talk about them not really having those set pieces to work with. That missed smoke was huge. They walked in. It's like, okay, now we have to stop. We can't actually surprise them at this point. We have to stop, throw the smoke, and they do still run past. But Neo, like you said, it's a bit clumsy, but he does get 1 kill. And Snacks, he said he had to step up. He gets the double grab, the collateral. That works very nicely. They managed to keep 3 players alive. Need to win this round, goes without saying at this point. It's 11-2, but if they lose it, they're going to have no money for the last one. So double AWP set it back out, Pasha and Snacks, and Pasha this time towards the apartments. He did take down Crimson the previous round. Can he replicate that once again?
So nades over the half wall. Bounce again toward the bags. I think once more they miss, though, because Neo's there, and he goes down to a mere 93, so they don't have that angle right. You've got to go a little deeper.
That's the AWP dead already. JW just straight up faces him with the AK and out-duels him. Good night, Pasha.
Yep. I think that's where he found the last pick last time. We didn't see it. It was off camera. It was either there or at quad. I couldn't tell by where the X's showed up on the mini-map.
Brutal.
But Fnatic, again, are going to enter through, and this will be a reset for Virtus Pro. They did save the double up 2 rounds ago, and last round they kept a good number alive, so they shouldn't be too sore. Going into round 15, they'll buy everything they can anyway. But they should have something to work with. That's a good shot, Flush it. Just shoulder peeking and pre-firing it. Snacks just goes down.
This is just classic Fnatic, though. Everyone's just hitting really impressive shots right now. There's nothing really that tactical about that round. That's a default. JW facing towards the apartments, takes down Pasha, and he capitalizes. He's saying, okay, we know they've probably got 3 towards Banana start, or at least light presence at the A side now. AWP's gone down. I'm just going to make my way out there. He backs up his teammate. He's got towards quad as well. Nails another impressive shot on the side. Game over at that point.
And this is what I said. I think Fnatic, I don't think we're going to see consistent, huge results from them all the time. But I think they were due for one, and this is looking like classic Fnatic, like you're saying. Yeah. No strategic element to it, more just straight up skill, using utility to favor them.
Defaults, no fear, and finding the shots. Once they get in their zone, exactly. That's what they need, right?
And when I say favor them in utility, I mean exactly like Molotov. Push them out so that they can line up the shots. It's pretty straightforward. And G2 rising to the occasion in this event, Fnatic getting back to this kind of form, it puts pressure on teams like SK and Astralis to show us, all right, it's great that everything was competitive, but were you in a situation where we weren't at our best? If these other teams arrive, are you still the top? You understand what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
This is great if they can start to add to the top 4 teams that we talk about being in the league of their own right now.
Well, for now, it's round number 15, 12-2. We have 3 pistols, a shotgun, and UMP. It looks very likely to be 13 rounds for Fnatic, but we've seen Virtus Pro do much more with a lot less. We'll see whether they can step up here.
Could add phase into those 2 teams I just mentioned as well.
Yeah,
teams
absolutely.
That have improved.
Yeah.
Dennis watch left side, passive approach from Virtus Pro. Pasha's looking to be baited in once more on that shotgun. Dennis took a bullet from Flusha there. That's all right. Merely a flesh wound. He goes down to 91. JW starts it off again, though, walking out from the apartments. The shot, Snacks down. Pasha as well, sprayed through. Dennis hit both. And it's rapidly Arch. Take that back to pit position. Taz had a good little angle. See above the back of the cart, the hay bale. Only gives him 1, and it's just Neo remaining. Has to go for it, so we might as well see something fancy. in a 1 versus 4. I doubt he'll find anything at all. Switches to a Deagle rather than the P250. Olaf does miss a shot, but they know he's there. They'll bring Flush over on the AK. And this looks 13-2.
It is indeed. That is not good news for Virtus Pro. Another battering there in the first half. If you are just joining us and wondering what the hell's going on, Virtus Pro being very quiet this tournament, 16-2, 16-5, and this is looking like it's going to go in very similar fashion going forward. Fnatic, in terms of the tactical game, stuck to their guns, defaults, hitting the shots. Olaf might have kicked it off with an amazing reply after losing the first gun round, completely just running over them with crisp AK shots. Same story for JW as well, and 13-2 on the T side. That's pretty much GG at this point, but if they win the pistol, you never know. We'll take a quick break and find out whether they can come back.
All right, we are back. We are ready. But is Virtus Pro ready? Because they've got the biggest uphill climb they could possibly have. Now, Virtus Pro's done comebacks like this in the past. North, Major, obviously Cobblestone, not Inferno.
But that was,
I would say North, Fnatic in a lead like this, the way they're playing, I would say North's less experienced.
They started on the CT side.
Yeah.
If this is on T side, I might be thinking, okay, it's recoverable. You're going over to CT now. If you win the pistol, you can park the bus as well. But I'm not so sure.
I think if there's one team that could do it, it is Virtus Pro.
Sure.
But I'm not convinced by anything I've seen in this whole tournament, not just this game. If it was this game isolated, I would say, okay, forget that half, come back into it. It's a whole tournament that it's been like this.
Well,
that's a little different.
Let's get past this first obstacle first, the pistol. Dennis, Silence USP, Olaf Meister, nothing to lose. Just pushing towards apartments there, gets a lot of information. So it's nothing towards second mid, but there are players there who are hiding a little bit there. So he'll get nothing for that push and maybe calling for rotations at this point. We'll see what happens. And there's a bit of aggression towards Banana as well. JW looking for this first frag. There's one player in T-spawn, which is Pasha. Does he decide to face?
So again, the cubby position's going to be used on the CT side in the pistol round, knowing that they can't really push it out with utility. Crims will get boosted now as well. Or rather, boost up, excuse me. Dennis, he fires in. 3 around the corner. Dennis has to hit. Does. We know he's good on pistols. Gets only the 1, however. The Crims follows that up, and he'll play efficiently. Run back towards CT spawn, try and bait them in. And that brings Flusha back through Library to find the shot on B alley. JW has gone down, though. Look at the position. CT's bottom mid. They don't know it. Neo takes the bomb back that direction, thinking his teammate's in B. Now he's actually isolated just because of Olaf's position.
He gets 1 kill. That's with the bomb as well, so he'll be falling back. It's now a 2-on-2. Crims has got the kit. Neo's not necessarily low, he's got 50. Plenty of time to get the bomb down. Pasha's got the site ready from rating for it.
That was actually pretty smart from Neo, because as soon as he saw Olaf, he started running to the A site, and Olaf said, okay, I saw the bomb. He chases, and then Neo turned to catch him off, and then opened up the pathway to B again to get to his teammates. So now bomb down, they actually have a decent chance in this. Crims does have a kit. However, I'd almost rather the kit to be picked up with someone who already has armor at this point in the round instead of the player who doesn't have armor trying to clutch as well. Flusha starts it. Neo takes him with ease as well. Walks out. 3 kills now for Neo. And Crims will walk in from Banana again without the armor to try and make this work. Going with more speed. Has to. Urgency needs to be a factor. Spots where both are, but neither will peak. And he's going to have a tough time winning this. In fact, bomb. Oh, hang on. Hang on. He's got the kit. Does Crims have the time?
Yeah,
he does.
He's got it.
He's on it. He's absolutely done it. That's incredible. That he's the one with the kit. 3 kills. Clutch back, and that might be the game.
Good night, Virtus Pro. That was unbelievable from Crims. It looked like Neo had done absolutely everything at that point, but they overlooked the banana position. Crims forced his way. They looked at that point, he's just trying to get, okay, I'll get 1 kill, $300 in. But the player from the Ruins not playing for the bomb at that point, he's playing for the frag. The bomb was ticking away. You have no reason to face, really. Like, you're trying to back your teammate up, sure, but let him get to the bomb, waste as much time as he possibly can. That player in new boxes should be dancing around, not facing, using the sound cues to not take anything away there. And that's got to be it at this point. Virtus Pro had that round tied up after they lost the first couple of frags.
That just sums up everything.
Yeah, Neo, like, he's got to be gutted that one. He found 3 kills. He pretty much won it single-handedly. He tries the back of his teammate, and that's actually to their downfall. And 14-2, Crims, what a round.
That's just sick. It makes you sick, and it's sick. That's both sides of it.
Yeah, heartbreaking for Virtus Pro, but just what a phenomenal play. Crims known to be that amazing clutcher, so smart in those situations, but just stepped up, a brutal aim at that point. So obviously a force by Virtus Pro. They can't afford to lose any more rounds here. Tech 9s and Snacks with the AK-47 gets 1. He's been dropped that. He's got the head armor as well, and he will be boosted up. That's a bit of an oversight considering he has low HP. But, and okay, Flusha finds 2. Why not?
I think the writing's on the wall for this one. Na'Vi makes it through in 3 straight games. Virtus Pro might be bowing out in 4. Taz looking to try and find Dennis. Can't quite do it. Dennis is going to walk in, hear his footsteps, and it's map point already for Fnatic.
Oh, what a rough ride for Virtus Pro. They force one in that round as well. So if you get kills, you obviously get the bomb down as well. You're going to have reasonable money. The players that got kills can drop an AK over to someone who buys armor. So Snacks, he's gifted the AK. He gets the first frag. They go for the boost, and he's got low HP. I think fall back at that point and see what the reaction is that we've discussed so much in this game. The fact he gets boosted up with low HP, Flush is loving that. It's like the fact he's got low HP, a couple of bullets from the UMP at that stage. Takes down the player that boosted him as well. Has to be another buy here. Match point so early on in this one. This will be good buy to Virtus Pro as well. 16-2, 16-5, and potentially another 16-2 as Crims looks towards second mid. That's a bit of damage there, but takes a nade to the face. He goes down to 67 HP. Just pistols.
These score lines are like what we expect from an Asian team first time in Europe coming over and getting wrecked. They did better than that. This is abysmal. Try and get the shotgun inside of apartments. Olaf manages 1. Bialy gets him back through the smoke. All good and well. It's just a 1-man deficit for them, believe it or not. They've got armor. Pistols could do something. We'll see. Keep them alive. 9 rounds thus far over the last 3 maps. And I can't see the kill totals right now because we're not in game, but I know Bialy, I think, only had 9 kills himself over the last 2, so Taz will at least get Crims back. The shotgun picked up from Olaf from range. Nearly gets Dennis with the Tech 9. That was their last hope. Bialy is it. And I think if you are in the stands or watching online, say goodbye to Virtus Pro for a little bit. Say goodbye for a while, perhaps till the next event. In fact, that's true. They're gone. Fnatic move on. 16-2. This event might be the worst, I'm going to say, that we've ever seen from Virtus Pro.
Yeah.
On land, for sure.
What a disparity between their recent events as well. This is, I guess Katowice was poor for them as well, but going from Vegas to Katowice and now to this, it's such a classic story of them, isn't it? Massive highs and such crazy lows as well. This has definitely been one of the worst tournaments in recent memory. Looked quite easy for Fnatic. Didn't really have to break a sweat there. Like we said, didn't have to work too hard in terms of the strategy. Very good shots overall. They're looking in incredibly good form right now in terms of the AK. Christmas on the T side, just blowing everyone's head off, and you have to kind of give it to them. They look very good, and Virtus Pro just never really arrived.
I think it's a case of both. I think Virtus, as good as Fnatic was, I think it's emphasized by the fact that Virtus Pro was very lackluster.
Yeah.
However, when Fnatic gets that kind of confidence, and when they all start rolling, like look at Flusha, doesn't have to say anything, just walks out, little smirk on his face.
Yeah.
Olaf, confident, walking around, chin held high in the player area. This is when they get scary. When they just get confident and don't have to say anything, don't have to do anything, that's Fnatic's best. And they've looked that way to me just in body language throughout the weekend. So, I think they're a threat. I think they really are. They have one more game before they're through to the playoffs. This puts them on level foot. They'll play later on today. But 16-2, Virtus Pro this, I mean, I'm sure there's going to be many things said on the desk, and I think that's where we'll head. It's back to us. I thought we were going right away, and they came to me. They'd made the decision already, and I messed that up. But I
Okay.
think there's going to be a lot of talking points about this.
Oh, absolutely. Like, obviously, in terms of the tactics, not that much to break down, but there's going to be such a talking point as to what's going wrong with Virtus Pro at this moment. Like, what's the difference? How have we got from Vegas to Katowice to this? Like,
Well, I think that's the point. I think after Vegas, they thought, oh, we got this. It's just Astralis. Yeah, we'll beat them. That little rivalry they had. And I don't think they've worked hard it just doesn't seem that way. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're practicing every day or they're practicing too much, but it doesn't show. I don't see the desire. I don't see the hunger. Yeah, exactly, in them at all. So brutal event. Hopefully that changes moving forward. They've got to hit the reset button. They've got some time, but we're going to head back to the desk now.
Couldn't have said it better myself. From Vegas to Katowice to here. Oh, how the mighty have fallen, and in such a spectacular display. Fnatic just walking over a 13-2 half on Inferno to get the Swedes another shot at that playoff spot. They'll be playing later on today if you're wondering when we get to see Fnatic battle for that spot. I say we, yes indeed, Moses and Thorin hanging out with me here to talk about this one. And I mean, Henry said it right. We're not going to have too much to talk about tactically. Jason, I guess it's going to be more of a story regarding, first of all, how 13-2 first half Inferno came to be.
Yeah, they even got that CT side start. They had it was a 5-on-3 pistol, and they lose that, and that's when you're just like, oh god, no. You're like, oh god, no. But then I think it's the 4th round. You'll see it come up. Maybe the 5th. VP does that B defense I talked about. They have 2 players pushed out. And I guess the best way to beat that is to have Olafmeister on your team, because he literally just walked into Banana and shot like 6 bullets and killed both defenders. Right here. You're gone. You're dead too. All right.
Guys, we have Banana
There it
control.
goes. I've got B, everybody. And, I mean, it was just like, this was that Virtus Pro. Everyone's going to talk about how scary Fnatic looks because these players are on, and it's true. But, I mean, this game to me is more about how scary Virtus Pro looks, with the fact that they just aren't winning anything. They're barely, like, how do you even lose that round? That should have been an impossible round with, like, 8 seconds left on the bomb timer in a 2-on-1. You literally, all you have to do is let go of your mouse and just stay behind the corner, and you're going to win the round, and then they somehow lose it.
There were some kind of unforgivable errors made by Virtus Pro, Duncan, but then, you know, we're just talking about the same team that we will say are second best in the world, or at least, you know, prior to this event we were hailing them to be the second best in the world. You lose 16-2 to a team that's struggling at least to prove that they belong in the top 10. I mean, this is such an intriguing event for Virtus Pro and for Fnatic.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I think we look at the breadth of the games for Fnatic. They really have turned up again and again now, and they really have. It's consistently the same pattern as well. The fragging is what's back for these guys. You look at this game, it's like the Astralis game. It's not one player doing it. It's across the board. Almost nobody has a bad game in terms of pure kill output, and as a result, that makes them dangerous. That makes them dangerous all over the map. It means that you don't have to worry that when this player dies, the round chance to win is a lot over, you know. I mean, JW's getting a bunch of stuff done. Dennis still very dangerous. Obviously, Olafmeister actually had his moments in this particular game, so, I mean, this is a real nice distribution if you're the guys from Fnatic, and if you can have Dennis and Olafmeister as your top players, you can have a lot of chances to win games.
And that's what's so crazy is if you look through all of Fnatic's results here in Kiev, it feels like there's been a different player at the top of the scoreboard every time. It's a complete contrast to, I mean, you keep saying get back to where they were. Yeah. Perhaps they're doing it differently this time. Jason.
Yeah, I mean, this has just always been the strength, is you have so many different options, so many different tools and weapons on this team, and even when one subsides, you still have 4 other dangerous people. That was always their strength, even when they were on that dominant streak, was just like, yes, you can stop Olafmeister this game, but can you stop JW? Can you stop Flusha? I mean, Flusha's, you know, at one point through like 6 or 7 majors was the top-rated player at majors, and there's just so many different things you have to do well, and the hard part is it's difficult as well to beat them tactically, because you can't always read what they're doing since they are so fluid, since things do come very much like by their own inspiration in the moment. They just make good decisions. It's so hard to be able to predict where the next point of action, the next point of contact is going to be.
The fragging from VP, though, absolutely atrocious. Like, forget even the errors and the tactics and the practice. Any other factor, you've got to be able to put kills on the board to at least. That's like the bread and butter of building up, especially a team like VP, which was never based on having like the really surprise strat. They're based on having fantastic executes. And so I always think of VP, especially if they're going to go to a map like this. Remember, that's something you have to criticize when they've lost this badly, is they could have been on Comfort Map. They could have been on Train. So that losing once online, especially if you're VP, you lose to everyone online. I don't know why that would rattle you so much, you know, that you go away and you go over to Inferno, because I think that started off in a bad mentality already, the idea that you can't play one of your home maps, one of your best maps in the world. Then I actually saw a stat on Twitter, which kind of telling of where VP's at the moment, which is that apparently in their history of having this 5-man roster, they've never had 3 maps where combined they got less than 10 kills. And apparently they got 9 rounds over the last 3 maps combined.
Yeah.
Then you add in, in Katowice, they obviously went 2 to 3 in maps. So they're actually like, this is kind of a slump. They've entered a slump at this point in time, and this isn't just like one bad game, which is what you could have otherwise written that SK game off as.
I mean, it is crazy to kind of think about. This is a team, Jason, we would regularly describe as someone that even in loss, they make it look very difficult for their opponent.
Moses, CLG has survived further in this tournament than Virtus Pro.
That tilts me to no end, doesn't it? Even an NA team going past them, that still just bothers me. That's so weird. Yeah, I mean that's one of the big things that we've always said on Dusk is that Virtus Pro just a difficult team to beat. Like they don't get blown out of servers. They are always grinding back into the game. That was one of their big strengths. Is there's always that element of a comeback to them. They're one of those teams that do make you believe that momentum is an actual physical force in the game of Counter-Strike. And for whatever reason today, or I mean this event, they were just awful.
Thing is, I've cracked it though. I've always wondered, right, when they hit that top form, that Virtus plow, that's just so incredible. I mean, that's why that's appropriate, like, imagery, the metaphor, the plow, the idea that you just roll over everyone, you smash through everyone, doesn't matter who you're facing. But the problem is, I've realized the issue, why they can't do that all the time.
Okay.
Because the problem with the Virtus plow is, it needs constant refueling. Fuel costs are too damn high.
That whole build-up just to get the fuel.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right.
I was like, am I missing something? Fuel is too expensive. Don't
you got it. You got the whole thing.
There it is.
No,
yes.
the joke about Taz. Remember, he said that you need to be fueled.
We got that part as well.
We got that part as well. For Virtus Pro, I mean, you said it as well in the stats. They got 9 rounds in 3 maps against opponents that they have had no trouble dispatching of in the past.
I mean, good opponents, admittedly.
Yes.
The worst one was Nip, and Nip obviously in this tournament had kind of a revitalized form.
Exist had like 30-some kills in that game as well.
But I mean, sure, good opponents, but normally you'd expect some form of resistance. This is a 16-2, a 16-5, and a 16-2 again. And let's not forget that the last time they played Fnatic Online, they lost 16-2. Where are these very, very hard to distinguish and understand losses from Virtus Pro coming from? We don't have the answers, but they will not have a chance to continue here in Kiev. In fact, this is 2 Star Ladder events back to back where they have just going to have to write this one off. Success in Katowice was not easy to find, and neither is it here in Kiev. Couldn't make it in front of the home crowd in Poland, and they will not be meeting the Kiev crowd tomorrow as well. Well, we'll leave it there. Virtus Pro are the first Tier 1 opposition to not be making to the playoffs, but there's plenty more to come and much more action to follow as we're going to be seeing what North are up to after our break.
Online betting for every esports fan. StarCraft 2, the choice is yours. Express bets for multiple matches or live bets on the game you are watching right now. Know your way around Dota 2, make a prediction for picks and bans. Playing CSGO, guess the number of rounds in a certain match. Daily quests for all participants and all the best choice of payment systems. More than 600,000 users have already made their bets on the spectacular matches since 2011. EGB.com. You know for sure who's gonna win.
Sinu nägu on sinu lugu.
selles peegelduvad sinu soovid ja väljenduvad sinu kired. Sinu nägu jutustab sinu hirmudest ning mäletab sinu antud lubadusi. Valikuid, mis langetasid ja südameid, mis murdsid. See on lugu sinu suurtest saavutustest. Unustatud valust. Sinu näos on sinu perfektsus ja mitte perfektsus. Sinu nägu on lugu. See on sinu lugu. Perfektsed pildid. Leica topeltkaamera. Huawei P10. Täiuslik 10.
The excitement just keeps on coming here in Kiev, our last day of the group stages in this Swiss format where really the going gets tough and some of the tough get going. Virtus Pro eliminated from the tournament. I say that with a smile on my face. I'm sure there's a lot of people here who would have quite the contrary, only because Fnatic could very well be back in business. Joining me to talk about our next game is FaZe and North. I have Moses and Duncan with us to talk through this one. And I mean, I do want to just linger for a second on this one as we bring up the results and the schedule for the day, just because it will put into perspective what has happened here, because it wasn't the only surprise, was it, Duncan? CLG, you said it before, have not only impressed us, but finished above Virtus Pro here at the Star Ladder Finals.
Yeah, we've seen some crazy maps at this tournament, you think about, because CLG obviously snapped Gambit's 8-0, I think it was 9-0 actually, winning streak on Cobblestone, and then we saw the formerly unbeatable Nuke from VP lose yesterday to NIP, so at the moment it seems like no one's home map is safe.
No one is safe, Jason. That sound about right to you?
Yeah, I mean, this is just like now where we're seeing like really one-sided matches as well. Like it just seems like some of these games are just snowballing out of control, even against some of the top teams. I mean, VP obviously the most egregious of all of those. I think this is just going to be interesting to see what the next draws are going to be, because now we're starting to get to the point where there's like no real bad teams left. Like the one argument you could make is CLG is like obviously the outlier of the teams that are going to remain, but all of these matches are going to be very, very tough for these teams.
It'll be interesting to see if we get another one-sided affair with our next match. I think a lot of our analysts would suggest otherwise. I mean, FaZe and North. Both of these teams are currently standing on 2 wins, 1 loss, and therefore a win today in this game would secure themselves a spot in the playoffs. The winner of this is going to be in the playoffs alongside G2 and Na'Vi. So, I mean, that's a prestigious game, and just one map to determine the result. Duncan, where do you want to start with this one? Do we think we venture over towards the FaZe camp here and talk about the simple fact that their results, Gambit Immortals, have they truly been tested yet?
Not really, because you have to look at those 2 teams and say those are 2 teams who haven't been performing very well in this tournament. I mean, they've both looked a bit lackluster, haven't even shown up, even in their own sort of weird senses. They haven't even played to their styles or their strengths. They haven't had the star players turning up. So, as well as North did, I mean, it was pretty easy for them in some of those games. It wasn't really until they got up to play Na'Vi, I think it was Na'Vi they played, right, that they really got tested at all. So, that game was a decent enough. Oh, wait a second, they also obviously beat Astralis already. So that was the key one to me. We're talking about FaZe. I'm thinking of North. That makes sense.
We're all over the place today.
Okay, so FaZe lost to Hellraisers, right? That was actually
Gambit and
the pretty shocking one, obviously. The Gambit one, I mean, that seemed good enough, except that Gambit, as I said, they've kind of underperformed in the tournament. And then Immortals, like, I have to say, to me, the Immortals that turned up to this tournament is nothing like the team that was so exciting in Katowice. You know, they haven't been able to do it at all. So I feel like at the moment, FaZe just feels like they've been kind of coasting. Just been running on, like, they've been doing fine. It's okay. I'd expect them to be roughly this sort of position in the tournament. But I think now is the tough one. This is the one where I think they're going to really be tested. Yeah.
I actually think FaZe has been tested pretty decently. Not necessarily by their opponents, but I think like an internal test, because whatever they've been working on since Katowice obviously isn't working as effectively as they'd like it. They've had conversations you've seen on Twitter, like Nico talking about some of the clutch situations and some of the late round situations, specifically lack of communication, some poor decision making coming out. And I think if you look, at that loss specifically against Hellraisers, I talked a lot. I think that was like a massive error and an inability to adapt from the FaZe guys. And I think if you look at that, like the system that they're trying to work with, whatever they're putting together, it's not clicking. So I think that's the big test that they have to overcome now, because this is arguably the hardest opponent they're going to have faced up to this point. So if it's not working against them, they're just going to get battered.
Battered is a strong word for sure, but I mean, this was something that I wanted to ask regarding FaZe and their success in Katowice, is it the general opinion that you can't do what they had in Katowice for an extended period of time? I mean, they did not necessarily try and add structure. They didn't have a chance to or time to, and yet they managed to make it to the grand finals. Can you not just continue that? Can you not just sit there, relax, and rest on your laurels?
It depends how good your team is. Like, the whole point is, to me, the less structure you have, the more each player has to understand what he has to do. And either make amazing individual plays, which don't require anyone else to know what's going to happen, or he has to have amazing team play and understand, like a Virtus.pro or Fnatic, understand what his teammate needs from him. That's why, in general, you kind of stratify it, and you have 1 or 2 people making the call so that everyone knows they're on the same page at least, regardless of whether we can actually execute. For me, the problem is, I do think they've started to introduce the structure and all the rest of it, and the really worrying sign for me about the fact they're not already in the playoffs is that Nico is already having like MVP level performance in the tournament. He's in the top in stats. He's had a bunch of games where he's been straight up carrying, and they've actually needed that just to get over the hump in some of these games. So they've been okay. There's no problem at the moment. Obviously, you sat 2-1. You're absolutely very much still within a chance to go through the playoffs. But the big concern for FaZe is, it was supposed to be more than that. They weren't just supposed to be a team that crawl into the playoffs. They're supposed to be a potential champion. That's what they thought when they got Nico.
Remember as well, if you look back at Katowice when they made the grand finals, VP was eliminated, SK was eliminated from there, so they never had to face any of those teams. But also, I think they're going to be in a situation much like Na'Vi is with Simple, where Na'Vi very much had to figure out how to make one of the best players in the world fit into how they want to play, to their play style. They had to like mold something kind of around him, and at the same time get him to play within that. I think that's going to be the same situation as Nico, who doesn't have the same reputation as like Simple in terms of like his inability to be a teammate. We saw him trying to force it to work in Mouse Sports, giving up a lot in order to do that, and then descending himself as a star player. But this is something where it still is a struggle to have like a talent of that regard and find ways to allow him to make plays within what everyone else is going to be doing around him.
And of course, in contrast to that, you look at North, you apply the same question that we started with, which was, what do their results tell us? overtime victory after looking like they were conceding a huge lead versus none other than Astralis, the world's best team. Winning that, they have a close game versus Na'Vi. I don't know how you feel about kind of North and their current
Navi's
status.
been blitzing everyone,
Yeah.
so that's fair enough.
16-11 actually, 16-11 on Inferno. So
They
that
have
is
a
also
little
2
comeback on that one.
Infernos. Yeah.
I think North's been pretty good, actually. I think they've been about where you'd expect them to be. I mean, those are the teams where, fair enough, if Navi's going to be as good as they are this time, you absolutely can lose to them.
Yeah.
Obviously, interesting enough that they'd let it go to Inferno there. I mean, didn't really flex their map pool so much as they probably could have done. I actually think like that's where I see a big mismatch in this particular matchup, because I think in terms of actual level, I think the two teams are around the same level in the world, probably lose to similar opponents, beat similar opponents. But the big flaw at this tournament particularly has been, I think so far, the Nico era of FaZe has kind of been exposed as not really having that deeper map pool.
How so? Just that they have not been able to
look at what they're playing at
display.
the moment. Like, first of all, they're never getting to maps that they want, like Overpass. That's just not even on the table. Almost certainly not going to be playing it against North here. Mirage, like, I mean, it's tough to even get over to that. And when they do, actually, I was talking to Carrigan, even though they love Mirage, and funnily enough, Nico liked it when he's in Mouse, they still feel like there's some disconnect on that map. That's why they haven't been so heavily going towards that. Obviously, they're never getting to Nuke, which they occasionally used to play. They've played a bunch of Inferno. I mean, they're never going to play Cobblestone anyway, which admittedly is the strength of North, so that's one I guess they take away there. So at the moment, I mean, put it this way, Jason, if you had to pick one map that you think FaZe a top 5 in the world on, what would you pick?
It's actually funny because I would actually go towards something like Mirage.
Okay.
I actually thought, I mean, even before Nico got in, I think Kerrigan did a very good job of bringing this team up to a good level on that map very quickly. And then you add in Nico, and we saw them play this map, in Katowice. It's a map where they had Nico in a position where he could use his own game sense and timing of when to make his own plays. Over towards A ramp, whenever he kind of had the feeling, had the sense, he would just walk up A ramp. Whether it was against an AWP, he would have a Deagle, he would have an AK-47, he'd be successful. But also, you have him in a position that's a playmaking position where you can really just eliminate the defense on a side of the map while the rest of your team is causing havoc elsewhere. So I think there was a lot of cool things on the T side that they did in Katowice with that, and I would like to see them be able to go back to it at some point, even despite the disconnect.
There may be a disconnect, but here they are all the same as well. Nico, Rain, Carrigan, Alu, and Kyoshima. Now, this is where I do want to actually have the great pleasure of telling the stories of how they got to this position. I know it's always fun for me because for some, they've been together for forever. For some, in other teams, we know who they are. We know that they've come out of obscurity. But these all have a very varied past. I mean, different countries for every single one of them, Duncan, and every single one of them has a very different story of how they got to this point, standing on this stage with a FaZe shirt on.
Yeah, sure. I mean, obviously, we'll start with Rain, since he's the only remaining member from pretty much the earliest lineups. If you remember when they formed with Kingwin, very, very different players. And funnily enough, most of those players now to be found over in the new Dignitas lineup, where they've kind of reformed over there. Then you got Carrigan, obviously one of the more later additions. He came over long time in-game leader of Dignitas, then TSM, then Astralis. Same core team, but changing organizations. Essentially just came by way of that. We have Kiyashima here, who basically was surplus to requirements when he was over in Envious, who was still a very good team at the time. You have to remember, they were still like well, when they kicked him, they were around the top end. After that, they kind of took a bit of a nosedive, and actually, he kind of struggled actually when he first joined up with FaZe. If you remember, they benched him around the time that they were bringing in Carrigan. It was just before that they benched him, and they thought maybe he was on the way out, but brought back in because Carrigan decided he wanted a little bit less of the kind of lost star players that they had in that team, and he wanted more someone who could just play a role. Obviously, Nico, the most recent addition. Depends. On one hand, you could say he made his fame in Mouse, because the good thing about the fact that they were so terrible is that then when he played exceptionally, you realize this is just a very special individual talent. Sure. But on the other hand, we also had someone who played one of the best years of CSGO probably in history and was kind of imprisoned in a team where they never were going to win a big tournament. And then the last player, obviously, Alu. I mean, he's been everywhere. He was in Mouse Sports. He was later on in NIP, obviously. Then he had his own organization, ENCE. And then finally, he came over here to FaZe and kind of just back in an old position, I think. Okay, so we start with the most obvious bans. These are the two perma bans for both teams. And I actually think they've kind of got corresponding bans regardless. Like, you would want to ban each of these maps against these opponents. Yeah. I want to actually see what North does, because I feel like North has all the power here. Like, see, it's actually North who are the ones who ban Nuke out. They don't want to play FaZe on it. You feel as though there's supremacy on Nuke that was like 6 months ago, 8 months ago. Overpass ban is fairly obvious, despite the fact FaZe like it. So we're certainly leaving it up now. I mean, it's up to FaZe if they want to play Mirage at this point in time. So maybe they will. You have to feel like, oh, well, they're going to go for Cash instead, which is very bold when you consider that true. I will definitely say this is not a great North map. I think they could be good at it, but traditionally they would ban it themselves. But we saw what happened against Hellraisers, and
it's not a good FaZe map either.
That's in the back of their mind. So I think the key here is North's mentality, actually, that they themselves were willing to ban and allow Cash to come through, because they used to just, if they ever got the chance, both these maps went out.
Right. And I mean, yeah, you're right. This is going to be the third time we get to see Cash from FaZe with varying degrees of success, a win versus Gambit, and then the Hellraisers game that we will continue to reference.
Even against Gambit, that was one of those games where Nico had to just be like God mode. Like one of the like probably the first time we've seen, or maybe not the first, but one of the rare times we've seen in this early position with FaZe with Nico in the lineup that he had to just like take over the game. You know, when he was doing it in Katowice, other players were stepping up around him. Here it seems like FaZe, especially on their T side, they only have like one tactic. They have that default, and then it's like, where do we go from here? And the answer was always Nico's going to bail us out. Nico had to win a 1-on-3. Nico had to get so many entries on the T side. So this actually is a little bit of a scary prospect for me, despite the fact that North isn't very good on it. I mean, we talk about this on Analyst Desk all the time. I personally, I don't like it when teams ban a map that I think they're good on, Mirage, and go to a map where both teams like aren't very good. I don't like that kind of settling, because you're going away from your strength. Sure, they might be weak on it as well, but I mean, if you get into an issue, I mean, it's just kind of a toss-up, it feels.
This just shows me how confident Karrigan must be in their Cash, though, because like I mentioned this yesterday on the desk, historically, except for the period in Astralis where they kind of like took the reins over them and kind of they, within the team, said we're not going to play certain maps, Karrigan's philosophy always is, if I have a map I think I'm decent on and I think you're bad on, I'll just play that, rather than play a map that we're both good on.
Yeah.
He just has that kind of like ban philosophy, so very different, for example, for Exist, where he'll absolutely play you on your best map if he thinks for some reason he can beat you. So you can see the varying disciplines in that sense, but I agree with you. Personally, if I wanted to kind of hedge my bets, I'd have just gone for the Mirage, where I think both teams would be pretty good, but actually at the moment, especially in terms of trying to have your map strength, that should be one of the best maps for FaZe. That should be one of your better chances to win the game.
Unfortunately, the reliance on Nico was made very clear in that game, even the win, as Jason has highlighted ahead of time. Now, if you have a look at the head-to-head, you'll notice that there is a recurring trend. FaZe have beaten what was actually initially Dignitas during all these results. So do take it with a pinch of salt. These guys have yet to meet in 2017. These were all from around that 2016.
That FaZe used to also be mad onliners.
Hence the 16-4.
Exactly.
There it is.
I mean, here's the big thing as well. Cajun B as an opper, he can do what Dead Fox did from Hellraisers. I mean, he can be that dynamic opper, aggressive opper who's going to be moving around. He can do all of that. Not to mention, we know Magisk. I mean, we know Magic and Config. They're going to like being aggressive. And in MSL, he really struggles with like the map, like this map, in the sense that he doesn't really like how it's laid out for CTs. He doesn't like the kind of the standard mid control type thing, because you can't really defend the bomb sites as well. So he feels very uncomfortable with that. And that's why I think you're going to see some of that aggression out of North, because he's going to be like, listen, I hate sitting back. I don't exactly understand how to read this map when I'm just sitting back with no information. Let's get aggressive and at least do something. They're going to be proactive.
They are going to be incredibly proactive. It could be a hell of a ride. And talking of Hellcase is one of our sponsors. There's a code coming out for SLTV that's going to enable you to try out one for free. So that's all that. Go grab it. There's some fancy, very neon-looking boxes I've seen. And something that said you can get a guaranteed Dragon Lore, which I don't understand how that works.
Neon boxes are awesome.
Yeah. It's like a guaranteed Dragon Lore. Should you just buy a Dragon Lore? I don't know. Either way, hellcase.com, and it's SLTV, all in caps. Just grab yourself a freebie. This is when we start our discussion regarding predictions, because we've made it abundantly clear that it's not an easy decision to make. You've got FaZe, who in theory should be a good Cash squad. We've also seen examples of it in this tournament. 2 games played and not the most sexy CS. On the off hand, you have North, who actually the same statement came from you, Duncan. They should be a good Cash team. Where is that just based on how their players are composed?
I think the problem is you get teams where, for whatever reason, I actually think it's like this with Astralis and Cobblestone. It's just a leftover mentality where for so long they weren't good on it, they didn't want to play it, and they never had to play it. Therefore, they just have it in their mind, like, if at all possible, that's at the bottom of the flowchart, do not play Cobblestone, play anything else. But what you have to realize if you're the guys from North is, you've changed this lineup so much that at this point in time, it's nothing like the old one. I mean, you play more Superstar Counter-Strike at this point in time. You have some of the best fraggers in the world. Remember, with JOSH2 gone, Cash and maybe Inferno are the fragger maps. You know, these are the maps that you could just send your guys into the A site, they shoot people in the head, you've taken the site at that point in time. You don't need some amazing flashbang to get you in there. It's not the same kind of degree of difficulty for the entries in that sense. So I feel as though with the new lineup that they've got in North, I think the rest of their map pool's very deep as well, so they certainly don't have to play Cash.
Right.
I think for FaZe, maybe it's a bit more of a priority. But I think you look at the talent that they've got in this team, and they absolutely, maybe not be the best, but they could be good, very competent on this map.
Competent for sure, however, you haven't given me the team name.
I'm going for North on this
You
one.
are?
I think despite Nico, despite FaZe liking this map, despite them essentially choosing it, I'm going to say that North edges this one out, and I think MSL will start to learn what I'm telling him, that you can be good on Cash.
Believe it. I mean, expanding your map pool is always advisable before you get to those playoffs and those best of threes. See what you can do on Cash before you get to that playoff spot. And I'm telling you now, the stage is looking great. Just to tell everyone at home, by the way, we are playing on the stage today, but that's not these aren't the tickets. This isn't the ticket crowd. This is them opening it to the public just so they can come and hang out and watch as we get everything still set up. So tomorrow, expect quite the show. I've had multiple members of Stala saying, just so you know, this isn't the actual stage show. This is just you know, making sure everything works.
The warm-up?
Exactly. It's the warm-up, the build-up, apparently. I mean, if it's anything like the in-game production, we got a lot to look forward to.
Still more in the crowd than Vegas.
I didn't catch
Still
that.
more in the crowd than Vegas.
Perhaps, yes, indeed. But I mean, talking of Vegas, there's
not my fault.
Virtus Pro were on that stage, and they're not here. Maybe we're going to be seeing North or FaZe pick it up.
Maybe have less crowds in CS. Then you'll get the Virtus Pro success.
Well, just playing like
packed out. Few people here.
Hey, they
Maybe
won
they're
E-League
just
as
shy.
well.
Virtus Pro just don't like to perform in front of other people. I was like that until I got properly trained.
They got like a.
Sorry about my potty mouth, Moses.
I know you. I know you're making a joke. I'm thinking about it, right?
Okay.
I know you're making a joke.
Come on, yeah.
So they won E-League, and that was in the studio.
Yeah, it was.
No,
the finals was in a
finals. Okay,
stadium,
right? But they climbed through E-League. Katowice, there was a big scary crowd. Didn't get it.
Yeah, scary to some people. I think a lot of them are just teddy bears.
Yeah.
Just what have you been drinking? What's in the water here?
You know what I drink.
Wow, there you go. He's going for some
Sponsored
sponsor
by them.
plugs. He's
I'm
not even
either, but
sponsored.
I drink it.
There you
Going for it, reaching for it.
He's
I like
reaching.
to tell people everything I put inside my body.